Morning, Thursday, the 9th of December. Are you well? Are you feeling good? Are you feeling fit? Are you feeling kind of a little bit more festive than we were the other day? I do hope so. We've had some deliveries here at the studio, which we always like a bit of a delivery, including hand warmers and lametta and stuff like that, which is quite nice. And we've had some more Christmas cards coming in. And of course, I'll give you a surprise. What do you think's dominating the news today? Yes, believe it or not, it's the Prime Minister. It's the resignation as well of his aide quitting over this party. It's always the woman, have you noticed, who sort of has to carry the can for the blokes. You know, it's like, oh, send her, she'll do it for goodness sake. What else have we got for you? Well, I mean, it's the papers. Oh, and do you remember that story about Gemma Collins the other day at the Oxford Union debating, I thought, how stupid was I? I should have realised it was a cheap publicity stunt. Yes, believe it or not, for a supermarket. How embarrassing. So we take all your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I was sort of rapidly going through the papers earlier on, trying to find some stories. And we've got some good ones for you this morning. There's some nice stories, and some nice Christmas cards have come in, and then some little boxes of goodies, which is always very exciting. And what else have we got? I'm trying to think, actually. It's mainly the newspaper stories. Some good, some bad. But if you're an unmarried Catholic, good news for you today. Good news. Apparently, you're allowed to have a bit of sex before marriage. The Pope has downgraded you. So you're all right now. Before you couldn't. Although I don't think people adhered to it, do they? And also the chippy. Do you remember they came up with their serving deep-fried sprouts? And do you know what they've come up with? And the stupidest follow-on story I've ever heard. They've said they've run out. Well, go to the supermarket, loves. They've got loads of them. You can't move for sprouts in a supermarket. I love it. Oh, we've run out of sprouts. Get yourself off, you fat bums. Get out there. Go to the supermarket. Go to the greengrocer and go and buy some more. I don't know why on earth anybody would ever want a deep-fried sprout. I really don't. I mean, they look disgusting. Just do sprouts. Just do proper sprouts. The full English is no hangover cure. You know, most people say if you've had a skinful, not that I would indulge in anything like that, as you can imagine, far too clean living. But apparently if you do and you go out and they go, oh, of course, a greasy fry-up is the best thing. Apparently not. The Duchess dazzled in red at the Christmas concert, which they had at Westminster Abbey the other day. The good news is you'll better see it on the television, not on the BBC. They've decided to tell the BBC to go stick it. And so they're going to be running on ITV. The BBC must be spitting blood, although they're so arrogant they probably couldn't care less, actually. The footballer forced to retire due to an injury. We hadn't heard of him, but it didn't make any difference because he picked up a lottery ticket and he won £1 million. So he's now doing very, very well. The Olympian Mark Cavendish attacked by armed thugs with baseball bats and knives and all sorts of things. Not a nice story at all. And Britain's oldest Christmas tree, put up by the same family for 101 years. It is the most pathetic tree you've ever seen. It's obviously fake. Can't be a new one. And guess who gets 1,000 complaints? No. It's Dr. Hillary. Apparently Dr. Hillary goes on Lorraine the other day and he talks about the people in hospital with COVID. He says 90% of people in hospital are people who've not been vaccinated. And what basically a lot of people have been saying, you know, I've heard this said on numerous occasions, because they do it in Singapore. If you get COVID and you've deliberately not been vaccinated, well, then you pay for your treatment. Why should somebody else have to pay for your treatment if you're too ignorant not to go and get it? You know, you should want to protect yourself. It's as simple as that. He did it very nicely, very well, though. The abuse that he's received online and 1,000 people going right to Ofcom and complain about this kind of thing. There's no way they're going to find against him. Not in a million years. He's basically putting it into the public arena that there are lots of people taking up hospital beds who, if they'd had the vaccination, they wouldn't be taking up hospital beds. But the ignorance is just, it's rife out there. I heard somebody last night, who was it, talking to Tom Swarbrick. And it was very interesting because he started off being quite sensible and then he turned into a complete Looney Tunes. And Tom went, I can't take this any further. He said, if you don't understand how this operates, it's basically somebody who was reading garbage off the internet. You know, people who are ill-informed. You know, as far as I'm concerned, Dr. Hillary is a registered GP. He has a practice, you know, not like he just appears on television. He has a day job as well. And he put it out there that 90% of people, it might be 90% of people in some hospitals, it might be. It's like seeing a sign on a fruit machine that says, you know, 78% of the money going into it is paid out in winnings. Might not be to you, but it could be to somebody else. But of course, out they came, the anti-vaxxers. Oh, I don't know, you're spreading malicious falsehoods and all this kind of thing. You'd seriously think that somebody wanted to help save your life. would be good, because yet more people died the other day. Clever clogs that they are. We don't want to be vaccinated. Good. Well, then don't complain if you get COVID and you go down with it because you don't have any immunity in your body. That's your problem. Got nothing to do. I couldn't care less what you want to do. It's your decision. Nobody can make a decision for you. I've heard people coming on. They sound perfectly normal until they start spouting all this rubbish that they've read on the internet. But anyway, we'll leave them to one side. Steve, sprouts are very tasty boiled, then fried with flaked almonds, says Will. Go away. Go away now. We don't do flaked almonds. What land are you from? I'm sorry, it's a sprout. Okay, you get a sprout tree. I always get one every year. Anne-Marie Minhall, who works for our sister station, Classic FM, she always at Christmas gets me a sprout tree with sprouts on it. But I would have no intention of putting them deep fried or flaked almonds on top of them. I'm sorry. The most you can ever do is with lardons, or bits of cut-up bacon, as I say. But I had that yesterday, actually. That was very nice. And I was going to have my Boeuf Bourguignon, but I didn't, so I might have that later on today. Dan says, it's a cake, hence the name. No. It's a biscuit. He says there was a whole VAT case around it. No VAT on cake, as it's essential, but there's VAT on biscuits. Oh, go away. Go away now. I can't be... Honestly, seriously. Life is too short. Way too short. It's 4:10 in the morning. Why would we ever worry about whether it's a cake? Apparently, under UK law, VAT on cakes and biscuits is set at 0%. So that's why your argument, there's no VAT on cake, but there's no VAT on biscuits either. Okay. However, crucially, the law states if a biscuit is partially, wholly covered in chocolate, then it's to be taxed at the standard rate. So you've never had cake covered in chocolate, have you? So how do you deal with those ones? To be honest with you, I really couldn't give a toss. Okay, I don't want to be rude about it, but frankly, I've got better things to worry about, much better things. Alan says, I think the answer to the Jaffa cake question is biscuits go soft when stale and cakes go hard. Jaffa cakes go hard when stale, so they must be a cake. I don't care. I really couldn't care less. Are they likely to get COVID? That is the big question this morning. And do we put them in cake hospital? If they become ill. Because you have to check on these sort of things. Somebody else saying sprouts are very nice, Steve, but just boiled. Thank you. That's all you do with them. And also, it doesn't take very long to boil them. Some restaurants overcook sprouts, so they come out a bit soggy, whereas they're not. So they're supposed to be slightly al dente. A little bit of foreign creeping in there, because I speak the language. And al dente means it's got a bit of a bite to it. I don't want them rock hard. But if you buy the little tiny ones, they actually cook in about a minute in boiled water, very, very quick. And then, I sometimes put cheese on top of them, which is probably not the best thing you can do. But, I like doing it. And as far as I'm concerned, it's what I want to do. I'm not bothered about what everybody else does. I couldn't care less. So Boris Johnson, there was lots of booing yesterday at Prime Minister's Question Time, and people shouting, boo, boo, you've lied again. He said he wasn't there. And then out comes his aide. So she then quits and sort of does it very teary and all the rest of it. It's to be honest with you, I've never heard anything like it. But Sarah Vine does a great piece in the paper and says she's the only one who had the balls to take responsibility for this mess by resigning. This is Allegra Stratton. How much money she's given up? About $100,000 a year, I think, which is not a sneerful bit. She did a tearful farewell, and as the crisis deepened, fingers are pointed at the PR firm that filmed the damning. Who filmed it? Who filmed this thing? And then it made it aware, because I was always told if ever you're in a studio or anything like that and there's a microphone there, treat it as live. Treat it as live, because somebody will record you, and it'd be quite easy to find out who actually did that. There's all sorts of people who've been, in the past looking to get somebody into trouble over something or something not. And to be honest with you, the whole thing got built up, and then people were phoning. I was hilarious. I was listening to some people last night phoning up going, I've been a Conservative voter for the past 60 years, and now I'm not going to vote Conservative anymore. I thought, well, you're a bit drippy, aren't you? Honestly, 1 minute, oh no, I thought if you're a supporter, it's always the people who go, I have been supporting them for a long time and now I'm not going to. Well, don't then, dearies. Nobody cares what you do. Nobody's remotely bothered. Goodness sake, honestly. As if it's going to make any difference. What do you think they're going to do? Go, oh, well, that's it. Yesterday I was speaking to somebody, I won't tell you who it was, they're in our building, and they said, I bet you Boris Johnson resigns. I said, there's no chance of him resigning. He won't even apologise, let alone resign. No chance. Not going to happen. And so anyway, we have a bet of a penny. a penny piece on whether or not Boris Johnson resigns. I don't think he will. I don't think so at all. But it's the people who go, I think I shall vote Labour. And you go, what, so you're changing your allegiance over a Christmas party, which might not have been a Christmas party? I never understand it. Other stories which are making the papers today, a mother complaining she took her little girl to see Father Christmas, and he didn't even go ho, ho, ho. So she wants her money back. I mean, dear God in heaven, you'd have to be barking mad, wouldn't you, to start wondering why Father Christmas never said ho, ho, ho. Richard E. Grant's car was stolen. He was self-isolating. Somebody nicked his car and they used it as a ram raider. And so luckily he's got a very good alibi. And can a magic pan replace 8 kitchen staples? It's just basically a frying pan with a lid on it, which you can put in the oven. So in other words, it could be Le Creuset. It's just that Le Creuset is so expensive. It's like 200 or 300 quid for a dish. Whereas you can get copies of Le Creuset. I think one of the big supermarkets, could be Aldi or somebody like that, do almost something that looks identical but is about a fifth of the price. Because I always love it when they advertise Le Creuset on the television. I sit there in awe thinking, so if you were buying, a couple of saucepans, a couple of frying pans, something like that, you've said for the best part of £1,000. Far too expensive. Actually, talking of the best price of £1,000, I've got a Christmas competition for you today to raise some money for Make Some Noise, and it's the ultimate Christmas package. So you could either give away the items that I've got. It's one huge price, which has got, I don't know, it must be about 15 items in it. And I shall tell you what they are a little bit later on. And all you have to have is access to a telephone. And you can enter our Christmas non-stop gift giveaway. I mean, it really is a very, very impressive lineup. So more of that.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Do you realise that in this country, parents fork out more than £30,000 to help their children buy a home? There's a lot of you going, I wish. So expensive in London. Outside of London, I mean, you can still get, in certain parts of this great land of ours, a 3-bedroom house for under £100,000. I mean, in London, you can't even buy a parking space. It's absolutely ridiculous. It really is bad. But my parents helped me out. They helped me out buy my first property. Because once you're on the property ladder, then you're on the property ladder. But it's getting onto the property ladder and it's paying for the blooming mortgage. But if you're paying rent on a place in London, you've got to be paying £1,000. Most people have to share. They can't afford to have a place all by themselves because it's too much money. So £1,000, or 800, whatever it is, it's a lot of money. And it's going nowhere. You're just basically giving it to somebody else. They had a lottery winner online. They were looking at people who are very successful with winning a lot of money and people who are not very successful at winning a lot of money. And there was a bloke in America. He won $314 million. Now, in America, the system is that you can win $300 million, but it's spread over a period of time. Okay, you don't get 300 unless you opt to go for that one. If you opt to go for the cash buyout, it's about $100 million, which, believe you me, is not bad. We have £100 million over here. And this bloke opted to go for the cash and he bought a few little bits and pieces. And then unfortunately, people decided, because America's barking mad for this sort of thing, people were going to take him to court so that they get a share of this money that he had, and he ended up losing all of it. He did not have one penny piece, and he went into deep, deep depression. I mean, luckily he'd helped out the local churches, and he'd helped out some animal sanctuaries and stuff like that. Over here, there was a couple, a lady, and she won, I think it was £900,000, and she bought a business. And she's still surviving because she's invested her money. Most people who win the lottery in this country do not take the advice from Camelot. They just decide they're going to buy a house, they're going to buy a car, they're going to stop work. Whereas in fact, if you're a young person, if you're somebody in their early 20s, you win £1 million, unless you invest it, that's not going to go very far. Because you can't buy the big luxury place that you think you can. We haven't got anything for sale for people like you at all. You could probably buy yourself, even in Richmond, just down the road from me, they've got little terraced houses, little terraced houses, which years ago would have gone for, £800. Seriously, £800. My parents' house that they had in Berkshire was £6,250. When they sold it for £24,000. 24. If they'd hung on to it now, it would be in excess of £1 million. But they didn't. But they spent I remember it vividly, £6,250, and they sold it for 24,000. I mean, as you know, you can't buy places like that anymore. It's very depressing. So the idea that parents are helping out their children is quite nice, but they've had to work for it. They've had to save up so that they can offer to help out. And my parents said, we will help out. We will give you the deposit to put down on a house, and we will pay your legal bills. And that kind of got me off. I mean, I have to be honest, when it first started, I was struggling because the mortgage was quite expensive and I wasn't earning a lot of money. I don't think I was in double figures when I got my first place. And I'm just finishing a mortgage at the moment, so that's quite nice. Believe you me, that's quite nice. Happy birthday to Beau Bridges. We'll tell you all about Beau Bridges a little bit later on. And the Ukraine conflict could be the biggest since the World War. I don't know, that's old Putin, isn't it? He has little tantrums, doesn't he? Stamps his little foot and gets a bit carried away with the whole thing. What was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, the stopwatch, which was used to time Roger Bannister breaking the 4-minute mile, is up for auction between £3,000 and £5,000. Between £3,000 and £5,000. Seems very good value. Very good value. The latest Ghostbusters film brought in even lower earnings than the female reboot. And remember Dame Barbara, the beacon of light. Yeah, she gets a mention in the papers today. It's a year since Bar left us now. But as I say, she left behind a great legacy and a very nice husband as well, who, you can always thank your lucky stars that, you were lucky to have a marriage that survived everything, and you were married to somebody who was so... But I mean, it must have been a nightmare for them going out, just walking down the street in Marylebone, because, you would notice her immediately. And people wanted to talk to her. Everybody talked to her. Cab driver, everybody, bus drivers, cab drivers, people wanted their pictures taken with her. You couldn't go anywhere with Barbara without somebody noticing. Which I think is nice, actually. Very nice indeed. There's a surge in illegal tipping. Who tips? When I say tips, people who go around, they collect your rubbish and then they just go and dump it in a lane all around Windsor. And places like that. All the farms have put huge blocks of concrete in the entrances to their property to stop people fly tipping. Because these people are filth. These people are absolute filth. They just go and take money off somebody, then they just go and dump wherever they feel like it. And it could be, one of them was in a country lane, the middle of a country lane. People drove around the corner and they were confronted by this load of rubbish which has come from these people. Disgusting. An e-scooter teen has died. He was on an e-scooter, an illegal one. Can't help, say anything about this. But he had headphones on, so he couldn't hear anything, and a car hit him. He got thrown up in the air. Dead. This is another statistic, and another, as far as I'm concerned, another classic case of they have to ban these scooters, illegal or otherwise, because people die on them. I saw somebody the other day, people with headphones on, which means you can't hear anything. I find it stupid that people sit in cars driving them, and they're wearing headphones, sitting in a car. Obviously, it's a very cheap little sound system they've got, so they'd rather listen on their telephone. I find it unbelievable. But to see somebody on one of these e-scooters with headphones on or earpieces, they've got these little ear things here, which look like little white bits, which stick out your ear, which I think are Apple iPods, aren't they? AirPods. And people went, and you think, but that's dangerous. Somebody hoots, you won't be able to hear them because you're too busy listening to your music, which is worrying. So Shane says, Steve, I grew up in inner Sydney in the 1960s. It was a working class area. Now I couldn't afford to live there. Well, we have the same. Working class areas which become middle class areas, and people want to go and live there. Areas get rebranded, don't they? I mean, a classic example down the road from me is Brentford, a dump of the first order. I mean, seriously. And now they're redeveloping it. They've sort of cleared most of the high street on one side. The other side is yet to be cleared. And they'll put in cafes and restaurants, and they'll make it an up-and-coming area, and it will reflect in the house prices. The house prices will go up accordingly. They used to have a police station there. They don't have a police station anymore in Brentford because they can't afford to keep these places open. But they've literally cleared a huge area, and it will go all the way down, and there'll be flats, and there'll be shops, and there'll be boutiques, and there'll be restaurants and coffee bars and everything else. And they will try and invigorate the area, which will probably work. And once you've got a few well-heeled people moving in there, the area will change. It's not going to be full of kebab shops and, and sort of, I mean, it's Brentford really was you drove through Brentford as fast as you could. If you stuck too long at the traffic lights, they'd have your wheels out of there immediately. In fact, there was somebody murdered there only a short while ago on Brentford High Street, which is it's tiny. Literally, it takes you about 30 seconds to drive through it. But they've started on one area, putting in the flats, redeveloping the canal. Now they're going to redevelop the river. But unfortunately, the river spends most of its time as mud. It doesn't always look very nice. But once they do it, I'll let you know how much the flats go for. They did the same in Twickenham. I mean, we didn't need redeveloping, but when they knocked down the sorting office, they decided they were going to clear it, move it to the stadium, which worked very well indeed. And it's very nice there. They're very useful, very helpful. And they put in flats, 2-bedroom flats starting 700,000 for a 2-bedroom flat. And basically your view is somebody else's flat. You can peer into somebody else's window. If I lived there, I'd be stark naked walking around in the flat every single day. They want to look, let them look. I couldn't care less. And if you want parking, you pay extra for parking. And the worst thing is, it's lovely if you want to live there during the daytime. You're right on the railway lines, which meant that they've now developed the station. And above the station, they built flats. So your outlook is not only people's flats, but the railway line, because it goes right underneath you. And again, flats are roughly the same kind of price. You're looking at the 700,000. And again, no parking. No parking at all there. Roger says, my parents bought a house in Chiswick in 1972 for 11,000. I sold it in 07 for 850,000. It's now worth 1.4 million. Yeah, they're phenomenal prices. I mean, when I bought my place, 70k. 70k. Now, 600,000. And you think that's all profit. You have service charges to pay and stuff, which reminds me, actually, I've got a service charge to pay. I knew there was something I was having to pay coming up very shortly, but luckily we actually control our own service charge, so we're able to do things like that. Steve, Jaffa cakes are biscuits. Sprouts can be eaten with any meal, including breakfast, says Paul. Oh, you can eat them all the time. I mean, I was going to have sprouts this morning. Just literally boil up some water. Well, I don't need to boil it. I've got a machine that provides. And just have sprouts. I thought, you can't have sprouts before you go to work, can you? Perhaps you could, actually. I don't know. Wouldn't make any difference. What else we got for you this morning? The text link warning over the fraud deliveries. Amazing how many people fall for these things. We'll tell you all about that. And the filthy people. And they're women, 5 of them. And what do they do? They're carers. But they're carers with a difference. They've all got criminal records because they thieve off the people they were paid to care. One woman took 150,000 off an elderly gentleman. They've also found some rogue builders going past somebody's house. And it's funny, we were only talking about it the other day, and they've just sent these 2 to prison. They go past a bloke's house, and they think, right, we're going to rip you off. You're an old age pensioner. So they knock on the door and go, got a couple of tiles loose on the roof. We can do that for you now, 50 quid. And the bloke, who was suffering with various illnesses, including partial dementia, said that's okay. By the time they'd finished, they'd managed to get £10,000 out of him for work that didn't need doing, for work that would have cost probably 80 quid maximum. So, and then they went back. They got another £4,000 out of him. By this time, the family had started realising that he was writing cheques out for something that didn't need doing. These people have been sent to prison. And that's the best place for them. Can't think of anything nicer, actually. But, people who rip people off, and especially at this time of year, if you've got elderly relatives, you make sure that, somebody vets exactly what's going on, because otherwise people get taken advantage of. And we don't like that, do we? Thank you very much indeed. Sherry Hewson, Sherry Hewson. Actually, I went out with her for dinner, me, Dale and Sherry, to the Ivy when she just left Coronation Street. And I can't remember whether or not she left Coronation Street or they decided they weren't going to use her anymore. But we thought she was great fun. Great fun. She says that loose women lack drama at the moment. This is the television programme, because they've got to be so careful about what they say. Because people, like in the case of Dr. Hillary, complain at the drop of a hat. And the venom and the bile that comes out of people. I mean, so the other day, what was it? Somebody obviously didn't hear yesterday. They're obviously a bit hard of hearing. And I was talking about I bought pants in Marks and Spencer's, and you get 5 pairs of pants for 25 quid, and I bought 3 lots. So I spent £75. So this peculiar, quite clearly, obviously in a home or something like that, said there aren't any 3 pairs of pants for £25. They'd been online. They were that sad. But you just go into any shop and that's how much they charge for their pants. £25, 5 pairs, and I spent £75 on them because I bought 3 lots. And they basically called me a liar, proving that they need to go back and get some more medication because it's quite clearly not working. Anyway, I'm sure they're going to have a lovely Christmas.
For local trips around London, think bus. It's the most convenient way to travel in your area. With the Hopper fare, travel as many times as you like, within an hour, for £1.75. Tube it, bus it, train it. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters. Applies to buses and trams. Always use the same card or device. For full terms and conditions, visit tfl.gov.uk/hopper.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Are you well? Are you good? Are you warm? No, because a lot of houses still in the country have got no electricity. They've got no heating. They've got nothing at all. And as I say, you'd think we were a third world country, wouldn't you? That we can't actually restore power and get people back into the loop again. I mean, especially some people, it must be an absolute nightmare. They've sent the army in, but that's not exactly helped too much at the moment. Queen's drummer Roger Taylor thought that Sacha Baron Cohen would have been absolute rubbish, that's not the words he used, by playing Freddie Mercury. He doesn't think that he could play Freddie Mercury. And I don't think anybody could play Freddie Mercury at all, which is an interest. I haven't seen that film, actually. I've got it, but I haven't actually seen it. What was the other one I quite... Oh, yes, TV board game playoff. We're trying to get people back into playing board games or to playing games that sort of test your mind and keep your brain active and all the rest of it. And I was talking to James O'Brien yesterday, who, you know, apparently has a game out at the moment, which I've never mentioned on the programme before. And I think Sheila Fogarty mentioned it the other day as well. And he's doing very well with it, actually. In fact, he's doing a bit too well with it. And so the kids will actually get a Christmas present this year, which is quite nice. And I was saying, because he's actually promised me one, and I'm waiting for it to arrive. And he thought that it had arrived, but in fact it hadn't. So he's reordering for me, which I think is quite nice, actually. I feel a bit sort of overwhelmed. He gave one to Mr. Moyles, and I did check with Mr. Moyles yesterday, who had one, and he said, yes, I've actually got it. And I thought, well, I want my one now as well. Don't want to be left out, goodness sake. There's an interesting picture in the paper of Ghislaine Maxwell and Mr. Epstein, pictured at Balmoral. Ironically, in exactly the same little wooden hut that the Queen is pictured at with Margaret Rhodes, who died a short while ago. She was a lady in waiting. In fact, she had a book out, Margaret Rhodes, which when I heard her being interviewed on the radio, I had to go and buy it because it was an insight into the royal family. And it's amazing how things have changed. If you remember, their nanny some years ago got dropped by the royal family for writing dare it sort of occur, but a piece in a woman's magazine about the royal children. And the royal family cut her off without a penny. Without a penny. They never spoke to her ever again. She died, and they used to go past her house to get to Balmoral, I believe. But nobody went there to find out how she was, and yet she was responsible for bringing up Margaret and Elizabeth. It was as simple as that. And yet Margaret Rhodes was allowed to write a book which had photographs of the Queen in it and everything else. But she's pictured with Her Majesty at this little wooden hut. It's quite a nice little, it looks like a little, I mean, it's not very big. But then also Epstein and Maxwell are pictured the same place. Who would have taken them there? Step forward, Prince Andrew, who apparently took this pair and started showing them around everywhere. He had some very odd friends, very strange, very strange. Also, Snoochie Shy says she's grown in confidence and I'm a celebrity, but she's been kicked out, as has Naughty Boy. In fact, actually, they seem to be kicking them out on a regular basis now, which I quite like, but I haven't seen the programme. I really haven't seen the programme. I've seen little bits of it, but I'm not interested in watching people having, strange things to eat, parts of an animal that you wouldn't normally touch, I just don't want to do it. I don't see why it would be fun for anybody, and that's why the audience has kind of dropped off. Jim says, you converted me. I had sausage mash, onions and beans last night and used your Iceland mash. No more peeling potatoes for mash for me. Well, it's a pound. It's a pound. I mean, you cannot lose on it, and it tastes delicious. I make bubble and squeak out of it. Or failing that, if I'm having I'm going to have my Boeuf Bourguignon, I will just drop about 10 or 15 of these pellets, because that's what they look. They look like bullets, actually, of this mashed potato from Iceland, pound, in it, and then it's delicious. You don't need to add anything to it. It just tastes creamy. I mean, if you want to add butter, I suppose you could add butter. But I've never done it. But we converted Jim, so that's good news. See, sausage mash, onions and beans is what I call comfort food, is what I call how lovely. That is just about as good as it's going to get. 22 minutes to 5, and I got a lovely letter and a box from Elaine and David Thompson. Now, Elaine and David Thompson, we mentioned on the programme years ago because they used to have the Christmas shop in Tooley Street at London Bridge. And they used to send in all sorts of different bits and pieces at Christmas. But anyway, their landlord then decided they were going to rent to a coffee shop. So little businesses get kicked out because the coffee shops pay, whatever money it is, because it makes no difference to them because so many of them weren't paying tax. And so that was over 5 years ago that Elaine and David got kicked out, and they then decided that they would go online. So they've continued to operate online, and they do really well. They do really, really well. And in fact, they've got a website which is called thechristmasshop.co.uk. And so they sent me, which is lovely actually, a selection of lametta. This is the stuff you drape over the Christmas tree branches, and lovely. Some colours I hadn't even seen before. So thank you very much indeed, Elaine and David, because they do wake up early. He said at this time of year we're starting work each morning at around the same time as you, and our first 3 working hours of the day are made enjoyable by the sound of your happy voice. And they sent me some hand warmers, which are heart-shaped, and they've got a little button inside there, and you push the little button, and then it heats up. And then when you want to use it again, you put it in hot water, boil it up for about 5-10 minutes, then let it cool down, then it's all ready to use again. So it's reusable. And they've got all of this on their website. So I'm delighted to report that they're doing very, very well. So Elaine and David Thompson, thank you very much indeed, and compliments of the season. Imagine having a Christmas shop all year round. My idea of heaven. And some nice Christmas cards. Argani. Every year I get a Christmas card from Argani. Which is lovely. Thank you very much indeed. And actually a very nice one from Stephen Potter's Bar, which is Father Christmas and 2 cats. I get no end of pictures of animals on cards. 2 cats. And Ian, who comes from Norfolk. I don't know what the picture of the house is actually. Oh, it's where he lives, I think. It's where he lives. Yes, it must be actually. And it's a lovely house. You obviously got a bit of money up there in Norfolk because this is like a Georgian vicarage, I suppose. But it's very lovely, very, very lovely indeed. And from Merle as well, from New Malden. I'll have a read of that one a little bit later on. But we do accept your Christmas cards very gratefully, actually. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time and the trouble to spare a thought for the poor old people working over the festive season. But we do like doing it. And don't forget, still to come, and I'll probably do it sometime in the next hour, we've got a huge prize to give away. Everything you need for the ultimate Christmas. And I'll tell you what's in my prize package. It's going to cost you to enter, but it's only going to be £3. And you'll need your telephone, and you can have a go. It's going to run till the 21st of December, till 9 a.m. And then what we'll do is they will pick somebody at random, and they will get all of the items that I will parade before you, most of which I could do with myself. But unfortunately, I'm not allowed to enter these things. But it doesn't matter. But I'll tell you exactly what it is later. And it's very nice, not just for adults, but for children, but also if you're looking for presents for people. You'd be surprised what I've got to give away this morning. So the papers, well, guess what they're talking about? The Tearful Aid quitting over the Christmas party video row, mainly because it was just inappropriate, because people died and people couldn't go and see people. And so the thought that some people were having a bit of a party didn't go down too well in certain sections of the community, in fact, in quite a lot of sections of the community. But we'll have to wait and see. I mean, the papers like the Mirror running with Johnson's web of deceit. He says he wasn't there. And then, he then refused to answer. And then Allegra Stratton, filmed laughing about COVID rules, and Number 10 quit in tears. I can well imagine. But it was very inappropriate. 4 rules for us: enforce face masks, vaccine passports. This is what the Sun are saying. And work from home if you can. Omicron contact tests. And the one rule for them, you do as you please until you get found out. And then you have to apologise and go, woo, and people boo and all the rest of it. So we'll wait and see. But it's not going to go away, even though, as I say, I've got a penny bet on with somebody in this building saying that Johnson will resign. There's no chance. It's that old song, isn't he? It's my party and I'll lie if I want to, lie if I want to. So it goes on. You could lie too if it happened to you. Prehistoric sea snails zoomed around at nearly 30 miles an hour, a form of jet propulsion. I've seen them doing that now. They sort of take air in and then they it out the back. These are ammonites. But in fact, I've seen snails under the ocean floor, literally, and they sort of do that and it shoots them forward. You get a jet of water, which is quite nice. A British company has become the first in the world to produce crackling from chicken instead of pork. Oh, not sure about crackling, actually. What do we like crackling? Oh, you like crackling, all right. Would you have chicken crackling? Yeah, she'd try it. Minty says she'd try it, which is good, actually. She's not particularly fussy. As long as it's free, she's more than happy to go for it, which is quite nice. The golfer. This is Thorbjørn Olsen, wept as he was cleared of sexually assaulting a woman on an aircraft. He's a Ryder Cup winner. He grabbed her and urinated on his first-class seat, but the jurors accepted he'd suffered an adverse reaction to sleeping pills. Some people do, apparently. Sleeping pills or any sort of pills and booze don't go well together, so they accepted. The BA crew tried to restrain him. It was on a flight from Nashville to Heathrow. He made the sign of the cross. He comes from Chelsea, denied and was acquitted of sexual assault by beating and being drunk on an aircraft. He said, "I'm embarrassed and ashamed." So imagine he's breathing a sigh of relief at the moment. A picture of Ghislaine Maxwell and paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. They really are ghastly, aren't they? They really are ghastly on a private plane, and she's giving him a foot massage. But it's the picture of them sitting at Her Majesty's cabin at Balmoral. Exactly the same place. Exactly the same place there, because the Queen likes to do something like that, and she must be horrified to think that Andrew took them around all their different palaces and stuff like that. Not so good. I like the story of the clearest physical evidence of crucifixion in Roman times has been found in a Cambridgeshire village. Archaeologists analysed the skeleton of a man with a nail through his heel. He's thought to have been a slave aged 25 to 35 and executed between AD 130 and AD 337. Experts believe he was nailed and bound to an upright board in a local variation on the typical punishment on a cross. The skeleton was found in 2017 at a former Roman settlement, which is now a housing estate. David Ingham, project manager, said it's essentially the first time we've found physical evidence for crucifixion. We've written evidence, but almost never found physical evidence, and now they found it. So they used to do things like that in those days, which is very, very strange, isn't it? Nailed to a board. I never quite understood that, because the whole idea of crucifixion is you die of asphyxiation. That's what you die of. You don't die of the nails going through your hand or the nails through your feet. You die of asphyxiation. And to make it even worse, they put a little piece of wood under your feet, because when you breathe like that, and if you're hanging there, you can't. It's not physically possible to breathe, so people die of asphyxiation. If they put the piece of wood under your feet, which I think they did in Christ's case, so we were told, it prolongs the agony. It prolongs the agony. You go for a little bit longer, but ultimately you die through asphyxiation. Other stories in the papers today. What did I quite like? Coldplay. Oh, watch out, Jack Grealish. I like this story, actually. I think I might put this onto my free podcast for today, because his model partner is called Sasha Atwood. And he, of course, has been friendly with Emily Atack, and then there was somebody else from Love Island. But, I mean, they're not married. I don't know whether it means anything nowadays. It seems not to. But apparently she appears to be throwing, this is Sasha Atwood, some serious hints in the direction that she's feeling ready to start a family. Well, if nothing frightens him off her, this will be it, I should imagine. He doesn't want to start a family. They do come up with these things, don't they? But apparently, in images on Boohoo, she's seen posing in a variety of pregnancy wear while wearing a fake bump. Doesn't sound really the best thing to do, dear, but never let it be said that people aren't the brightest when they come off these reality shows.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-Levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. 10 to 5. So, you've got loads of opportunity at the moment to try and get Christmas sorted out. And that's what you should be doing. So it takes away all that last minute rushing around on Christmas Eve going, oh, God, what have I forgotten? I've got to get there. Oh, blimey. Make full use of your freezer if you've got a freezer. If you haven't, probably a good idea to go and buy one if you've got room for it. Kim says there's a lovely country road about 5 minutes from me and I love a walk on it. But some folks have taken to dumping their rubbish on it. Shame, they're ruining it. Well, once one person have done dumping on a road, other people go, oh, look, we can go and dump our rubbish here and nobody will know it's us. But so what a lot of councils have done is they've set up hidden cameras to photograph people's number plates and things like that. And then what they do is prosecute, take them to court and make sure they never do it ever again, which is very nice. I was telling you earlier on about the carers who they found. They're all convicted criminals because they thieve off elderly people that they work with, the people they're paid to look after. And it's nothing new. One woman, I think, took, was it £15,000? Anyway, the good news is that they're making her sell her house to pay the money back. So that's good news. So she'll be homeless for Christmas, which, of course, ultimately means we pick up the bill for having to rehome her again. So it's kind of a lose-lose situation. But these people think they can get away with it. But they can't now because people dob them in, which is very good. Annabelle Wright made the papers some months ago. You'll remember. She was given a drug called isotretinoin. I don't know. It's a drug for acne. Do you remember this one? You remember the story, or do you remember? You've heard of the? Oh, you've been on it. Oh, right. Well, anyway, she committed suicide as a result. So they had to have an inquest the other day, and they've ruled out any links between her suicide and this acne drug. 6 months after she was given it, her parents told an inquest they thought it was linked as she had no signs of depression. The coroner ruled it out as he heard no settled expert view. Annabelle told friends online that life was not worth living after being found dead in Ripon. She also drew Kermit the Frog hanging from a noose. Verdict was suicide. Isn't it a shame that people get these things? I've heard of acne drugs. I wouldn't know what they were because I was one of those lucky people who didn't suffer with acne. Spots, yes, but acne is something completely different. I had a cousin of mine who suffered with really, really bad acne, and it can really get people down. But interesting, isn't it? But they've now said that there was no sort of link between this drug and the fact she took her own life. It's always such a waste. Always such a terrible waste. It's so sad. Sidcup Julie says, I went to see Riverdance. Have you seen it? Loads of times. I loved it. I saw it first of all when it turned up at the Eurovision Song Contest when Ireland were hosting, and they had Michael Flatley and Jean Butler. And they were the entertainment in the interval. And so what they do is, while all the judges are making up their minds which rubbish song to vote for, they put on entertainment and they put on Riverdance. And it was mind-blowing. It was, even the two hosts of it they couldn't find words enough to praise it. The audience all stood up. It was the most phenomenal thing I'd ever seen. And it went on to go around the world. They just got bigger and bigger. The Pope saw it. There were various productions of Riverdance going on. Michael Flatley made millions out of it because he was so brilliant, and Jean Butler and everybody else. And it's just amazing. I'm always fascinated by things like that. And because it was like building bricks, putting Lego together. It just built and built and built with this beautiful Irish music, and then the dancing and the drumming and everything else. It worked beautifully. And I ended up interviewing Michael Flatley and the team behind putting it all together on numerous occasions because I thought it was fantastic. Stephen in southern France says, you were talking about animal photos. He says, so I thought you might like to see a picture of a marmot spotted this morning. It's a little strange because normally they'd be in hibernation by now. I've never even seen one before. A marmot. It sort of looks a little bit like I don't know what it looks like actually. Sort of like a giant rat or something like that. Actually, I was watching a program. Looking at that, it reminds me. I was watching a television program. It's people who live, in the freezing cold north, inside the Arctic Circle where it's freezing cold, and they need to go out and kill animals to survive because otherwise there's no local spa shop or anything like that. And in one of them, they were chasing beavers because beavers carry a lot of fat on their bodies, and they can always spot where they are because they build these these sort of dens that they live in rivers. And I mean, sometimes quite badly because they can block rivers up and the flooding and all the rest of it. And so they put out cages to catch them. And these cages will entice the beaver in. They will go in and then they get caught in there. And then sometimes they take them away because if they're causing trouble, which basically means they're flooding, different areas that they shouldn't be. But these particular guys in the tundra were actually killing them. They were killing them for their meat. So they were digging them out. They're digging out the snow. The snow covers this huge dome thing because I believe inside it's like a block of flats. Absolutely fantastic. I don't know if it was. I didn't get as far as the tasty bit. I don't like anything like that. I feel a bit sorry for them because they're not doing anything wrong. They're just having their life, building their dams. They don't know anything about it. You get one or two of them, but I mean, it could be one who builds the dam by himself, and then somebody comes along and starts digging them out and then kills them, and then they eat them. But they were shooting rabbits like there was no tomorrow. The rabbits come out an hour before the sun goes down, and he was shooting. He was very. They were white rabbits. I'd never seen white rabbits before because they blend in with the snow. They go dark in the summer. But in the wintertime, they go white, so they blend in with the snow. And he was very successful, this bloke. Very, very successful. Literally one shot, and these rabbits dropped dead on the spot. And then they took them home, and they ate rabbit meat. Suppose the same as we would eat, I don't know, beef or chicken or anything else like that. Very interesting, very interesting. But you just feel sorry for... I mean, as I said before, if I was stuck in a place like that... I'd have to go vegetarian. I couldn't kill anything. I could look at them and go, that's very pretty, or moose or caribou or any of these other things. I wouldn't want to kill it. I saw somebody skinning one on this programme. But I know they appreciate the fact they have to live. I quite appreciate that, and I understand how the whole system works, but I couldn't do it. I would have to wait until the plane came in bringing tins of tomato soup, which I had yesterday morning. I was very excited. I had a tin of tomatoes. I brought a tin of tomato soup in, left it on the desk. Nobody nicked it. Nobody pinched it at all. I thought somebody would have had it, but they didn't. And so I had it yesterday, and it's the best thing I'd had in ages and ages. It's lovely. Dan in Blue Waters says, what happened to Blood Brothers? It closed, like lots of shows. It had its very, very long run, and then it closed. The story of Mrs. Johnson and the twins, as like as two new pins. Oh yes, I knew these. I saw so many people playing the part of Mrs. Johnston in it, and it was lovely. It really was. I thought it was a great show, and I had a quote up outside: "See it once, you'll be queuing to see it again." It was one of those shows. It sort of reduces you to tears. My friend Ian sort of started crying over films, the Christmas films. He's such a wuss. I wouldn't do anything like that, as you can well imagine. Although every time I watch a certain Christmas film, there's always the last 5-10 minutes that I always have a weep in. That's a it's only festival. It's only sort of Christmassy films that I sort of like crying at. But he was watching All Mine to Give, otherwise titled The Night They Gave Away the Babies, and it was about a couple arriving in America, and the father becomes ill and dies, and they've got about, I think, 6 children. 6, because people in those days had big families. And if you've never seen this film, you need to get hold of it. If you like a weepy, you'll like this one. And so the kids get on with life with their mum, and then unfortunately mum falls ill, and mum dies. Mum dies in the film. I don't want to break it to you, but the film came out some years ago, and it then goes with these children, the older ones looking after the younger ones, until in the end they couldn't survive, and the winter came down, and the boy in it has to go round giving away the children, knocking on people's doors, knee deep in snow. He would take them out there, and they weren't going to see each other ever again, and he would just say to couples, listen, can you look after my little sister, please? And 99% of the family said yes. Families who maybe didn't have their own children, or they had a child and they wanted another one, and he was taking them round, and it was really very, very sad, actually. Very, very sad. Very, very sad indeed. And so we always sort of talk about that film because I like it, but it's called All Mine to Give. He said, I've got the tissues ready. Got the tissues ready. And the boy is quoted as saying, please, sir, would you take my sister? And the last one is like a baby. And then he sort of trudges. You never know what happens to him because he just trudges off into the snow, which is coming down quite badly. My friend Ian always cries at that one. He says, I always watch it on Christmas Eve. 75th anniversary, actually, of the What's It film, the Wonderful Life. And in fact, all the cast have passed on, except the girl who plays Zuzu. If you've seen the film, you'll know exactly who she is. She kept trying to get a sequel made, but whoever has the rights blocked it. So they didn't get round to doing that again. But if you haven't seen it, get it. And the other one you need to get is Christmas in Connecticut, which is another very good Christmas film. Lots of fake snow, but very good indeed, because we like to recommend Christmassy films to people. So if you get the opportunity, get hold of those ones. But all, the night they gave away the babies, worth getting.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company this morning. It really is nice to have your company. It's Thursday. It's the 9th of December. I know, which means it's nearly near the weekend, which means it's nearly near Christmas, which means it's nearly near discovering the delights of a man called Scott Wilcock. Scott Wilcock is a very talented dad of 2. He features in a couple of the papers today. And what he does, he has brought to life iconic Christmas characters and stunning scenes from films such as The Snowman and 34th Street, and he sprays it with spray on snow on the windows. And in fact, in our sister station, just over the back here, just on your left-hand speaker, we have our sister station, Radio X, and they've got a window which has got one of these pictures sprayed on. Every year they have a picture. Now, whether or not it's Scott who's actually done it, it's very good, the one that they've got. It's really nice. And he's got so many commissions, he quit his mechanic's job, although his boss asked him to paint the window for him. And they're absolutely beautiful. I mean, they really are. He's obviously a very talented artist, and he does these pictures with spray on snow, and then he sort of cuts a little bit in and puts stuff on, and it looks beautiful. Walking in aerosol, fresh canvas, and Christmas spray. And they're beautiful pictures. He's such a clever man. I wish I had a talent like that. Because a lot of the shops around our way and a lot of the pubs, they get an artist in. There is a guy who comes around to paint people's windows, and he does little village scenes and everything. And they look really brilliant. And then what you do is you just sort of wipe them off at the end of the day. The one that they've got in our Rex studio is on the other side of the window, so you can't rub it off. You've got to go round the back and try and do it. But they're really beautiful. Such a nice thing to have. And he's obviously I wish I could paint. I can't paint or draw anything. I'm absolute rubbish. But somebody like that, I'm very jealous of. So I'm glad that he's managed to quit his mechanic's job, although it's something he can always fall back on, painting these windows around Christmas time. Pubs. Just show somebody on a pub and go, look at me. We seem to have only the one guy in Twickenham who comes round to do the painting and do all the notice boards and everything else for people. And he's really good, very clever. You see him walking through the town sometimes. He doesn't know who I am, but I know who he is. We've also found the Nemo. What do you think that is? The Nemo. And why would it be very good at this time of year? What is it? What do you think it is? It's not a fish. No, it would be a good guess to think it was a fish. It's a potato. But it's an unusual potato in so much as it's fast cooking. It cooks 25% faster, and due to its stripy markings, it looks a bit like the clownfish in Finding Nemo, which I've never seen, but I do know what a clownfish is. It's developed by a Lincolnshire grower called Branston, where a man called Dr. Nielsen is the agronomy director. And it sounds lovely, doesn't it, really? The taste is wonderfully rich and buttery, but also light and fluffy. But anything that cooks, I mean, seriously, you can't cook roast potatoes fast, as far as I'm concerned. The faster, the better. The faster, the better. I love stuff like that. Little. I don't like big roast potatoes. Little roast potatoes, please. And crispy, definitely. The crispier, the better. Crispier the better, which I think is lovely. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We take all your texts and emails. Don't you look around, when you go to a car boot sale, do you look round at the stall and think, God, I wish I knew what I was looking at? Because I've got no idea when I go there, and I keep thinking, if I knew as much as the antique dealers on any of the antiquey programmes where they go around the car boot sales and you pick them up and go, this is from the Longchong dynasty and this is so-and-so, so-and-so. Because there's a rare Chinese bowl used to hold potpourri in a living room. It's 13 inches wide. It was made for the 18th century Emperor Qianlong, and it has just sold at auction. Well, in fact, it had pre-sale estimates of £30,000, but it went for 160. Fees took the total to 204,000. The specialist Dan Bray of Gorringe's Auctioneers in Lewis in East Sussex says, I don't think the owners realised its significance. The telltale sign was the Qianlong seal mark, which was on the bottom, beautifully drawn on, unlike rain marks you can find on later copies. Because the Chinese are very keen to buy back their history. Very keen to buy back their history. And I've got various little bits at home, including a little Buddha. Unfortunately, it's made out of jade. I don't know why, unfortunately, it's made out of jade's all right, isn't it? It's ivory that's not very good. Jade's okay. And he's quite beautiful. He's not very big. And my parents had it. I've also got a beautiful plate which weighs an absolute ton, which is on a stand on a sideboard. And that's sort of flowers, all painted by hand with gold. And that's quite nice. And I've got a ginger jar as well, which we had for donkey's years. I mean, it must go back to the 1960s, and it used to keep ginger in a plastic bag, and it's really quite lovely. Quite lovely. I keep all this sort of stuff, but I don't think it's worth £200,000. Perhaps I should. I mean, this one here is decorated with sprays of pomegranate, peaches, and lychee. Whatever it is, it's pretty nice. Pretty nice. I'd always wanted to go there. I'd always wanted to go to the Forbidden City. Ever since I saw The Last Emperor, which they filmed there, I thought, I want to go to the Forbidden City because it's just the most amazing place. And I think it's Beijing, and it's just amazing because there's so much of it which you can't see, but on the DVD you can go and see it. They take you almost backstage. It was huge, vast, absolutely vast, and there were rooms and like chalets for all the concubines and the eunuchs who used to look after the emperor. I mean, really, just an amazing place. And they spend a lot of money doing it all up again. But if you watch The Last Emperor, you'll see what it looks like. But if you really want to buy the DVD on this beautiful place, then get it out. I can sit there for watch stuff like that for hours. Seriously, I spend ages and ages. And mainly because we used to live in Hong Kong, and I love anything that brings back the memories of living there, which I thought were, very good, and still cling on to them at the moment. So the Pope has changed it now. You can have sex before marriage if you're Catholic. Just thought I'd change the goalposts a little bit. I don't know why they've all of a sudden changed, actually, because unmarried Catholics set for a cosy Christmas under the covers. Well, hey, lucky old Catholics. The Pope has downgraded the sin of sex before marriage. I wonder why. Apparently, Pope Francis in 1984 said sins of the flesh are not the most serious. But the church chief was ridiculed for his claim. Imagine ridiculing the Pope. He's the Pope. Goodness sake. Made while defending a top cleric and rumours he had a fling with a woman. I mean, it must be very difficult to try and sort of take away those lustful thoughts. The Archbishop of Paris denied the affair and said, I poorly handled the situation with a person who was in contact many times with me. So in other words, that's their way of saying they've been at it like rabbits. Contact with me many times. That somebody says... One Twitter user joked, I can already hear the sound of Catholic knicker elastics snapping. As if. Poor old Pope, honestly. The Pope said it was a failing on his part, a failing against the sixth commandment, but not a total one. They've always got answers, haven't they, for everything? He was weak. He couldn't help it. It was a sin of the flesh. And he succumbed to it, and it doesn't matter, goodness sake. So as he was allowed to do it, you can have a go at it as well. That'll liven up your Christmas. There's a woman here in the paper today. If you fancy, do people still want to be page 3 girls? Why would people see that as a career move? But you can send in your bikini pictures to the Daily Star today. They're obviously running out of people willing to get their bits out. There's one here. Mia comes from Lincolnshire. She loves dining out and clubbing. Not looking like this, she doesn't. I mean, she's hardly wearing anything. I mean, it's seriously, these bikinis, or whatever they are now, I don't think it's a bikini at all. It's something that sort of covers your booby bits and the other bits. And but I mean, they're tiny. Really tiny. She's only 19. Do you think she's tried to do another job and kind of failed at it, and they've gone, oh, get your boobs out. Go on, have a go. Have a go. Rebel Wilson's advisors were against her weight loss because she was earning millions as the funny fat girl. Isn't that strange? The Aussie actress documented her transformation on social media. After embarking on a health and fitness plan, she said, I got a lot of pushback from my own team, actually here in Hollywood, and I said, OK, I'm going to do this year of health. And they were like, why would you want to do that? She said, I was earning millions of dollars being the funny fat girl. Yeah. But for some people it works, some people it doesn't work. Some people want to go on a diet, some people don't want to go on a diet. But I mean, if you're making your living as something like that, is that the answer to it? I don't know. Paul says, I remember watching Bohemian Rhapsody at the cinema. You definitely will end up tapping your feet. Well, I should imagine so, because I was a big fan of the music. Big fan of the music. Actually, I had a really good interview with Brian May a few years back, which is probably on the LBC website. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Very interesting man. And of course, he's married, as you know, to Anita Dobson. I feel sorry for the Olympian Mark Cavendish, attacked by armed thugs who threatened his wife and children in a home raid. The masked gang beat him and made threats with a knife. He just got out of hospital after a serious bike crash. 4 masked and armed men forced their way into his home as they slept, threatened my wife and children and violently attacked me. And they managed to get away with a Louis Vuitton suitcase and 2 expensive watches. He said far, far worse to be taken was the sense of security, safety, privacy and dignity that my young family and everybody else is entitled to. That is really frightening. But he lost a couple of watches. I mean, hopefully he's insured, but even so, you don't want to go through something like that. Thank you. It's the fact that somebody has sort of broken into your house in Ongar in Essex. To be honest with you, I'd never even heard of him. I'd never heard of him at all. But I mean, I think the stuff that he lost was it's the watches people are after, isn't it? I mean, and a Louis Vuitton suitcase. You'd love to find out who these people are, wouldn't you? You'd love to go, oh, look, they walked outside the house and they took their masks off. Oh, look, we've got CCTV. That's always quite good, isn't it, really, I think? So what was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, Lady Gaga and stars caught short whilst at work. I often wondered how people doing running do it. You know, people who do marathons and stuff like that. Why don't we need to go for a wee?
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
I'm led to believe that you go as you're running. How that works, I've got no idea. Mind you could always wear tenor pants, couldn't you? And then it wouldn't make any difference. But you can't just sort of stop by the side of the road and go, I think I'll just go for a toilet at the moment. It doesn't work. It doesn't work at all. Medals won by a pair of World War II Spitfire races have sold for a total of £300,000. Best pals Tony Bolshe Bartley and Trevor Wimpy Wade cheated death numerous times. Squadron leader Bartley, who went on to marry an actress, Deborah Kerr, won the Distinguished Flying Cross after shooting down 12 enemy aircraft in the Battle of Britain. Squadron leader Wade was either shot down or forced to land his plane after a dogfight 5 times. Yesterday's Barclays medals, which were sold by his family, fetched £220,000, nearly twice the estimated amount. Wade's went for 80,000, around 10,000 more than the estimate. Why do people want to sell things like that? Is it because they would rather have the money than have the glory of keeping that? I mean, I told you before, I can't get rid of anything that belonged to my parents. Absolutely not. So me and my brother, between us, have got the family furniture. In fact, not just the family furniture. We've got loads of stuff. Loads of stuff. I wouldn't dream of getting rid of it, especially if my father had got medals for being in action and things like that. I would never have got rid of anything like that, even if I needed the money. I always said to my brother, if ever you need the money, ask me. Don't ever sell anything, because that's sort of our sort of family history. You know, we've got all sorts of bits of I mean, I've got, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4. I've probably got about 6 pieces of furniture. which I think belonged to my parents. I wouldn't dream of getting rid of anything, but obviously some people get to this. If something's worth £220,000, then people go, it's worth £220,000, I could do with the money. Happens a lot of times. I've seen it before, and it's obviously when people get to that stage where they need the money.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, hope you're well. Coming up 19 minutes past 5, still to come, and I'll do it soon, to raise some money for Make Some Noise, which helps little charities that don't get a look in. They really don't. They don't get any sort of public funding or anything like that. So we like to do our bit here at LBC, part of the global family, and we try and raise as much money as possible. I think this year it was a few £1 million, which was very nice. And we, of course, did our bit on this programme because you're very loyal. You're very loyal, and, you know, so we put on sale a show and we sell out very, very quickly. This morning, I've got one huge prize to give away. I've got a load of really nice items. It's all one bundle, okay? And what we'll do, I think probably around, 5:45, something like that. I'll tell you what it is and how you can get yourself in to see if you can win it. Because somebody's got to win it. And somebody will win it on the 21st of December. And I think what they're doing is they're actually going to say that they will get this to you for Christmas, which is lovely. So you can either keep it yourself, or you can sort of make it into presents for other people, because we've got stuff for kids and for adults and for techies. We've got everything, and it's going to be one huge prize, not looking for lots of winners. One winner will get the whole caboodle, and it's very nice. I'll tell you how you do it a bit later on. You do need a telephone. And it's I can't wait, actually, because you're going to love what I've got for you this morning. So here's the story of the mum. This is a lady called Melissa Evans, who shared a photo on Facebook with a scathing review of a Father Christmas. She said he looked homeless. He didn't say ho, 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 and left her niece worried Father Christmas is not real. I mean, for goodness sake. See, that is the problem, isn't it? What do we say? What do we say to people? Do we say this is one of Father Christmas's helpers? Because I think elves are pretty cool. But anyway, Melissa goes, there was no character of Santa. There was no ho, ho, ho. But the trouble is, they don't say ho, ho, ho anymore. I mean, this one walked in and went, hi. Which is obviously not what she was expecting at all. She said, I don't want to say it because it's nasty, but he looked like a homeless guy had just got on the train. He was not in character. There was nothing magical about it. Melissa from Cannock forked out £135 for tickets for 2 adults and 2 children at Telford Steam Railway's Polar Express train ride. She added, as soon as he walked off, my 7-year-old said Santa's not real because the Santa was that bad. So she now wants a refund. The railway have responded. We've strengthened our customer service team and all inquiries are being dealt with by our volunteers as quickly as possible. We will liaise with any dissatisfied customers directly via private message or email. I mean, to be honest with you, dear, I don't think you can actually go on something and then go, oh, I didn't think he was the right one, give me my money back. Because that makes you sound like the real Grinch of Christmas, doesn't it? And also, I don't want to be rude, I think 7's a bit old. I really do. I think it's all right if you're doing, 2, 3, 4, 5-year-olds. I think by 7, because I have to tell you that when we came back from Lapland and we'd been to see Father Christmas, we went out there with the godchildren. They weren't completely young. They were aware of what it was. It was freezing cold and they had a lovely time. But when we got back to Stansted, at the same carousel as us collecting our luggage were 3 of Santa's elves. Because they were on the same flight coming back. They obviously fly out to this place called Luosto and they play elves. And my oldest godchild said, we've just seen those. They were Father Christmas's elves. So they're not daft, but I think 7's a bit old. I mean, if she's able to say, that's not Santa, Santa's not real because the Santa was that bad, she's obviously well aware of things. She's obviously quite a bright little 7-year-old. But it's, I don't know what you get on the Polar Express train ride for £135. It's cheaper to go to pantomime in Blackpool, as we discovered yesterday. £48, 2 adults, 2 children. And that's very festive, a bit homeless. I mean, do you know there's an art to being Father Christmas? I know professional Father Christmases, and they will grow their beard throughout the year so that they're, and if you go to some of the stores, they have Father Christmas now. They'll have somebody who's got a beard, somebody who looks like Father Christmas. How you explain it to somebody who's 7, I don't know. As I say, I think 7 is a bit too old, a little bit too old. But she's coming over a bit grinchy, just because he didn't suit the requirements. It doesn't say he's not a good Santa. He's probably been doing it for ages and ages. My 2 millennials want to keep everything from their grandparents. It's my garage, which they refer to as storage. Mary says, I want to put my car in it. Oh, you can't. Nobody puts cars in garages. Are you mad? You put that's what garages are there for. I've got a friend of mine who converts garages to other rooms because they're never big enough to get your car in. Seriously, I mean, if I found a garage, it would have to be a double garage or a triple to get my car in because it's quite large. Well, I always think it's quite. Somebody came up to me the other day and said, "Love the colour of your car." I thought it was a bit strange. I said, "Yeah." I said, "It is a nice colour, isn't it?" He said, "I bet it takes a lot to keep it clean." I said, "No, not really. I just take it to the car wash and it lasts about 3 days because at the moment the roads are so filthy dirty that everything gets dirty and the car wash is an absolute godsend." I mean, seriously, I'd never take it into a car wash, not one with the brushes that whiz around. I want a hand car wash. I'm looking forward to about 15 people working on it. Thank you very much indeed. Dawn says, Steve, talking soup. I love tin soup, but also buy packet soups and mix 2 or 3 together. Slice of bread and butter, nice little instant stew. Oh, not sure about. I have had packet soups before. I've bought them in here, and you just pour it into a cup, add some water, and then you just sort of heat it up a bit, and it seems to work quite nicely. But no, if I'm going to have a tin, it would be tin tomato soup, and it would be Heinz. And I might add something else to it, but I had it yesterday. In fact, actually, I was a bit naughty yesterday. I had 4 sausages from the canteen. I went upstairs and I got 4 sausages and 3 hash browns. Yeah, big up the hash browns. Big up the hash brown. I love that. And it was really quite nice. I felt a bit guilty. So what I did, coming down in the lift, I ate one of the sausages and one of the hash browns. So it didn't look like when I was sitting at the desk that I was being a bit greedy. Steve, the reporter loos on most marathon routes, but most of the time the urge to go is just due to nerves and disappears after a few miles, says Daniel in Welling Garden City. Ooh, I bet you run. I can tell. Ben in Bexley Heath says, to get the crispiest potatoes, overboil them till the skin starts to peel, then put them in the oven with olive oil for 10 minutes. You can cook them in 10 minutes? Blimey, that's some going. Rogan in Broadstairs says, we're up with my lovely cockapoo Ebony, who arrived yesterday from a local dog rescue charity. She's got terrible earache, so off to the vet at 8. They open at 8? That's a bit of a loyal vet, isn't it? Mind you, you're probably having to pay for that. If you haven't got medical insurance, it's very expensive. Vets are not cheap. Not cheap at all. A friend of mine's got cats, and you have to pay for certain bits and pieces, and it's quite expensive. You wouldn't think cats would cost you money, but I think one of them got cystitis. They get all sorts of things. Bit strange. The chippy serving the deep-fried sprout for the festive season has already run out due to demand. This one here has been battering and frying Christmas dinner trimmings for 4 years. They used to do a deep-fried Christmas dinner, but now only does the sprouts and the pigs in blankets. Somebody's owned this chip shop, Franca, since 2016, says the sprouts are so popular, I've had to replenish stocks. You get 10 sprouts for £1. 10 sprouts for £1. And pigs in blankets come in portions of 5 for £2.95 or 8 for £4.50. He said, sometimes customers message me for the sprouts. I've had to run to get frozen sprouts done for them if I know they're coming in. Bit bizarre, isn't it? Frozen sprouts. Ian, my friend, says, in my day in your building, this is our building here in Leicester Square, you could only get hash browns on a Friday. What luxuries you have now. As I say, hash browns, beans, mushrooms. I think they've even got black pudding up there, but I don't go for black pudding at all. But 4 sausages and 3 hash browns served me very nicely. Thank you very much indeed. Very nicely. Very nicely. So, 10 sprouts for £1. That seems okay, actually. He's had to deep fry the blooming things. But what they taste like, God alone knows. God alone knows. And Brits, some of us, are bigger fans of Santa's elves than Father Christmas himself. Apparently more than half of festive fancy dress revellers prefer to dress as the big man's helpers. Nearly 1 in 6 opted for a Mrs. Christmas outfit, and only 11% said they dressed as Santa Claus, because you've got to carry the weight. There's no point in being thin Santa Claus, because Santa Claus, I don't know why, I think because he doesn't make anything. So he just sits down. Is he what? Australian Santa, yeah, well, they're wearing Speedos. They're very buff. Santa over there is very buff. They've got buff Santa. In fact, they always put buff Santa on their Christmas cards. Actually, I've had some very nice things. Helen says, how would you know a dog's got earache? Oh, come on, Helen. You can't. I can't believe you've even asked that. How would you know? Because they'd be constantly, touching it with their paw. Earaches. I've never had earache, but I'm assuming it must be quite bad. You can get stuff that you drop in your ear, can't you? Sort of turn your head on one side and put these drops in. And so, oh yeah, you would know if a dog's got... I was always worried about how you would know if your dog was diabetic. Because you get diabetic dogs, diabetic cats and everything. How would you know that? I don't know, because some people feed them all sorts of bits and pieces, which can't be good for them. But I think on an earache, you would definitely know. They'd also whine about it. Must be quite horrible, actually. Not so good. What else we got? Boris Bozo Johnson's trip to Peppa Pig World has been crowned the funniest moment of the year. Peppa Pig World. I've seen Peppa Pig, actually, a few times. I couldn't tell you any of the stories or anything like that, but I quite like the idea. Vicky Patterson, enjoying cocktails. I do like cocktails, actually. I'm quite big into cocktails, because I think you can drink a few more than booze. Well, that's the misapprehension I'm sort of apparently working under, because I sort of think, because there's not just much in there, it's filled up with tonic and bits and pieces and fruit juices. But I tell you what I bought the other day. I bought 2 coconuts, which you can buy, and they've shaved them, and they put a hole in it, and then they give you a straw, and you can drink the coconut milk, which I absolutely love. Coconut water. Oh, I love Bounty. Why are you eating Bounty bars? God, blimey, honestly. Actually, I tell you what's really nice. They do miniature Bounty bars. They do a stocking in Costco, and all the bars are in miniature. There's about 50 or 60 of them. They're really nice. But I like the Bounty ice cream. They do the Bounty ice cream bars, but not very good for you. But I don't care. Sometimes I think to myself, I'll push the boat out, for God's sake. You're only young once. I was.
Steve Allen, tweet at LBC.
Still to come, about 10 minutes away from my huge prize for Christmas for Make Some Noise. I mean, it's got some lovely things in here. Seriously, I haven't even worked out the value of it, but whatever it is, it's going to be very nice indeed. The Renault Zoe. I love the way they give all these cars names. I don't know what it is, but it's been slapped with a 0-star safety rating by Watchdogs. Apparently, it was awarded, this rare score, after the French manufacturer stripped out its seat-mounted side airbag. It's only the third car in 25 years to be given a 0 rating, making it the least safe new car in showrooms. Watchdog Witch said the reputation of the Renault Zoe hatchback lies in tatters. This is from Watchdog, and they are, they're the experts. They say it lies in tatters. We don't recommend buying any car that receives 3 stars or fewer out of 5. Crikey. They said that tests by the European New Car Assessment Programme showed if a Zoe was involved in a sideways collision, a pole, tree or lamppost would plough directly into the driver's skull. Good Lord above. I mean, what a damning indictment of a car. It's £27,500. This is the electric Zoe. It was revamped last year. Renault decided to take away the head protection. See, the trouble is, because we've got so many of these magazines out now, they will say to somebody, you really shouldn't buy this. This is far, far too dangerous. Don't do it. But to say, it's given a 0 rating, we don't recommend buying any car that receives 3 stars or fewer out of 5. People avoid them. It's not cheap, is it? No, I mean, they always say about the electric cars, though. People say, oh, it's, what do you think about getting an electric car? I said, I don't think I can afford to buy an electric car. They're phenomenally. You got what? No, I don't know about smart cars. I followed a smart car the other day, actually. They used to build them over here, and there was a garage that started selling them off Chiswick High Road. And I used to drive past it on a little side road and you go, smart cars. And then they became all sort of, but you can't get anything in it, can you? There's just 2 people. There's no room for your shopping. You'd never get your Bounty bars. There's a 4-door. There's also a sporty version. Have you seen the sporty version? Oh, there's a sporty version as well, which is sort of like an elongated. I used to quite like them, actually, but I did look at them thinking, and they whiz past me on the motorway. Seriously, I've never seen... They get some speed out of these cars. A little bit worrying. Talking of speed, there's a watch that's coming up for sale, a stopwatch, which was used to time Roger Bannister breaking the 4-minute mile. Guinness Book of Records founder Norris McWhirter used it to unofficially clock the event in 1954. The non-working Nero Lemania will be sold at Dominic Winter Auctioneers in Cirencester on December the 16th with a guide of £3,000 to £5,000. It comes with a picture including one of Bannister crossing the line. But it's non-working. Could you not get it working? That not be. I mean, that's quite something to have. That's a bit of history. Don't you think so? I think that's a fantastic bit of history. Definitely. Steve says, Jane, when I had to put eardrops into the dog's ear, I almost needed reconstructive surgery. Well, I shouldn't imagine they'd like it at all. I should imagine they would absolutely hate having eardrops. You know, you put the dog's ear on one side, lovely. Well, even adults don't like it. Kids go there and they shake their head, and of course it goes all over the place. Which is not very good, is it? Somebody said to me, "You're going to do giving the cat a tablet over the festive period," and the answer is probably. We seem to do it most years. Giving a cat a pill was just the kind of thing that we absolutely adored. We love it. Chocolate cheers you up, but it must be dark chocolate, and it's got to be 85% cocoa. And there is one company, the only one I can remember, called Green and Black. And Green and Black do chocolate, but with chocolate in it, with a high percentage of chocolate. You know, you could probably get Green and Black 85% chocolate. Whereas, in fact, the majority of chocolates, nowhere near that. Nowhere near it. But we're used to eating chocolate. It's like the American chocolate tastes different from our chocolate. But 85%... you would find. Researchers in Seoul University in South Korea said it's the first study that provides evidence that dark chocolate consumption influences physiological and psychological states. So I was always told that. I was always told that dark chocolate is so much better. Fry-ups should be ditched as hangover cures, with suffering Brits advised to eat bananas instead. Medics say the fruit helps reduce electrolytes which are lost whilst drinking. Well, that's ruined, isn't it? Bananas are a very good source of potassium, and avocados, nuts and sweet potatoes are a good source of magnesium. Doctors said drinking a lot of water was not enough to end a hangover. Oh, you always say the same, don't you? If you're one of those unlucky people who gets hangovers, and you sort of go, I'm never going to drink ever again. I'm never going to drink ever again. And you go, yeah. And then about 2 days later, I think I'll have a drink. And it's always the way, isn't it? I mean, I saw somebody, we were coming past a nightclub this morning down in Piccadilly, and there's some bloke with his mates who's obviously indulged a bit too much, and he's leaning on them, and he's obviously gone to sleep, and he's leaning on them, and he's at an angle, like just a tripod, really. And you could see them thinking, oh, let's leave him, let him wake up. Because I know it's going to happen. It's the same every year in Leicester Square. All the people who go out celebrating and things like, not that there's anywhere to celebrate. It's going to be a market with a choir in Trafalgar Square. Sounds about as dull as it's possibly going to get. You know, if I was you, I'd stay in or go to a local pub. But I don't enjoy the whole New Year's Eve thing. It used to be different years ago. You could wander into a pub, come out. Nowadays, you want to go into a pub, you take a ticket. You can't go out again. You're in there and you're stuck there all night because they don't want you like a revolving door. And I always think that's a bit of a swizz, really. I don't want to. And some of them charge for going in. You know, you've supported a pub all this time for the year, and then they go, oh, it's £10 to come in. You go, well, we're not coming in, mate, are we? I would love to say that. I'd love to make sure that everybody turned up to certain pubs and go, we're not paying. You're going to be empty all night. You know, because that's just ripping you off. I know they have to pay for things, but goodness sake, honestly. Steve, our little girl is beside herself with joy. You're going to be on Christmas Day. She normally can't hear the whole show being asleep, says Tara. I absolutely share her glee, so thank you. It'll be lovely while I'm peeling potatoes and sprouts. So much delight. I know. I forget how many Christmases we've actually done now. We've done quite a few Christmases, Christmas Day and Boxing, but this is the first year, the first year I can remember, because my memory is appalling, as you know, that we've actually done it. And it's a weekend, so it's going to be quite nice. So it's Christmas Day, Boxing Day and New Year's Day that I'll be with you. And between 7 and 10 in the morning. So whoever's doing breakfast, it'll be Andrew Castle, won't it? I'm resting Andrew Castle for a weekend, which would be very nice indeed. What we're going to do, I've got no idea. We always start off with all good intentions. What are we going to do? Oh, we'll take phone calls. And then we didn't get round to phone calls the other year. And then we said, well, we're going to do this. And then Warren will phone up and say, this is how we're going to sort of cook the turkey. Because most of you will forget. Most of you will forget how to cook the turkey and how to do the roast potatoes. But what you've got to do, the art is making it all come together so it all comes out at the same time. You know, enough time for the turkey to rest before you cut it, if, of course, you are a meat eater. If you're not, because you have to now remember there's other people who don't eat meat. So, you know, if you remember to get your nut roast out and all these other things. But you can have all the vegetables, can't you? I think you can have your... Can you have roast potatoes if you're... Well, it depends what they're cooked in, doesn't it, I suppose? Oh, so many things to think about. Can you imagine if you're in a... Yeah, we could do a cooking Q&A, actually, because everybody's got their own idea of how to get the best roast potatoes. Everybody's got the best idea of, you know, what vegetables are we having. You see, I like sweet corn, but on the other hand, I also love cauliflower cheese. And I also love Yorkshire puddings. I mean, at this moment, the plate is about 3 foot wide because you've got so many things on there that you love, and you've got to have the right gravy. I'm not looking for posh gravy or anything, just normal gravy will do me fine. Thank you very much indeed. And I don't do stuff. I just want sage and onion stuffing. Baked in the oven, and that's it. I don't want anything posh with prunes and, you know, apricots and things like that. I couldn't care less, actually. But just something fairly straightforward. But I just want it. I'm determined to get... I think what I'll probably get is one Christmas... No, I've already had a Christmas dinner, actually. Had it at Little Italy. Had Christmas lunch, Norfolk turkey. They always say that, don't they? In restaurants, they go, Norfolk turkey. And you go, is it really? I couldn't taste the difference. I wouldn't know. If somebody said to me, you know, it's Norfolk turkey, I just have to take their word for it. Unless, of course, you buy it from Sandy's, in which case people queue up the road. There'd be a queue of over 100 people. In fact, I think one year there was about 200 people queuing. They've already pre-ordered all their turkeys, and they've got hundreds of the blooming things. And then you go in there and you give them your ticket, and they give you mulled wine and all the rest. It's really quite nice, actually. But he was showing me, actually, Stuart, who owns Sandy's, their Christmas video, which looked very nice. I've noticed he's obviously wearing lots of makeup in it, I can tell. But it looks good. Looks good. I think Twickenham looks very festive. It's going to look even more festive when I put on this lametta. I've already put some on, but Elaine and David Thompson, who've got thechristmasshop.co.uk, have sent me in some new colours, which I've not seen before. So they'll be going on. Definitely. I love it. Absolutely love it. Steve says, Shane, not all Santa Clauses in Sydney wear shorts. I'm old-fashioned. I'd love to have a cold Christmas, but it's not meant to be. It doesn't seem to be the same, does it? It's got to be cold at Christmas. Jonathan says Trafalgar Square is ticketed only for New Year's Eve this year instead of any fireworks on the river. So, listen, the reason is that they're worried about COVID. I mean, now the Prime Minister's jumped on the bandwagon. So instead of you all standing down by the river watching fireworks going up from barges moored on the Thames, you're all going to be rammed into Trafalgar Square, listening to a choir. Who gives a stuff? Who wants to hear a choir on New Year's Eve? People want to go out there. They want to get drunk. I'm sorry. If you want a choir, stay in and watch television. Because you're not, standing in Trafalgar Square on a ticket only... Definitely not. Steve, how about doing 4 a.m. to 10 a.m. on Christmas morning for all of us? A marathon morning. We'd keep you going, says Gary. Yes, I'm sure. The money would be nice. 4 till 10. Gosh, that'd be worth a small fortune. I could probably retire. But unfortunately, it is not to be. Not to be. There's all sorts of things happening on Christmas. They're sort of organising at the minute the rotas and everything else. Because I always like to check and see who I'm working with. I don't like to come in and have a bit of a surprise. I like to know who it is I'm working with. And it'll be good this year. I've got some people that I like working with. So why not? Let's have a ball, shall we? So that's Christmas. I mean, you're not doing anything else Christmas morning, are you? Unless you're suffering with a hangover. In which case, I'm very, very good. Maggie says, have you ever tried Quorn roast? No, but I've heard of Quorn, quite obviously. A Quorn roast. Is that roast potatoes? We don't know what that is. It's obviously vegan, Quorn roast. Because my boss's PA is vegan, so I'm always, not always, but occasionally, I find sweeties that are vegan sweeties. Because I'm a bit naughty on things like that. But Quorn roast, says Maggie, it's delicious. Let's have a look. Here we go. Oh, it's a vegetarian roast. Crikey. Looks quite nice, doesn't it? Vegan Christmas turkey roast. Or you can go to Asda and get rollback. Quorn vegetarian roast. Quorn frozen roast. There's all sorts of... Quorn frozen catering dippers. Look at that. Quorn... Oh, it looks quite nice, doesn't it, really? Looks quite nice. Yeah. Not for us, I know. I'm just saying yes because I think it makes people happy if you say yes. I don't want an argument at this time of the morning.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 10 to 6 is the time. So here it is. This is the prize to end all prizes. And the idea is we want to raise some money for Global's Make Some Noise. You did very well earlier on in the year, and we raised millions. And this is a huge prize, So everything that you need, well, I hope everything you need for the ultimate Christmas, including the following. This is what, and you get all of this. You don't just get one or, you pick one, you get the whole caboodle. It's the biggest package we've ever given away. You get an Apple iPhone 13. Okay. You get Nintendo Switch, thanks to Game. You get a 50-inch Samsung Ultra HD TV and soundbar. You get the waterproof Amazon Kindle, a smart speaker, an Nespresso coffee machine, a Joe Malone scented candle, £250 to spend at Waitrose, and a collection of kids' toys which include a micro scooter, 2 Lego kits and a kids' smart speaker. All of that. You get everything. Everything there. There's even stuff that I've not even mentioned. So that is one huge prize. And if you want a chance to win, all you have to do is text Xmas, which is Xmas. Xmas. Okay, don't write anything else. It's just those 4 letters. XMAS. And you send it to 84850. And it goes into a separate department. Otherwise, if you miss it, it'll go somewhere else and it gets a bit lost. A voluntary donation of just £3 from every text supports Global's Make Some Noise. You've got until 9 a.m. on the 21st of December to enter. Keep the phone handy because it could be you we're calling. Standard network rate supply. You need to be 18 or over. You're playing across participating radio stations and regions. Rules are at makesomenoise.com. So once again, it's Xmas, XMAS. And send it to 84850 for a chance to win a collection of kids' toys, including the micro scooter, the 2 Lego kits and a kids' smart speaker, the Apple iPhone 13, Nintendo Switch thanks to Game, a 50-inch Samsung Ultra HD television and soundbar, waterproof Amazon Kindle, smart speaker, Nespresso coffee machine, Joe Malone scented candle and £250 to spend at Waitrose. Whoopee! What a nice bundle that is. What a nice bundle. So give it a go and you can give some money to charity and we can support Global's Make Some Noise and help out some little charities that can help people at this time of year. Thank you in advance. Steve, says Trucker Steve, I'm going to wish you all a Merry Christmas. It's my last shift today until the 4th of January. Yeah, because I think people get a long time off over Christmas. The funny thing is, it never really bothers me. People say, oh, you go away for Christmas and you don't come back till January. And I remember Courtney does the same. He used to disappear off in January, in December, and then we didn't see him till the middle of January. I just think, where is this boy going? Where is he going? So, Trucker Steve, you got a nice time off, haven't you? How lovely. Mind you, when I was younger and my parents had the time off, same as you, you would go out, you'd get the tree and you just occupy yourself. It's lovely. Lee from Aberdeen says, could you wish my dear friend Mike from Aberdeen good luck on his return to work? He and the family were struck down with COVID for 3 weeks. He's been a godsend to me, helping me through a break-up in March to the most of all, introducing me to your radio programme. Well, there you go. Thank you. He's an avid listener, proud to have his cup of tea on your tray, says Lee. So that's Mike in Aberdeen. So that's good. We always like to welcome new people to the fold, which is always quite good. And as I say, 21 million downloads. Can't be wrong. We always like things like that. Pet owners are being warned about the dangers of leaving 4-legged friends unattended over the holidays. Did you know that 1 in 3 cats and dogs will be left alone for Christmas? Who would leave a dog and cat alone for Christmas? It's unbelievable. Apparently 19% will arrange the occasional check-up by friends and neighbours. Shockingly, though, 1 in 10 will be leaving their pets completely unattended during the holiday. Well, how do they eat? I mean, I can't believe somebody would ever do that. Mind you, nothing, I don't know, I'm bothered actually, because nothing phases me anymore. You read about these things and you start thinking, what sort of people are they? Because, I mean, if they can't join you over the Christmas period, at least arrange with neighbours to pop in. My friend's got cats. If ever she's away for anything, she tells the neighbours and they pop in and feed them and things like that. You can't just leave animals, for goodness sake. Britain's reputation as a nation of animal lovers is reflected in its many sculptures. Most of you know the iconic ones such as Greyfriars Bobby. Now, I wasn't sure about Greyfriars Bobby, whether it was actually true. It was made into a Disney film. And this is a story of Greyfriars Bobby, a little dog who, when his master died, he stayed with him. he stayed with him, and at his funeral, he used to go and sit by the graveside, apparently, afterwards, and he would lie down and go to sleep by the graveside. And I wasn't sure if it was true. I'm sure I read somewhere that somebody said it's sort of a story that's been expanded on, put it that way. But I always wanted to believe it because I've seen the Disney film and I quite liked it, actually. The Hollywood legends who had it all, didn't they? Well, not necessarily. Lucille Ball had a nightmare marriage. Greta Garbo and Marlene Dietrich had a lesbian affair. I mean, seriously, I don't know why we're surprised, actually. Charlie Chaplin had a teenage bride. He was first wed to a 16-year-old. Then at 35, he dated a 15-year-old actress. Joan Crawford starred in, let's just call them adult films. I mean, she was a cruel, abusive alcoholic who had a meltdown over wire coat hangers. And in fact, when they made the film Mummy Dearest, the audience used to take wire coat hangers with them and start waving them in the air at the appropriate moment. It's a bit like going to see the Rocky Horror Show. And nowadays, people take water pistols, they take lighters, they hold, there's a light over at the Frankenstein play, and everybody holds up their lighters. They have to have security. Security. Humphrey Bogart bedded women, apparently, to prove that he wasn't gay. I don't know why they were worried about it, but obviously they were in those days. Errol Flynn stood trial for statutory rape. And Lana Turner, daughter, murdered a mobster boyfriend. Cary Grant, I know all sorts of things about Cary. I thought he was gay, actually. Cary Grant was another one of those Hollywood actors who I think had been gay. I did a book on him. So, not I did a book on him, but he married somebody. He was very good friends with Liberace. Very good friends with Liberace. So, the Hollywoods weren't as sort of, I nearly said they weren't as pure and simple as we thought they were. But I don't care. I don't care, as long as it doesn't upset anybody. Amanda Holden is surprised by the success of her game show I Can See Your Voice, because it thrashed ITV's Game of Talents. Amanda says the response to Series 1 was overwhelmingly unexpected. So many young people I work with were glued to the show every week, because she and I, of course, were in the same building. She's just on a floor up above me. And all the people you work with are young. They are. They're all young. There's nobody my age at all. It's like I've sort of wandered into an old people's home or something, and I'm the only old person there, which is very worrying. Steve says, Stella, people are sending less Christmas cards. Well, actually, I'm getting more Christmas cards this year than I got last year. The other year, I got a few Christmas cards. I've got a lot of, very loyal listeners, as you know. And I've had quite a number of Christmas cards so far. It's a bit of a competition, actually, between me and any of the other presenters. I know that the other presenters also go, ooh, I must get some Christmas cards. I could be competing with James O'Brien over this one. I'll try not to. Sarah in Thatcham says, I've entered. It's a fabulous prize. Isn't it just? Isn't it just? I mean, to be honest with you, when I look at this prize, all one prize, Apple iPhone 13, Nintendo Switch, thanks to Game, a 50-inch Samsung Ultra HD television and soundbar, the waterproof Amazon Kindle, the smart speaker, the Nespresso coffee machine, the Jo Malone scented candle, yummy, yum, yum, 250 quid to spend at Waitrose, collection of kids' toys, including a micro scooter, 2 Lego kits and a kid's smart speaker. I mean, it's not bad. That's not bad. I mean, goodness only knows. You could... I mean, it's Christmas sorted, isn't it? You just got to go and get wrapping paper, and then you can wrap everything up, and it makes it look so much nicer. Heather, my Norwich nurse, says I've concentrated so much on COVID over the last 20 months. I forgot about the old-fashioned viral infections and how vicious they can be. I'm totally polaxed with a throat and chest infection. But I've got the Steve-recommended Manuka on the go and Christmas films on the telly. That is all you need. The Manuka is great. You just go and get some Manuka. The bigger strength you can get, the better. Plus 40 or whatever it happens to be. Mix it in with some nice hot water, sip it, and put on a Christmas film. Sorted. Absolutely sorted. Actually, you can add something else to that, can't you? Add a little tiny bit of turmeric. Only a little tiny bit of turmeric powder. Not, like a quarter of a teaspoon, and add it into it. That kind of does the trick as well. Kind of solves a few problems. Nice to hear from you, Heather. I wish you better.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. It's nice to have your company. I trust you are well. Well, everybody's as well as Heather would like to be at the moment, our Norwich nurse. And so she's Polax with this throat and chest infection. I'd forgotten, actually, because during, as Heather's pointed out, we were talking about COVID and people worried about the new strain of COVID and people, getting angry and complaining to Ofcom about, Dr. Hillary saying 90% of people in hospital with COVID are taking up beds, but they've not been vaccinated because they don't want to be vaccinated. And I don't have a problem with that. But there again, you go and get private healthcare. Don't start taking up NHS beds if you're stupid enough and naive enough not to go and get inoculated. I mean, why would you not do anything to try and stop yourself getting something that can lay you low and could kill you? Could kill you. We've seen people, almost a week does not go by without somebody else who's died because they decided not to get vaccinated, and now more and more people are getting the booster. You should get it because it makes it a lot easier to cope with COVID if you actually get it. But then, as I say, Heather, who is a nurse, had forgotten about, the old-fashioned viral infections. And I normally in the wintertime, I used to get a cough. I developed a cough for some reason. Luckily, I've not had it for a few years. And at the moment, I'm flu-free or cold-free or sniffling-free. I do sneeze a lot. I worry, actually, in the car that brings me in the morning. I mean, this morning I sneezed about 3 times. I wasn't sure if he was going to open all the windows. The first thing I do when I get in the car, I sit in the back, obviously, and I open the window about 1.5 inches just to make sure that you get air in. It's like if you're sitting on a train or a bus, always open the window so you get some air through, because then it doesn't settle. It sort of floats out of the window. So I don't know if I'm allergic. I might be allergic to something, but I do sneeze on a regular basis. And people go, "Have you got a cold?" And no, I just sneeze. And it's never one, as regular listeners will tell you. I mean, I'm a sort of a 2 or 3 sneeze person, but it doesn't lead to anything else. So just dose yourselves up. That's all you could do. Actually, probably find sitting in the cold kind of works, doesn't it? Because cold is supposed to kill everything. Although if I'm at home, I like to sort of sit in the heat. I'm very happy with that. They're talking in the paper about there's a load of families here who are protesting outside Parliament to demand an official investigation into gambling-related suicides. Now, I don't think, but I could be wrong actually, that I'm a gambling addict. I do have a go on the lottery if I think there's enough money. I mean, put it this way, I don't think I stand any chance of winning. I've rehearsed it so many times. Yes, I just picked out the winning numbers and I won and all that. That's what you do. But I do see people who go and they like to go to casinos, and I quite like going to casinos, but I don't like losing. I'm a bit funny about losing. I'm quite good at walking away from something. If I win a lot, which doesn't happen very often, I'll walk away. I'm quite good. But these are people who've lost loved ones, and these bereaved families are basically staging this protest because it's so easy to get money. There's the mother here of a high-flying engineer called Chris Bruni. Chris took his own life hours after a gambling company gave him a £400 cash bonus to bet with, and she wants all gambling suicides to be fully investigated. In 5 days, Mr. Bruni gambled, how much do you think, in 5 days? This should have been stopped ages ago. Nearly £120,000. I mean, surely somebody should have stopped him. Instead of shutting his account, Playtech, which is the name of the company, plied him with bonuses and free bets. I mean, surely if somebody's going to gamble that much, it's a shame, really. His death in April is one of only 3 suicides to be examined by the Gambling Commission. The regulator found that Playtech broke the law and fined it £3.5 million. Mr. Bruni's mother, Judith, said, "We feel the pain of his death every day. I can well imagine." 4 years later, the Gambling Commission still don't record gambling suicides, yet alone investigate them. It needs to change. So he gambled £120,000 in 5 days. Because they give you incentives. Unfortunately, if you're doing online, it's very easy to get this money. Didn't you remember some years ago, they were trying to prove how easy it was to get money on the high street, and they sent a kid out to actually see how much credit he could get in stores. And in one afternoon, he managed to get hold of £45,000 worth of credit, all by producing a debit card. A valid debit card got him credit. £45,000. I think he was about 16. He looked older. But when you look at this poor guy here, Chris Bruni, hours after the gambling company gave him £400 of cash bonus because they're drawing you in. It's very addictive. I used to enjoy playing a fruit machine. I don't play fruit machines very often now. I mean, literally, I really don't play fruit machines very often. Occasionally, my friend Graham and I, when he was in Twickenham, we'd go in and we might have sort of, 10, 15, 20 quid on a fruit machine in a betting shop. But those days are long since gone. We do have a little amusement arcade in Twickenham, and I've only been in it about twice. I wouldn't do it now because I realise how addictive it is. And you don't see as many people standing in pubs playing fruit machines because people realise that it's a machine. There is no luck in it. It's a machine. It's programmed. They're all electronic. Years ago, they could program them as well, even before they were electronic. And that was the addiction. You'd see people standing there, the same people going inside pubs. I see the same people gambling in our little amusement arcade in Twickenham. They go in there because they're obviously addicted to playing a fruit machine. And you could always tell, couldn't you? You'd be standing there playing and somebody would come over and go, if you move that one there, you'll get this. And you start thinking, oh, right, you know all about these machines. I had a book years ago, and it was written by this bloke who played fruit machines, and it had all the reels for all the different fruit machines and where all the symbols were. And it was very interesting. And then, of course, the moment the book came out, the manufacturers changed all the reels because the reels are so much bigger than you think. When you actually open the front of a fruit machine, the reels are enormous, and it's very, very addictive. But once people get themselves into this, I've always said, only gamble if you can afford to lose. You have to work on the assumption that you can, the chance of winning, when you go to Vegas, and very addictive it is too, all you hear is bells ringing because that signifies somebody's winning. But to be honest with you, they could just be playing bells out through a sound system. You would have no idea if somebody was actually winning. But, when somebody ends up taking their own life because they get themselves into terrible debt and they see no way out of it, then something needs to be done. The Labour MP, Carolyn Harris, the chairman of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Gambling Harm, says it's good to see Chris Phillips setting out his desire for meaningful gambling reform today. Long way to go, but they welcome his commitment to a public health approach preventing a gambling-related harm, which some people do. It's so sad. 3 suicides, which were examined by the Gambling Commission. How many others that people didn't know about? Very sad, but very, very addictive. Very, very addictive. Steve, I've got a rescue greyhound called Mouse. Oh, you haven't? Called Mouse. Seems a bit bizarre. Had him 9 years, and I can't even leave him alone for 10 minutes. He gets upset. But yes, actually, Sarah, we used to... my godchildren had a dog, and the dog would cry if they went out and would try and would jump the gate because it didn't like being left alone. Dogs, they want to be with people. Sarah said, I'd love you on air 7 days a week, but I'm very pleased you're on air on Christmas morning. Make the day a little bit better. Well, I'm hoping to this year. What we're going to do, I've got no idea. We might be in your hands for this one. Did you ever go and see Simon Callow's one-man Christmas carol performance, says Catherine? Not only did I go and see it, but we interviewed him for my In Conversation programme, because I saw it on a few occasions. In fact, not only did I go and see Simon Callow, but I saw Miriam Margolyes doing Dickens Women, which was very, very good. Very, very good. She was absolutely fantastic. And Roger says, how to stop throwing money into a fruit machine. Buy your own and you can't lose. I know. A friend of mine has one in his house because his wife liked playing a fruit machine. And they would sort of play it and he would let her win the money. If she won money, she could keep it. But it was also a good way of saving at the same time. And they change fruit machines. You'll often see them. We have a lorry drawer up outside our one, and they'll be swapping fruit machines around. If something's paying out too much money, you want to put something in that doesn't pay out too much money. That's why, and we're fascinated by flashing lights and coloured discs and people going, yeah, I just want some money. And you go, yeah, that's the addiction side of it. That's the addiction. And so, the more people gamble. I mean, put it this way, I never see a whole raft of people in our little amusement arcade in Twickenham. And yet, quite clearly, they must be spending enough money to keep it there to pay rent and pay the electric on all the machines. Because I've only ever seen about 2 or 3 people in there. So they're either spending a small fortune, all these things are making more money than we can ever imagine. The Ukraine conflict could be the biggest since World War. Forces chief has warned of the Russian build-up. Ukraine is not part of NATO, as you probably know, so it doesn't benefit from a pledge of collective defence enjoyed by the members. But, what Russia's like. Putin has also sought assurances from NATO that Ukraine, a former Soviet republic, would not be permitted to join the defence alliance, but to no avail. He's described such a scenario as a red line. He's determined to make his mark, isn't he, as you can well imagine. Cuddling up at the Queen's favourite beauty spot. I mean, she'll be sick as a parrot, I should imagine. Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. He's having a cup of tea in exactly the same place that Prince Philip, photographed at the same little lodge, is having a pint with his great-granddaughter Mia. And the Queen and Margaret Rhodes not with us anymore, a gin and Dubonnet was circulated. The Queen's sitting there eating off her lap. Well, thank God for that. I was so worried that she'd be sitting there eating off gold plates, but not. And who introduced them there? Prince Andrew took them. Prince Andrew took them round Buckingham Palace. It seemed to do just about everything.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, 6:20. Dozens of camels make the papers today. Why? Because apparently 40 entrants have been barred from a beauty contest. Camels. Yes, camels. Why? Because they've had Botox, facelifts and lip jobs. It's big business. They've been disqualified from the King's Camel Festival in Saudi Arabia after being found with artificial enhancements. I remember, mind you, there is £50 million worth of prize money up for grabs. £50 million. Jurors decide the winner based on shape of the camel's heads, humps and posture, but apparently Botox injections, facelifts and other cosmetic alterations are strictly forbidden. I remember seeing a picture once of an aircraft and the entire cabin was taken up with hawks, because hawks apparently are much... Is it hawks who are much prized in Saudi for hunting, and people have... They've got little hoods on their heads and all the rest of it. But the entire plane cabin was taken up with all these hawks sitting... I think they were hawks. All sitting on these perches in the aeroplane. Most bizarre. Most bizarre. Stan in South Wales says, I always remember being told by the chairman of my social club the best member of the club was the Bandit, also known as the Fruit Machine, as it contributed the most money by a country mile. Yeah, they do. They make money. That's why, as I say, I mean, you don't need very many of them. So you can imagine when you go to Vegas where they've got millions of the blooming things. I mean, from the moment you get off the plane and you get to Vegas Airport, you're actually in Vegas Airport. You can gamble. You can gamble in your room. You can gamble on your television. You can go and all you hear is the sound of fruit machines clicking away. I mean, there must be money on it. They built Vegas on gambling. Well, gambling and corruption, lesser of two evils. I think when you look at the early days of all the, the people there who were into the gamblings and the music, the crime museum, you need to go and see anyway, because the whole thing was run by, sort of the version of the mafia over there, because there was so much money in it. The mafia have moved away from gambling now. They appear to have gone into sort of all the service industries, especially in New York, where they control most of it. And nobody seems to think anything about it. But gambling was always the big thing. People used to die for gambling. But it must be awful if you're so sort of into it that it becomes the addiction where you need to get money to go and put it into a machine. I always get, because somebody said to me, but it has to pay out eventually. You go, yeah, but probably not to you. You can't work on the assumption it's going to pay out to you, and there's a very good chance it probably won't pay out to you. I mean, I love watching roulette and things like that, and all the other gamblings that they do. But you see people, I mean, I've stood there in casinos in this country and watched people throwing down bundles of £50 notes, and you think, what do you do for a living? What do you do for a living? I find it absolutely unbelievable that somebody can afford to spend so much money on it, hoping that they're going to make a small fortune. Which doesn't always work, does it? In 1960, on this day, which is December the 9th, the first episode of Coronation Street was screened on the television with William Roach as Ken Barlow. And he's still there. Must be the longest-serving member of anything at all. Also, the House of Lords in 1983 decided last night to have its debates televised. Peers voted 74-24 in favour of allowing the cameras in for an experimental period. Opposition to the idea had been led by Tory Lord Peyton, who said TV is a thrusting and intrusive medium. See, I think we should show court cases. In America, most of their high-profile cases are on camera, and you can tune in and watch them. I mean, it's quite fascinating. I'd quite like something like that. Save you having to go and stand there in queue, so you can go into the where all the public go. Also, Beau Bridges, the US actor, the elder brother of the Oscar winner Jeff Bridges, The star of the films The Fabulous Baker Boys and One Night in Miami has been described as one of the most prolific character performers working in Hollywood. How old? Beau Bridges is 80 today. His real name is Lloyd, like his actor father, but he was given the nickname as a child after a character in Gone with the Wind. And also Joanna Trollope, the author, born in her grandfather's rectory in the Cotswold village of Minchinhampton. Minchinhampton. Wrote her first book at the age of 14, written more than 30 novels and sold over 1 million books in a decade. Asked where she gets her ideas from, she said, eavesdropping on public transport. Of her books being called Arga Sagas, she said, I must admit I'm fairly tired of such an inaccurate and patronising tag. Joanna Trollope is 78 today. She won't enjoy me telling you that, but she's 78 today, so many happy returns. And also Joseph Pilates. Was born in 1883, died in 1967. He was a circus performer, boxer and self-defence instructor. He invented the Pilates physical fitness system, favoured by today's celebrities. Good Lord. He honed his method whilst interned on the Isle of Man during World War I, using straps and bunk bed springs to make homemade fitness machines. Far too worrying, I think. We don't want nothing to do with that. Thank you very much indeed. All the papers are just full of just all the food you can get. 2 parsnip and portobello mushroom pies. Sounds quite nice, doesn't it? These are obviously all for vegetarians. Whole salmon side with lemon and dill, 2 scallop and champagne shells, vegan showstopper garland. It all looks quite delicious. So obviously veganism and vegetarianism is sort of moving on apace at Christmas. If somebody turns up, the trouble is they have to tell you. You can't turn up for Christmas lunch and just go, oh, I can't eat meat. I'm so sorry. Vegetarian. And here she is, the Oxford University, holding a debate with Gemma Collins. But it turns out to be an advert for a supermarket. What a con. What a con. They were discussing Christmas food should only feature traditional dishes. And then she started, she's fake on this. She's said to have made a speech in opposition. They must have she's holding cue cards by the look of it. But that's it. God knows why they wanted to pick Gemma Collins to advertise a supermarket. The union teamed up. They must be really desperate at the Oxford Union. Times must be really sad and hard for them. But they include pigs in blankets, sushi and sage and onion stuffing mayonnaise. But after attending the 45-minute debate, one student said many were shocked to have become unwitting extras in a supermarket campaign. Absolutely. Absolutely. What a swizz. What a swizz. Shan't be going there. I should not, Coco. What else we got here? This is very interesting. This is an actor, Geoffrey Palmer, who I thought was great. He had one of those very lugubrious faces. I like Geoffrey Palmer a lot. He starred with Judi Dench in a charming romantic sitcom As Time Goes By for 13 years. But he died virtually penniless. Isn't that amazing? He died last year, aged 93. He left a gross estate of £20,000, which was reduced after bills to just £14,000. Good Lord above. He didn't have enough money to pay the £70,000 he planned to bequeath in 8 legacies. He planned to leave his residuary estate to his wife Sally. He never liked to turn down a part. He said, I love working, and if I'm not working, I'm not earning. Yes, I know quite a number of actors who say the same. Isn't that a shame? That's all he left. £20,000. But he had bequests for £70,000, but he didn't have £70,000. Perhaps he didn't know. I didn't on my will, I haven't specified an amount of money. It's just a percentage that people get. It's much easier, and then they can fight it out afterwards. I couldn't care less at the time. Also, Martin Kemp, who plays Father Christmas in a government vaccine advert and starred in the Craze movie, introduced his son to horror films when he was just 6 years old. Oh, I can't bear horror films. I don't like to be frightened. I don't want to be frightened. You know, that's the thing I sort of think about. Here we go. Christmas gourmet dinners with cocktails and things like that. Everybody goes away for Christmas, don't they? You can get a Twickenham Stadio tour. 2 people, 43 quid. You can get unlimited sushi, normally 173 quid, now £46 for 2. All these special offers you'll find in the mail today. And an iFly indoor skydiving. Have you ever seen this? You know, when you go into this sort of tube thing and then they pump air in and you fly, you sort of float. It's a bit... Have you never seen it? Oh, you must do it. £64.99 for 2 people, which seems quite a good idea. iFly indoor skydiving. There you go. It's just basically floating around in a chair. I wouldn't do it. No, absolutely not. I'd be always worried they wouldn't have enough air to get me up in the air, and I'd just be floundering around on the floor. A dilemma that may face a lot of you this year. You can ponder on this one. Ooh, saw his lovely advert on the television. Lots of pigs in blankets. Yummy, yum, yum. They also did, which supermarket was it that did those prawns in blankets? And it was prawns wrapped round with bacon. That looked quite nice. I quite fancy that idea, but I shall have to go with the sausages. But anyway, this dilemma, you want to see your relations, but you fear that the jab refuseniks are infecting other loved ones. The mother and daughter in the paper today over whether to invite anti-vaxxer relatives to their family Christmas. Blimey, there's always something to worry about, isn't there? Always something to worry about. Try not to worry about it, please. And Jenny Murray. You like Jenny Murray? Why I wish I'd had the new lunch break operation. God knows what that is. We'll find out after the news.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
It's 25 minutes to 7. Mr. Neil says, read the will, Steve. Not the money, thanks. The keys to the Bentley will be fine. You better form an orderly queue, I think, on that one, Neil. Oh, and a few extra Christmas lights. He said, I'm leaving you my Arsenal season tickets. Just what I need. Just what I need. So the dilemma is, and it's a mother and daughter here. This is Sue Tidy and daughter Rebecca, over whether to invite anti-vaxxer relatives to their family Christmas. And in fact, the daughter Rebecca says she doesn't want unvaccinated family members to attend. Which is a bit of a shame, really, actually. She says Christmas is normally a noisy, chaotic day of family festivities where everybody has a great time, and I love spending it at my parents' farm with all of us together, and I was particularly looking forward to it this year. So imagine my shock when my mum casually mentioned that our anti-vax relatives would be joining us. They're going to be reading this as well and a bit shocked that they've kind of fallen out. A niece is Louise Tidy, a production manager from St Austell. She's Sue's niece and agrees with her cousin Rebecca. She said, I was furious when I heard these relatives were coming to Christmas tea without their vaccination. Not a chance. It's interesting, isn't it? It seems to divide people. As I say, Ofcom have had just over 1,000 people complaining about Dr. Hillary, saying to Lorraine that 90% of people in hospital with COVID have not had the jab. They've not had the booster. They've not had anything at all. They're taking up hospital beds. Because I've said to you before, over in Singapore, they brought in the ruling that if you get COVID and you've not been vaccinated, you pay for your treatment. They're not going to pay for your treatment. Jenny Murray is the one talking about she wished she'd had the lunch hour fat-busting operation. I've never heard of it. I mean, 7 years ago, I think she had a gastric sleeve surgery in which a large portion of stomach was removed, including the part that produces most of this hormone. And so you can have this one here, and it'll cost about £10,000. That's the one that took away 80% of her stomach. Took 3 or 4 hours and involved a 2-day stay in hospital as well as several months to get adjusted to a very small stomach. Because what it does, it obviously stops you eating loads more food. And then the new op's a no-brainer for cost, time and reducing the likelihood of that disease associated with obesity, including type 2 diabetes and heart disease, which costs the NHS so much. I know, it does. I can freely admit to that one. But I didn't know she had a column, actually, Jenny Murray, Unleashed and Uncensored. Whew, there you go. It's what we need, isn't it, really, on a Thursday morning. Thursday's a good day for me. I love Thursday. It's the day that Country Life comes out. And having seen The Lady magazine, which has got their Christmas... They must have another Christmas... No, do they have another Christmas edition out? I can't remember. I think there's a Country Life Christmas edition coming out. And I always buy it. I just wander through it and sort of do that fantasy about if you win the lottery. You know, would you buy one of these houses? And you think, they're so nice, why are they selling them? Somebody said, Steve, do you remember the TV programme Mind Your Language? Yes, it was with Barry Evans, who starred in the Doctor series, and it was set at a school. I think it was sort of, they were sort of older people, so it must have been sort of, you know, when people go to school after they've been to school, like night school or something like that, and or college or whatever they called it, and everybody was a stereotypical person. You know, there was an Irishman, there was a Swedish woman, there was an Indian gentleman. There were all sorts of different people. They were all stereotypical. I had seen it at the time. It was of its period, but I think you could probably buy it. I think it is. I think it's available actually on DVD. Mind you, what isn't available on DVD? Steve, I work in a busy hospital, but this is the third year I'll be alone for Christmas, which is fine. But I hope you realise that working at Christmas makes such a difference to people like me. Can't wait for your company. I love it. I love it. I mean, I seriously do love it. I can't be. I'm well aware of people who are by themselves for Christmas, and I've always said, listen, come join our gang. We're all waiting for you. Christmas Day, Boxing Day, in fact, actually all the time. Because if you're with us at this time of the morning, 20 to 7, you're definitely going to be with us between 7 and 10. It's just that we sort of prolong it to the other side a little bit. But no, you're most welcome. Most welcome. Because sometimes, people say, oh, you can work in a job like working in a busy hospital. And people say, oh, how can you be lonely? And you go, you could be in the Albert Hall and be lonely. It's very easy to be lonely. And so we welcome you, especially. You come and join our gang. We'll look for you. Jeanette says, I found the perfect Christmas jumper for you. And she sent in a picture of it. And it says, it's quite a nice jumper, actually, but it's only available in, by the looks of it, America, because the price is in dollars. And it's got pigs in blankets and Prosecco. That would be the perfect Christmas. Comes in a variety of colours. Looks very nice. $27.95. What's that? About 19, 20 quid, something like that. Oh, it looks nice in the red, doesn't it? I must get myself some more Christmas jumpers. I should really get one, shouldn't I? Just to be, festive. They're not very expensive. Not really, but somebody said you only sort of wear them for a few times, don't you? But I do see, in this office, there's a few people wearing them. People wearing their Christmas jumpers. Actually, I'm waiting for somebody to put all the trees up in our office and put some... It's very bare for Christmas decorations. I know we've got them because I've seen them in the cupboard. So it's just finding the time to sort of put the stuff out there, isn't it, really? For those people who've just joined us, you'll have missed the competition. So I'm going to tell you again in a few minutes' time about this huge prize that we've got, which you can win. Somebody's got to win it. They always say on the David Dickinson programme, he said, I've got £65,000 to give away. He said, somebody's got to win it. It could be you. Never think it can't be me. You stand as much chance as the next person. Only this time I've got one huge prize, everything for the ultimate Christmas. Everything for the ultimate Christmas. So if you've only just woken up, you're going, what? Because it's like that. When you wake up, you never sort of... Whereas me, I wake up and I'm quite compos mentis. Well, I say I'm quite I think I'm quite compos mentis. Nobody else thinks I am, but I think I am. The tiny town with less than 1,500 residents wants to be the UK's smallest city. Tourist resort Marazion, I've never even heard of it, in Cornwall is competing with Reading, Bournemouth and others to get the designation to mark the Queen's Platinum Jubilee next year. So they're going to look at civic pride, heritage and innovation. Town Councillor Richard Stokes says anybody who's ever lived, worked or visited this place knows that there's something for everyone. I mean, the smallest city currently is St David's in Pembrokeshire, 1,600 inhabitants. And looking at the mess in the papers after this storm hit the other day, Storm Barra went out with a bang. Aberystwyth looks like a bomb's hit it. It's literally bricks and rubbish. It's going to take forever to sort of clean it up. Huge waves on the seafront, which of course is great when there's no storm. The moment the storm hits, I mean, the waves crash onto... These people must have been frightened out of their lives, especially if you live in a basement flat, because most of these are townhouses where they've got... You go down the stairs to the basement flat. They must be absolutely panicking for the water that must have literally come right in. I mean, there were 100-mile-an-hour gusts of wind, which really made it so that the poor workers who had to battle against the gales and 50 flood warnings, 2 inches of rain fell amid its final assault. It was determined. People were clinging on to trampoline. There's one woman and her son clinging on to their trampoline because the wind got underneath it and lifted it up, and they're clinging, please don't go. Please don't go. The Isle of Wight was hit as well. People got lovely houses. And they go, isn't it lovely looking at the sea? No, not when it's in your sitting room. Definitely not. And then, in Pembroke, trees which came down and just completely obliterated people's cars and stuff like that. And you think, my God, fathers. Do you know that 4,500 families still watch television on a black and white set? There were 4,450 mono licences in force on March the 31st this year, compared with 6,400 on the same day in 2020. They cost £53.30 compared to £159 for a colour licence. Imagine watching I didn't even know you could still buy a black and white television. You can imagine buying it. And then, so they've asked you, if you own a black and white do you think it's people who've got colour but they're pretending it's black and white? I don't know. Can't see people want to cough up 159 million. Last year, the BBC spent 9.25 million sending 34 million letters demanding missing licence payments. Yeah, whatever. That's what they're doing. But can you imagine having a black and white television? That must be really bizarre. Really, really strange. Which is the most generous place in the UK? Manchester. Manchester. Is that where you're from? You're from Manchester? Yeah, it says, yeah. The city gives 1 donation for every 6 people. Fundraising site GoFundMe. Followed by Londonderry, Belfast and Salford. Don't know where we come in London. It doesn't put London on the list at all. Might have to go to Manchester. They're certainly very chatty in Manchester. Dale and I went up there, I think, for the first time years and years ago. And people talk to you. Whereas London, nobody talks to you. If you're sitting on the train and somebody starts talking to you, you move seats. In fact, you'd rather get off the train than sit there listening to somebody. Hello, what's your name? Go away now. Don't talk to me, please. Definitely not talking to strange people. But in Manchester, everybody talks to you. We came away with glowing reports of Manchester. Not that we didn't know it, we knew it before, actually.
Steve Allen, tweet at LBC.
Morning, everybody. 10 to 7 is the time. I'm trying to organise everything. Some of you are very organised. I can tell by your texts and emails about organising everything for Christmas, because if you've done it and you've got family coming over, all you've got to, people are so used to doing it now. It's only sort of new people for Christmas and not doing it. But the one thing you always think of is that there's always a present that you've missed. You know, you have to do the list. You've got to get the kids this, and then what about their school friends? I think kids take school friends presents in as well. But what I've got for you now is everything you need for the ultimate Christmas. It's one huge prize giveaway. This is what's in my prize package. Well, I say it's like a skip full of things. An Apple iPhone 13, a Nintendo Switch, thanks to Game, a 50-inch Samsung Ultra high-definition television and soundbar, a waterproof Amazon Kindle, a smart speaker, an espresso coffee machine, a Joe Malone scented candle, £250 to spend at Waitrose, and a collection of kids' toys, which include a micro scooter, 2 Lego kits, and a kids' smart speaker. One huge prize bundle for Christmas. You can sort it all out. You don't even need to leave your sitting room. You do it all on your telephone. Because if you want to be in to win, you text Christmas. But it's XMAS. Xmas. Okay? XMAS. Just those 4 little letters will take you to the right place, and you send it to 84850. A voluntary donation of just £3 from every text supports Global's Make Some Noise. This is our charity here at Global that supports lots of little charities that don't get the look in and helps people over the festive season. We've raised quite a few £1 million just this year alone. So text Xmas, XMAS, and send it to 84850. Voluntary donation of just £3 from every text will support Global's Make Some Noise. You've got until 9 a.m. on the 21st of December to enter. You can enter as many times as you want. Keep the phone handy, because if it rings, you're the winner. Somebody's got to win it. Standard network rate supply. You need to be 18 or over, and you're playing across participating radio stations and regions. Rules are at makesomenoise.com. So text Xmas, XMAS, and send it to 84850. Ollie will be very pleased if you please go in for that competition. Then we can raise lots of money, and at the same time we can give all of you the chance of winning. Somebody's got to go away with. Can you imagine somebody phones you on the 21st and goes, "Congratulations, you're a winner." I think I'd be reduced to using bad language. Steve, I just thought, where are you going for your Christmas dinner? Oh, I get 2 every year, except last year actually, because we were all in sort of, semi-lockdown. So I go to the family on the Christmas day, godchildren on the Boxing Day. Then next year it reverses, so I do the godchildren on the Boxing Day and my family on my godchildren on the Christmas Day, my family on the Boxing Day. But this year it's family for the Christmas Day. Have you tried M&S's best ever sweet mince pies? I think they're all sweet, aren't they? What do you mean sweet? Is there anything apart from a sweet mince pie? They're all made with mincemeat, which is sort of just basically... I was watching them the other day harvesting sultanas in Florida, somewhere like that, and they were showing you how they do it. They sort of do them, they harvest, and then they're all laid on paper and they let them dry, and then they turn into sultanas. And it's one of these big, like Sunpat or whatever it is, and they were showing you how they do it. Thousands of acres of this stuff. It looked amazing, actually. Lots of filling, says Ron in Yorkshire. I quite like the mince pies in Iceland. They did very well. So they've said, so here we go. This is Iceland. This is this Marks and Spencer's? The best ever mince pie. It's called our best ever because they have a range of best ever things. So perfect, they say, with a glass of warm mulled wine or a lovely hot cuppa. Hot cuppa what? It's available from the bakery or in the M&S Cafe. We don't have an M&S Cafe in R1. I don't know where the M&S Cafe is. Oh, there's one in Teddington. The trouble is, Ealing Broadway. You're so posh, honestly. This from the boy who eats Bounty bars. I mean, on a Thursday, I ask you, how rich is that? God knows we have to wait till Christmas at least before we can eat Bounty bars. I do like Bounty bars, actually. I'm not knocking them at all. But so please go in for the competition. Because then we can raise a lot of money. And it would be lovely to think that it's somebody who's listening at the moment who actually gets that magical phone call on the 21st of December. And you win all this package. I mean, the Apple iPhone alone is worth over £1,000. So it's nice. I mean, I could do with a 50-inch Samsung and an espresso coffee machine and, obviously a Joe Malone scented candle and £250 to spend at Waitrose and all the other bits and pieces. It's a very nice prize and would certainly cheer up Christmas, I think. Steve and Deb says, all done, Steve. I don't mind if I don't win. I do really. I know. Listen. You stand as good a chance as the next person. It's as simple as that. It's open to everybody. It doesn't matter. You've got to be over 18, of course. But even so, it'd be nice to think that you get... Can you imagine getting all of that delivered? I think I might have to take a day off work, but I can't enter the competition. I'm in terms and conditions, as they say. This e-scooter death, which I mentioned earlier on in the programme, which I think is terribly sad, but this young man who died had been warned by the police already. Because if you're riding one of these e-scooters and it's not rented, they're illegal to ride on the roads or on the pavements or anywhere else. You can ride them on your own private land, but you can't ride them anywhere else. He's been warned by the police about riding this 15-mile-an-hour Pro. This was 2 months before he was killed. He rode straight into the path of a Volkswagen and died 10 days later from head injuries. Because these things are dangerous. You see people whizzing. I see it every morning. People whizzing up and down the road here in London. It's rife. Absolutely rife. And most of them are unsuitable. You know, if you rent it, at least it's got insurance. But you stand as much chance of being killed by one of these things as anything else. It's just two wheels with a motor. They had one the other day. It burst into flames. I think somebody, because sometimes people take them on the bus or they take them on the, it kind of defeats the object as far as I'm concerned. I've seen people take them on the train as well. And this one, the battery failed and it burst into flames. So they're dangerous. So they're not allowing them to go on anything at all now. They're trying to stop them going anywhere at all. Dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. The best thing about the mince pies is the pastry, says Jemima. I scoop out the fillings for it. Well, you just eat the pastry. See, I'd have thought it'd been the other way round. My mother used to buy a big jar of mincemeat. I know some people, actually make it themselves, but she didn't. She bought a jar of mincemeat. I think she might have made it later in life. And she made everything my mother made was miniature. So miniature mince pies, which is making my mouth warm, actually. Water. In Waitrose, the Heston Blumenthal mince pies are lovely. Not too sweet, Steve. Yes, I've tried all the Heston Blumenthal things. I like that, actually. I like him. Full stop. We don't see as much of him on the television as I want to. Steve, I've just texted Christmas for a good cause. No Spitalfields vintage for me today, says Jeanette. Unfortunately, I'm in bed with a bad cough and a cold. Well, you get yourself better. Stay warm, because that's all you can do, isn't it, if you're not feeling too good. Or take an Anadin or a paracetamol or something like that, just to sort of get you through it. Because my producer Joe's back with us next week. Would have gone to America, but didn't manage to get to America, which is a shame. Because I thought if I was going to go to America, it would be for Christmas shopping. And then I thought, really, everything you can get in America, you can get over here now. Or failing that, you can order it and get it FedExed. Or any of the delivery companies, which I love. I mean, I got most of my stuff delivered the other year. There's a worker in the... I'm going to sneeze. Isn't that funny? Coming up to the end of the programme, and all of a sudden, I know... See? Twice. What's that about? What's going on? Heavens above, honestly. Goodness sake, I need to go home. Need to go and get some hash browns, I think. Morning, welcome to Friday. Welcome to the 10th of December, that culture of the weekend. Oh, I bet you can't wait. I've been looking forward to this weekend for about the past 5 days. I've been so excited about it, thinking, oh goody, it's the weekend, what are we doing? I'm going out for lunch tomorrow. I shall finish doing a little bit of... I think I might go and get some more Christmas cards. Even though I've got some Christmas cards from years gone by, they're still all right. They're all sealed in plastic. So, the world is going to end tomorrow. Did you know this? I thought I'd warn you now. There's an asteroid hurtling towards us. It's quite large. Quite large. I mean, it'll probably miss us. It'll probably hit somewhere like Billericay or something like that. You know, places that really deserve it. How to get around the COVID rules? Sing. Apparently, if you go to the theatre, you just start singing and you don't have to wear a mask, which is good. Or you can work from the pub with your mates. I know which one I'd be going for. The Strictly star on her sizzling sexual chemistry with a dance pro. It's a total non-event story. And Naughty Boy's age is finally revealed. He's ancient. I mean... He's been sort of playing around, I think about 21, 22. He looks about 70. And it turns out he's 41. 41, but he's still called Naughty Boy. How long you can keep that one going, I've got no idea. The pregnant motorist who was counting her wages in the car. I mean, not really the most exciting thing to do. Anyway, she fatally struck a moped driver who died as a result. We've just sent her to prison for 5 years. I mean, I don't know how stupid some people have to be. Also, you've got some tropical weather on the way, so you can throw away your winter coat. Well, for a few days, and then it'll come back again. Festive chaos. 35 million cars hit the road. We've got some awful people in the papers today. Dreadful people. In fact, a woman who fiddled her 2 sisters out of their inheritance so she could buy a nightclub. They've sent her to prison as well. Prisons must be really busy at the moment. They must be really busy. And, of course, they're going to be busier because of the drink drive. The amount of people who still... And I see it on the television programmes all the time. You know, when you get the Interceptors or any of these kind of things, you sort of watch them and they pull somebody over and they go, hello, sir, where have you been? I mean, my favourite was some old boy who had been out to collect his KFC. I mean, nowadays you just phone up and they deliver the blooming stuff. But he went out to collect it. He was on the motorway and he was drunk. He was drunk. He'd stupidly got into his car and they pulled him over and he went, he said, can we arrange to get the KFC delivered? This is after the police had said to him, you're under arrest because you're more than twice the legal drive limit. You know, it's almost embarrassing. Although actually on the same subject, as you know, Katie Price has been banned more times than I've had. Do you know what she's doing now? This was when I think it doesn't help. When she was, they said you're going to be appearing in court on drink driving and driving whilst disqualified and driving because you've got no insurance and you flip the car over. What does she do? She goes to Vegas and starts prattling around like she doesn't have a care in the world. You know what she's doing now? Which made the papers yesterday and a bit today as well. She's going to Turkey to have more surgery ahead of her court case. I mean, now, I don't want to be rude to Katie Price, but do you not think you've got your priorities all wrong? Should you not be sort of, sitting down with the lawyers trying to work out, what you're going to be saying and how you're going to justify this? Going off for more surgery ain't helping you at all. It really isn't. But there we go. We'll wait and see. Also, a darts fan, woman, goes to watch, I think, one of her relatives playing darts in a working men's club, Oop North, and they ask her to leave. Don't want girls in the bar. No, you can leave. You can go and sit in a little side room, but you're not coming into the bar. Why? Because apparently men swear and use language which would not be sort of conducive to a woman enjoying a night out. And so she's been turfed out of this bar. She was asked to leave. They said, no, I'm sorry, we don't welcome women. And I thought, wait a minute, that's called discrimination. You can have them on that. You can have them. You can't bar somebody because they're a woman. Even though you might have rules like that, I'm sorry, there is no discrimination in this country. 6 in 10 adults believe carols are a crucial part of Christmas. I agree. Louise Minchin's out of I'm a Celebrity. Couldn't happen to a nicer person. And what was the other one? Oh, Tom Kerridge is selling a tiny turkey, which they think, well, he says, will feed 8 people. I mean, if you're one of the borrowers, yes, but if you're just a normal, healthy person, it's not going to go very far at all. But it sells for over £100, but it does come with pigs in blankets and gravy and things like that, which sounds quite nice. 7 drivers who filmed a crash scene are in trouble with the police. They're being fined. They're taking them to court. You can't do things like that at all. But some poor little bloke driving a Range Rover, misusing a cancelled blue badge. They caught him. He parked in a disabled space because he's a tight-fisted so-and-so. Anyway, the good news is he's just been fined £2,000. And I bet there's people listening at the moment who are using disabled badges illegally. In other words, In his case, the badge was actually cancelled. So, of course, they knew that. So that's why he got fined £2,000. But a lot of people do it and they go, oh, I'm going to collect my mother. No, you can't use the blue badge unless the person whose badge it is in the vehicle. You can't just go and park up somewhere and stick it on there and go off and do your shopping. But there's people around our way do it. Seriously, I think they should have special wardens because it's quite a big problem, people using blue badges which they're not entitled to use. You can't use it to go and collect your mother and just park up somewhere. She has to, or he has to, be in the car, and some people misuse it, I'm afraid. They go, I'm just doing some shopping for my mum or my granny, and you go, well, you do it. It's illegal. You have to pay like the rest of us. God in heaven, what's the matter with these people? MPs are going to act on the drink spiking menace. And students, this will apply to probably loads of you, paying rocketing rents for shoddy halls of residence. You won't believe what some of these poor people have to pay. The pet dog killed by the poisoner who was living next door. Luckily, he's been found guilty. Otherwise, I wouldn't be mentioning him. Police officers could be fined if they mess up. Alan Carr's husband going under the knife. And the watchdog who've called for a pause in the race to close bank branches. I mean, they're closing at the rate of, I think, is it one of the TFC? Not TFC, what do they call it? Anyway, well, that one. They're closing 70 branches next year. I mean, very shortly, people will not be going to banks at all. I mean, technically, you don't need to. You can do it all online. You can arrange loans. You can do all sorts of things like that. I pay all my bills, tax bill, VAT, do it all online. Do everything online. It's much easier that way. You don't have to stand in the branch sitting there sort of waiting, and then somebody they're going, oh, God. And you go in there lunchtime, which is about the only time you can ever manage to do it, only to discover that all the staff have gone off on a break as well. So you're left with one person. Neil in Stafford says, looking forward to Cinderella at the Regent Theatre in Stoke-on-Trent tonight. The highly underrated Jonathan Wilkes tops the bill. He has done for the past 17 years. That's Jonathan Wilkes, who's Robbie Williams' best friend, isn't it? Although at one time we used to see all these pictures of Robbie and Jonathan out together. Jonathan, very good-looking boy. And so I can well understand that he's topping the bill. Well understand it, Nick. And then all of a sudden you didn't see pictures of Robbie Williams and Jonathan at all. So I don't know if they're talking or they're not talking or anything else. We'll have a look at the poster, actually. So we're looking at Cinderella in Stoke-on-Trent, and we're looking for a nice picture of Jonathan Wilkes. As I say, I think he's married, he's got children and everything else, but when I interviewed him years ago, he was just another good-looking boy on the scene. The thing was, he was very good friends with Robbie Williams. They went everywhere together. There you go, there's John. He doesn't look any different. He doesn't look any different. How is this possible? How is it possible? He just really doesn't. I mean, I know makeup's a clever thing. Now, they're running from, now, wait a minute, is it what's the date today? Yeah, it's the 10th. They actually opened today and running through to the 2nd of January. So that's quite nice, actually. You can plenty of boos and hisses, they say. Plenty of boos and hisses. But no, I'm good for him. I like it when people are still working, because it's like Biggins. Biggins has been doing pantomime for God knows how many years. And he loves it. It's a good part of their income, a lot of these people now. But so joins Cinders as she goes from rags to riches, outwits her very ugly sisters and meets her dashing Prince Charming. And there he is. So they're running. The clock's ticking, they say, so book your tickets now. And they'll be singing and waving and booing and hissing and playing with those things that light up, which is always my favourite thing, actually. I love stuff like that. A friend of mine, Chris Jarvis, works on CBeebies, and he puts on his own pantomime every year with some really big names. And when we went last night, I got a bit drunk, it has to be said. And I had my light up thing. You get these wands that light up, and they're about £5 or something, but they're great fun. And you pull the bit of paper out, and all of a sudden, and I was waving it over my head. In fact, so much so the people sitting next to me said, "Sorry, can you put your wand down?" And I went, "Oh, right, okay." I thought, you miserable little so-and-sos. Honestly, all these Grinches around. But no, you'll enjoy it, Neil or Nick, depending on which name you are, or perhaps there's two of you. Who knows? What was the other one that I quite liked? Dance World Ending Tomorrow. Oh, Jack and Sasha have their ups and downs. Yes, another fake picture in the paper. This is Jack Grealish and his girlfriend, little Sasha. They've been going out since they were childhood sweethearts. It's so touching. And then he sort of was strangely attracted to Emily Atack. And then there was somebody else from Love Island. I don't know their name. I can't remember. They all sound the same to me, all look the same. And then poor old Jack Grealish, they had to say, no, I'm still with my girlfriend. And then she was dropping hints the other day because she modelled something wearing what they call the fake tummy to make it look as though you're pregnant. And so they were saying she's dropping subtle hints. I thought, well, that's one way to get rid of him. Why on earth would he want to get you pregnant? But I also couldn't understand why they didn't hire a model who was pregnant as opposed to somebody. I mean, she's not really a model. That's what they call them now if they can't think of anything else to because, you can see she's troweled with makeup. And they've obviously gone, OK, can you just put your hand in not your hair, put your hand in somebody's hair, which they've stapled onto your head. And so she was wearing this sort of baby bump. I mean, the trouble is when they say model, I think what they mean sort of one step away from the topless stuff. She's not going to be used on catwalk. She's not catwalk model. She's not, like you look at Kate Moss or even Naomi Campbell if you must. And it's a case of they walk catwalks, and you've seen them walk on there. There's a special walk that they do. These sort of people that they laughingly call models now are just basically people who'll be modelling underwear within about the next sort of 2 or 3 weeks, because that's what it is. It's a bit of a shame. They can't do anything else. But anyway, they went to Winter Wonderland the other day with their photographer who's taken some pictures and shoved them out to all the papers. Because there's no way with the crowds that go to Winter Wonderland that you're going to go, oh, look, Jack Grealish. He could walk in here stark naked. I wouldn't know who he was. Wouldn't have the faintest idea. They just sort of turn up so they've got a picture of them going on a roller coaster because that ties in with his life's been a bit of a roller coaster. And you think, oh, God, it's just so crap, isn't it, really? It's so sort of set up, which is a bit of a shame. What was the other one that I quite liked? Boris Johnson taking a break. He's had a nightmare week. In fact, he's had a nightmare life, really. But he's spending time with Carrie, is she pregnant again or she just had another baby? Just given birth again. My God, honestly, I tell you, he's very fertile, isn't he? Because he's got, I don't know how many children he's got. Is it 7? 8? I don't know. Whatever it is, it's quite a lot. And then there's another story in the paper today, which is sort of one of those odd stories. A top TV star distraught after his brother has been charged with sex offences. They don't tell you who the TV star is. All they do is they drop subtle hints like he's a top TV star and he does radio and he's met the royal family. Well, that kind of, I don't know whether that sort of works it out for some people, but obviously, we'll have to sort of watch. But they haven't said who it is because obviously innocent until proven otherwise. So we'll watch it anyway. Plus, Steve Bronski has died. He was the man who co-founded Bronski Beat with Jimmy Somerville. And Steve Bronski has just died at the age of 61. Not very old at all, actually. And Holly Willoughby's on Jonathan Ross's show. You know why? She's flogging a book, telling you about her marvellous lifestyle and how it can help you with crystals and everything. She's gone into the doo-wah diddy land. If people go, oh, if you have a crystal, you channel your energy. It's all barking mad stuff. It really is. It's sort of people who go, oh, do you have a crystal? You need to wear it around your neck. It'll protect you. No, it won't. If you're going to get COVID, you're going to get COVID with or without a crystal, I'm afraid. And the village Christmas tree, which is only half decorated. Elf and safety, I'm afraid. They can't. It's very big, but they can't decorate it because somebody probably fall off the ladder or something. So they've only got the bottom half of the tree with lights on it. Have you ever heard of anything so stupid? Of course you have, and you'll hear it on this programme.
This is LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Friday. It's a case of, thank God it's Friday, eh? Get through the weekend. People are going to be going out there and spending a small fortune, all on credit cards. And I always say to people, it falls on deaf ears, I'm afraid, try and spread out the cost of it. Because if you put it all on a credit card, you kind of forget where you've got to. And so what people tend to do is sort of wait till after Christmas and then all the bills arrive in at the same time. And God knows all the bills arrive in at the same time, especially when you suddenly go, I don't remember spending £2,000 on my credit card. Because I always check my credit card on a daily basis just to see what's going on there. It makes it much easier. But people will be spending money because the kids want their presents, and you've got to get the food, and you've got to get the tree, and you've got to get the lights because you've tried them and they don't work, and then you've got to get baubles for the tree. And there's loads of stuff in all the garden centres, and all the shops have got loads of decorations. I suppose after Christmas, whatever they haven't sold, they just pack up into boxes and it goes back into storage again. But I've started putting my Lametta on the tree at home, which looks very nice indeed. At the moment, I've used red and silver and a bit of gold. And now I've got another load from the Christmas shop, which is very handy. And I'll be putting that on. It's got white, and I quite fancy putting white on there. It'll be the first time I've ever done it. But it'll be very nice indeed. We've got the guide to Britain's most magical Christmas events. They might be in your area as well. What was the other one? Oh, yes. The Brits' perfect pairings. They come up with ridiculous surveys at this time of year. Mainly page fillers. And this time it's fish and chips, tea and biscuits, and Ant and Dec. Because people go, oh, that's our perfect pairing, Ant and Dec. I don't know why, actually. I watched a little bit of them the other day. How much longer can they sort of carry on pretending to be early 20s? I don't know. I mean, because they're now heading towards 50. And I'm not sure how long you can keep going pretending to be... It's almost like the Crankies. Jeanette Cranky, who must be sort of early 70s now, still playing a little boy, which I suppose kind of works for Ant and Dec. But they're still playing, hello, bit sort of cheeky chappies. And as I say, heading towards 50, it can't be much fun, can it? Can't be much fun. The jockey, Rocky Dunn's been given a ban for harassing a rider. He's been banned, I think, for about 18 months, which is quite a long time. And the people with long COVID may have suffered heart damage if they're still struggling to breathe during exercise. Oh, God, I can't think of anything worse. Exercise. People always say, they go, oh, you must do exercise. You go, listen, if ever I get the urge to do exercise, I tend to find opening a bottle of Prosecco and having a couple of glasses takes away the feeling. You don't need to worry about exercise anymore. I quite like it. I had a nice chat with them. I always speak to the same people every day on my telephone, and I love doing it. And then yesterday, I had 3 parcels arrive. I was very excited. Very excited. 3 parcels. One from America, which I'd ordered about... it takes about 6 weeks to get stuff over. I'm going to sneeze again. Here we go. Why? I don't have a cold. I don't have flu symptoms or anything else. I love the idea of the punches thrown in a car park fight between 2 old-age pensioners in Essex, apparently. And they got out of the car. But I've seen people losing their tempers on YouTube. I can't resist it. People who are really, really losing their tempers over something stupid. Like one of them was a boy on a bicycle, and this old boy stops him in America, and he starts shouting obscenities at him. You were doing 50 miles an hour and all this. And the bloke went, it's a bicycle, mate. It doesn't do... And this bloke gets out the car and starts threatening him. He starts threatening him. And I'm thinking... And then there was another one. There's 2 women standing there. One woman said, what did you call me? And this other woman went, I called you... Next thing, she's Sparko on the floor. This woman punches her in the face. It's very dangerous out there, isn't it? Never get yourself into an argument with somebody in a car. And then a woman who tries to park her car in a space that is too small for the car, and so she's scratched these other cars. Then she starts letting off with a flow of obscenities as if it was the other people's fault. I mean, seriously, how she managed to sort of get through, I've got no idea. I do like the I'm a Celeb contestants weeping over letters from home. Weeping over letters from home, as if the person writing to them has been in a Siberian camp for the last 30 years, as opposed to the English version of Centre Parks for about a week and a bit. I mean, it's hilarious, isn't it? I've got a letter. You think, oh, for God's sake, grow up, mamby-pambies. Goodness sake, it's only a letter from somebody you probably never liked in the first place, Dear Daddy, come home quickly. You won't... I mean, you should really write back and go, Daddy can't afford to, he needs the money. That's why he's here exhibiting himself and eating, kangaroos' bottoms and stuff like that, because it pays a little bit of money. And that's what they do. I love the idea that they do cry over these things. You think, are they really that drippy? And the answer is, yep. They really are. I watched a little bit of Blankety Blank the other day. There's a woman who crops up on loads of programmes. I can't remember. Her name might have been Fatima. And she's popped up on people get, who are you? We've seen you before. And she's one of these serial quizzers. But I looked at the panel because I did say when it was rumoured that Bradley Walsh was going to be coming back with Blankety Blank, I said, but we don't have any celebrities anymore. So in the end, they've got to use Jo Brand for about the umpteenth time because she's jolly. And there was an ex-member of Spandau Ballet. And then there was a couple of other people. And you think to yourself, who else have they got? And then you look at some of the Christmas people who are dancing for Strictly. And again, I haven't heard of half of them. I don't know where they get them from. Perhaps they've just got outfits and they have to find somebody who fits into the outfit, which is very interesting. Gogglebox's Giles, Giles and Mary. She's prissy. Have you ever said, Giles, don't swear, dear. Don't swear. I don't like it when you swear. And there was another woman on Gogglebox the other day, and her husband was saying, and she went, darling, don't shout. Don't shout. We don't. And I thought, you're very irritating. Very, very irritating. But Giles and Mary sit there in this little cottage. He's not worked since he was 21. He sells paintings. And so he would say, he'll always say something, and Mary will sit there being little Miss Prissy, going, Giles, you mustn't say that. That's not a nice thing to say, is it, really? And she sits there, and I'm thinking, they've been together since uni. But he rakes in 250 quid a time selling prints of his paintings. So, that's a nice little wage to have coming in. So he doesn't basically need to work. I don't know what she did. I've got no idea. The hounds, which appear to maul a fox to death in Warwickshire. All the Warwickshire Hunt will say is there was an incident, because it's illegal to go out hunting foxes. They have to do what they call drag hunting, which is completely different. But the fox doesn't die at the end of it. I don't quite understand. I mean, people keep saying to me, oh, it's a case of you don't live in the countryside, so you don't know what damage they do. No, but they were there before us. It's their land. It's just that they weren't bright enough to learn the language and to take out a mortgage. Otherwise, you'd have foxes living next door to you as opposed to just in your garden. And then some bloke went out a short while ago. They had a television programme because people were worried about foxes coming into their houses because they're looking for food. And so this bloke is employed. He's licensed to kill foxes. And so he said to this couple, I'll be here for 2 days in your bathroom. I thought, how are you going to go to the toilet? You've got some man in your bathroom. But anyway, when the foxes come out to feed at night, he literally takes his gun, aims it out the window, kills one, the other one runs away, and then he just waits till the next day till it comes back and he shoots them both. So, but they had cubs. And of course the cubs then come out, started, wonder where mummy and daddy have gone. This family have had them shot. Your mum and dad have gone now. It's dreadful. Dreadful, really. But, when you see the hunts and they go out there and you've got like 20 or 30 people, if not more, going out there for one little fox. And that's all it is. And the fox is sort of going, what the hell's that? It used to be fairly safe for them to come out. Now they don't come out at all because there's a lot of hunts which are breaking the rules. They're not supposed to be hunting or killing the fox. They had to get rid of this one very quickly because all the anti-hunt saboteurs were out there to take pictures to make sure they weren't hunting a fox. But in this case, because the hounds are trained to kill the fox, they want to kill it, and it just gets ripped to pieces. 30 hounds. Mind you, they also don't worry about their hounds because the moment the hounds lose the scent, they take them out and shoot them. In fact, there's a lot of violence actually that goes along with sort of hunting, which is a little bit disappointing. Tara says, our little girl told me that what she really, really wants for Christmas is to marry Steve Allen. She said, it's okay though, Steve. You have at least 10 years to prep for the big day. Oh, thank God for that. 10 years. Oh, well, that's okay. I was at Liverpool Station, says Stella, yesterday, and there was a lovely man with an NHS badge singing Christmas carols with a charity bucket. When I spoke to him, he said he works in mental health and helps men who've been in the army. He's a true hero. Yeah, singing carols by himself? I mean, sometimes at Waterloo Station we get a brass band or something like that, and that's quite nice. The tree's a bit feeble this year at Waterloo Station. It's not the biggest I've seen. In fact, it really isn't the biggest. They should have had a much better one. But they do light the clock up, which is quite a nice thing to do. So I'm all in favour of that. Unfortunately, our Christmas tree. Oh, they did a thing about the Christmas tree in Trafalgar Square the other day. They said the people of Norway have said they're not going to replace it. I thought, well, of course they're not. They're not going to cut down another tree now and send it over, are they? But it's a scrubby old thing. It really is. Not one of my favourites, but it doesn't matter. What was it? I think we've actually covered most of it, actually. But yeah, the woman for the the oldest footballer in town hangs up his boots at 86. 86. That's the only thing keeping him fit, I should imagine. But I'm more worried about the world ending tomorrow with this asteroid. As long as it doesn't come anywhere near Twickenham, I'm fine. But I was in Twickenham yesterday, and I went out to go and do a little bit of shopping. Had to get some satsumas, and Nick Ferrari's walking down the middle of the road, but he didn't see me. Not that I hid or anything like that. I was just sort of thinking, I wonder what he was doing in Twickenham. I wonder what he was doing there. He appeared to be a man on a mission, so I shall ask him today. I should go, what were you doing in Twickenham? In my manner. Because I like to know about these things. The guide to Britain's most magical Christmas events will come up with, and here's boring old Jack Grealish and Sasha Atwood. And they were out being photographed by their photographer, because otherwise you'd call the police, wouldn't you? But of course these people love the publicity. They say it's the first time they've been seen in public. Yeah, but their photographer sees them all the time. Because how this works is somebody will actually take a picture of them. They will then sell it to the paper and they split it with the artist. This is how it's been working for years. Holly Willoughby has said reports of her quitting this morning were unfair and untrue. Unfair? Oh, grow up, for God's sake, Holly. Don't be another drip, please. You know, it's like, listen, somebody says something, you just go, no, it's not true. End of story. It's not unfair, dear. Surprised you haven't burst into tears. But she said she's not going anywhere. Why would she? She's only just signed a contract. And she's flogging a book. You know, you too must buy crystals and go into this barking mad world of people who sort of say, oh, we need to light a candle. Should we light a candle? You know, and things like that. And everybody else is saying, Christmas time, don't light candles. There'll be more fires over the festive period than any other time.
This is LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Morning, thank you, Dennis and family, for the Jackie Lawson Christmas card. We just watched it a minute ago, actually. I was explaining to Minty how they work. They're very sophisticated now. Very, very sophisticated. Ghislaine Maxwell's trial halted after a lawyer became ill. Apparently, jurors got the day off as they waited to hear the prosecution close the case against the socialite. Blimey, oh, it's nearly finished then. I didn't realise it. I thought we'd only just begun the blooming thing. Maxwell, of course, accused of sexual abuse and grooming 4 girls for paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. I never quite understood. Actually, I understood, you know, he was charged and all the rest of it, and I understood he was waiting. I couldn't understand why he wanted to kill himself. I couldn't, and also the guards who were there to protect him didn't notice anything at all. Makes you kind of a bit suspicious. Certainly made me very suspicious. But anyway, the trial continues and we'll wait and see. But it's in America. Jockey Robbie Dunn has been banned from horse racing for 18 months. A disciplinary panel of the British Horse Racing Authority found he threatened Bryony Frost by promising to put her through a wing of a fence. What a nasty little piece of work you are. A 42-year-old thug. The panel heard he'd used language calling Miss Frost I can't use any of the words, I'm afraid. I can't even abbreviate them, I'm afraid. A lot of F words and a lot of other words as well. And it was totally unacceptable. The disciplinary case highlighted a weighing room culture developed as not conducive to the development of modern-day race riding. So he was found in breach of all 4 counts of conduct prejudicial to horse racing. Horrible man. Horrible man. 18 months should have been kicked out completely. Make it a lot easier for everybody. Here's the Christmas tree. It's in Bailiff Bridge near Halifax. He said it's ridiculous. So they put a thing round it, but the lights only go on the bottom half of the tree because they say it's too dangerous to put them at the top. Calderdale Council promised to use a few more easily accessible trees next year. So I nearly said something rude then, actually, thinking about how stupid the council is. We're going to wait till next year. Why don't you sort it out this year, girls and boys? That would make it better, wouldn't it? But they never think about that. Great British Bake Off winner Candice Brown. That was the one who said she didn't want to go into show business because it was an intrusion and she didn't really want to be. And now you can't shut her up. She's all over the place, actually. Steve, I live in the sticks and I've never seen a fox. My daughter is at uni in South London and sees them on a daily basis. Parrots too. Well, they're parakeets. Yes, I mean, we have 20,000 round our way, and they roost in Bushy Park, and every evening, as the sun goes down, a swarm of them go overhead, and they're bright green with yellow flashings. They're lovely, actually, and we get loads of foxes, although one got run over about a year ago, and I haven't seen them. But normally, they're out there running up and down the road at night time, because people put food out, and I mean, not for them. They put food out to be collected in bin bags and to get rid of it. Davies says, if you need a book to read or somebody who appreciates a heartwarming factual reality, buy Maggie, the Wonder Dog. A true story and an inspirational dog. I think all dogs are inspirational. It's just the owners which aren't, isn't it, really? And there we go. Maggie, the Wonder Dog. This is one who was shot 17 times and left blind, has found a new lease of life. From Lebanon. She was found tied to a box. Her eyes had been shot, her ear was cut off, and she got bullet wounds, but she survived. She survived. Amazing, isn't it, really? How can people do that? I mean, I'm sorry. I kind of get a bit carried away with these sort of things. If I read about people who've sort of done harm to something that can't fight back, I'm afraid my sort of inner hatred takes over. You know, like the murderers of Little Arthur. I mean, I can't begin to tell you what I would want to see happen to them, because I don't think that these people should deserve to live. You know, to murder a little 6-year-old child who has no control, had nobody to go to, nobody to tell, apart from, you know, they were slowly poisoning him. And then the stepmother, a piece of filth of the first order, when he was dying on their floor, she left it 12 minutes before she even bothered calling the ambulance, and then said he fell down the stairs and banged his head, you know, 5-6 times. And you think, you lying old bag. They've already tried to poison her in prison. Oh dear, as they say. But I hate things like, and animals as well. Why can somebody do that? I just don't know. It's like, you know, the fox story we read you a minute ago. I'm sure there are people in the countryside who sort of say, you know, well, you know, they do a lot of damage and they do this and that. Yeah, but that's where they live. They live. Goodness sake, you have to put up with nasty neighbours. We've got a nasty neighbour story a bit later on, I'm afraid. It's some bloke who poisoned the next door's dog, which is ridiculous. But, of course, the panto season is upon us. I love Paul Routledge today, writing in the Daily Mirror. He said it's opened early at the Palace Theatre, as in Buckingham. I'm the most persecuted female royal of all time, shrieked the Duchess of York to French magazine Madame Figaro. Oh, no, you're not, whimpered the Duchess of Sussex, clutching the hand of the Prince Charming. I am. Oh, grow up, the pair of you, hollered the Princess Royal, thwacking her jodhpurs with a leather cane, or you'll be back on royal duties, for you can say Puss in Boots. Collapse of hysterical audience as Mother Goose, played by Prince Charles, stumbles onto the stage. This is after, you know, bewildered and delusional, the Duchess of York, although anybody less of a duchess you'd be hard-pushed to find, claimed she was persecuted. And somebody said, yes, unfortunately, dear, years ago, your head would be sitting on a spike somewhere. You know, as indeed were most of Henry VIII's family. She does come up with rubbish. Honestly, you do worry, actually, where it's, you know, where sort of the brain cell is at the moment. What else we got? Oh, just advert after adverts for all this Christmas food, and I don't know what I want first. I like all of it, actually. It all looks very, very exciting. Any little tartlet with things in, I'm all in favour of. Marcus Rashford's 5-bedroom mansion is on the market for £2.5 million, so he's obviously going up market. He's obviously going to be buying somewhere a little bit bigger. Iceland have got their part, lots of frozen things. You know, any 3 for £5. How do they make this stuff for £5? I've got 3 different items. You know, so you can get 28 vegetable spring rolls for £2, or you can have 3 packets of them for £5. They've got sausage rolls. They've got just about everything. And it's any 3 for £5. Even, they do chocolate, ice cream chocolates. So they look like a chocolate, but they are, in fact, ice cream, which are very nice indeed. What was the other one? British waste is being illegally shipped to Romania, it's claimed. Customs officers in the Eastern European countries say shipments labelled as second-hand goods are actually junk fit for landfill. Yeah, all right, whatever. Got to get rid of it somewhere, haven't we? I don't know where we're supposed to put it. We don't seem to have anywhere at all, unfortunately. Not at the moment. A Twitter post revealing the death of Captain Sir Tom Moore was this year's most retweeted message. The Duke of Edinburgh's death in April was the biggest Twitter moment of the year. Piers Morgan storming off Good Morning Britain after a row about Meghan in March was the best TV moment. Didn't do him any harm. Love Island was the most talked about TV show. Only because people can't believe it. Only because people can't believe it. And Boris Johnson was tweeted about more than any other public figure. Oh, but amazing, isn't it, really? And a lot of people talking about... Every time I turn on the television, there's another programme or another advert on how to have the best funeral, pay for it in advance. And, you know, you can have one of them where they come and collect you after you've departed this mortal coil. They take you to the crematorium and then they bring back your ashes afterwards. That seems quite nice. I'm not sure if you have to... I don't think you have to go there. I don't think you have to sort of worry about it. And the Co-op were doing it the other day. You can pay in advance £18 a month. £18 a month to have your funeral. You know, as people who said, oh, I want music, dancing, colourful coffin, everything else. I don't think I'll care by that time. But you don't get to enjoy it. Although they have had people in the past who people have thought have died and then they've come back to life again. So that must be a little bit scary. Certainly scary for me. British stags in quilts. Oh, this looks quite nice, actually. This is in Aldi. Stags in quilts. Must be the same. It looks the same sort of thing. It looks like bacon. £2.49. Doesn't tell you how many. Red cabbage. Who has red cabbage? I've never had red cabbage. Balsamic roasted sprouts and honey and mustard parsnips. Yuck. Not for me, I'm afraid. But stags in quilts. They look quite nice, actually. £2.49. I could just eat them just by themselves, which is not very good. But every time you open up the blooming page of a newspaper, there's another advert for Christmas food. New Zealand. This is why everybody was talking about it earlier on with Darren, planning a lifetime ban on young people buying cigarettes. People aged 14 and under in 2027 will never be allowed to purchase cigarettes. I don't know whether or not, I think currently 11.6% of the country's over 15s are smokers, rising to 29% among Maori adults. It's interesting because I smoked from 14 and then I stopped, obviously much later, and I stopped with the patches, but I was hearing people on Darren's programme saying patches never work, so people were trying the gum, which I didn't think worked. Mind you, I was able to not only carry on smoking with a patch on, but get double the hit. Because the patches are just sticky, just look like an elastoplast, and you put it on there, and I thought they were very good. Made me stop smoking. Unfortunately, after 2 years, I went back on them again, and then got even worse. But and then managed to stop completely because I got angina, which is the blocked arteries. So I thought no, and I wouldn't smoke now. Occasionally, I think, oh, that'd be nice. I wouldn't mind a cigarette, but then the feeling goes within a matter of seconds. Have you tried Lidl's portobello mushroom and parsnip pies? I don't like parsnips. I do like pies. They're vegan, are they? 2 hearty vegan pies filled with chunky parsnips and juicy portobello mushrooms in a rich red wine sauce, topped with flaky puff pastry. So it sounds quite nice, and they've actually got it on a plate with what looks like half a ton of peas and some chips. The pie itself is not the biggest you've ever seen, but they seem to be catering more and more, don't they, for vegans now. I'm not sure. See, I'm not a parsnip eater, so it just doesn't interest me. I could cope just with the portobello mushrooms. I love things like that, but not anything else, I'm afraid. What else we got in the papers for today? 15 magical Christmas events, which we'll come around to a little bit later on. And we're off to Newbury, Peterborough, Derbyshire, Manchester, London, Blackpool and Birmingham. Blackpool, God, what have they got? What have Blackpool got that you wouldn't want to see ever again? I'm amazed that Newbury's got a pantomime. Must be in the Corn Exchange. Deborah Meaden has revealed she used to scare people on the street until she did Strictly. She said that fans used to recognise her but would avoid making contact after seeing her as a stern judge. She's quite charming, quite charming. And Ed Sheeran's daughter has helped him find his purpose outside music. He's quite sweet, isn't he, Ed Sheeran? I think he's all right. We quite like him. And a couple whose wedding was cancelled by a pub's new owner discovered that was Russell Brand. Russell Brand is the new owner of a pub. I mean, I must be the only person who never found him remotely funny or interesting after him and old Jonathan Ross's thing, which I thought was just about as low as you could get. But there you go. I'm sure somebody likes him somewhere.
This is LBC.
Still to come, the students who pay rocketing rents for shoddy halls of residence. I mean, some of the money they're paying, you wouldn't believe it. And the face masks, which you find dumped in public, you'll find them on the streets all over there, contribute to COVID. I still get angry if I see somebody getting on the bus without it. I basically tut. And there's also a bloke who every morning gets on a bus in the Strand at the time I'm on the bus, and he always lets everybody else go on first. You know why? Because he's fiddling his bus thing. He tries to pretend it's not working properly, and every time the bus driver lets him travel for free. He does it every day, every single day. We used to have that woman, do you remember, during COVID, during pandemic and lockdown, she was using her Freedom Pass, but using it at like 8 in the morning where they didn't come in till 9. She'd go, oh, sorry, I've got a Freedom Pass. And I used to think, you crooked, bent old baggage. I used to get quite angry. But if people getting on the buses now without their masks on really annoy me. They can't all be asthmatic. It's not physically possible. And also, if they are asthmatic, what are they doing out? Stay in. Don't spread. Don't spread, thank you. Billy Connolly says one of his biggest regrets was shouting abuse at a female photographer during one of his stand-up gigs. He sparked controversy when he launched into a foul-mouthed rant at Valerie O'Sullivan while on stage in Ireland. Billy says, I meant to apologise to her, but I couldn't find her, and the papers in Ireland all attacked me for it. I'd love to meet her and apologise, which is quite funny, actually, for Billy Connolly, who is 79. And it's, I mean, the trouble is, I mean, we used to have a photographer for all of our shows, and he was very, very good. He could photograph you in pitch darkness, so there was no flash bulbs going off or anything else. He had one of these lovely cameras, and this is Chris Christodoulou, and he used to be the photographer at the Royal Albert Hall. He's got more pictures of royalty than anybody else I've ever seen, and he was fab, and he would take all the pictures at our show, but you would think that it was brilliantly lit, but he was taking pictures in pitch darkness, so it can be done. But I can imagine, because Billy Connolly's act was a lot of rude words, a lot of very rude words. In fact, but people liked that. I think he was the most popular guest on old Parky's show, and Parky used to love having him on there. I like the story about Jenny Agutter in the papers today, one of my favourite ladies. She says, returning to the set of The Railway Children 51 years on for a sequel made her appreciate the passage of time. I mean, it doesn't matter what she ends up doing, forever and ever and ever, Jenny Agutter will always be Bobby out of The Railway Children. You know, the daddy, my daddy line. But she returned to the set at Oakworth Station in West Yorkshire, because they did use a station, and the houses are all there as well. She says filming meant enjoying that sense of time having gone by. She's 68. 68. They were all playing, I think, they were all a bit older than their playing ages. But I can still watch Railway Children now. Still watch it, and it's still lovely, and it's just still, you know, still one of my favourite films, and I like it. But all the places exist. That station exists, the train exists. And I just thought it was lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Britons are set to ditch their winter coats. Mind you, I saw a woman the other day walking through as I was going home. No coat on. And I thought, you're going to catch pneumonia. This is not very good at all. Not very good at all. Actress Maxine Peake says Victoria Wood warned her not to be too northern at the start of her career. I loved Victoria Wood. I loved her. She was more northern than anything else. She used to have brass band music playing all over her series. Dinner Ladies, I thought, was great. And the Victoria Wood show was just an absolute delight. And, you know, she kept her cancer secret. She only told, I think, you know, very, very close friends. Everybody else had no idea at all. What was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, today is National Lager Day. I don't know why it's National Lager Day. I think they make these things up, don't they? Today is National Lager Day. What's that mean? Just means people are going out to have lager. Dean says, Steve, Blackpool has its illuminations extended to 2 months until after the new year. Well, there's so many of them. You can't just go around taking the blooming things down, Dean, can you? Goodness sake. I mean, I have been up to Black, as you know. I've been there. Sidcup Julie says, usually late Christmas Day evening. Oh, sorry, I'm just looking at the Blackpool illuminations. Apparently it boosts tourism. They do go a bit over the top, don't they? But I don't have a problem with illuminations. It's the place. It's a dump, you know. But if ever I was going to have something, I always fancied, if ever I won the lottery, buying a pier, like Brighton Pier or something like that, and living at the end of it. I've always quite fancied that idea, sort of building a penthouse that looked out to sea. I just quite fancied the idea of it. Yeah, and I would. I'd be sort of staggering around all over the place. Or failing that, a fish and chip shop would be quite nice. That'd be a nice idea. But I'm told you never get rid of the smell of fish and chips. Once you've started cooking fish and chips, you know, it impregnates your skin. Anyway, Sidcup Julie says, on Christmas Day evening, we have a cold turkey spread with piccalilli, pickles, and red pickled cabbage. Oh, see, we have that Boxing Day. We have it Boxing Day. And but I don't remember ever having red pickled cabbage. I'm sure it's delightful. I don't mind piccalilli and pickles, anything like that. I think what they should do actually also on Boxing Day, when you have the cold turkey, is you should cook roast potatoes again. I think that would be the thing that would really make the day go well. Roast potatoes, pickles, and everything. Oh yeah, please. And now, more than a third of young people think the words to Silent Night are round John Virgin, mother and child. And fewer than a quarter of 18 to 24-year-olds can hum the tune to O Come All Ye Faithful. Isn't it funny? I grew up singing in a little church choir, only when I was very young, 9 and 10, but we sang, we went to sort of church, not on a regular basis, we went occasionally if we needed to top up the money, and we go there, and I learnt all the words. I can sing you every single carol with all the words because I just learnt them. Somebody sent me in some years ago, I think it was Alan Dodgen, he gave me a prayer book which had all of the Christmas carol words in there, including some carols I'd never heard of. And I thought it was absolutely marvellous. But I suddenly realised I know all the words to the carols and all the Christmas songs. And because I play Christmas songs in the car and have been doing for about a month, I just sing along to things like that. And I know all the words. I mean, the idea that fewer than a quarter of 18 to 24-year-olds can hum the tune to O Come All Ye Faithful. I can not only hum the tune to O Come All Ye Faithful, I can do the descant. I could do the descant, the bit where all the choristers singing it, and you have to stop singing for a while to listen to the choristers because it's brilliant. I love anything like that. Anything like that is my sort of thing. Because being in a little choir, when I was a little 9-year-old, I learned to do it. Because your voice hadn't broken, obviously, at 9. Steve, there's a bloke who gets on my bus. He's always playing with his phone. Then he gets on the bus. Takes a while for him to find his Opal card, our equivalent. Always holds the bus up. Oh, we get them. There's this bloke who gets on the bus in the morning. There's another bloke who doesn't wear his mask. Although on occasion he puts his mask on and he sits there eating food, dropping it on the floor. He's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. For many years, says Paul, before retirement, I worked morning and got up at 4:45 every weekday morning. Now my body clock texts me to get up at around 5-ish every day. I recently found your show on LBC. What do you mean you recently found it? We've been here for 43 years. Recently found it. I want a letter of apology. A letter of apology and a substantial donation to charity. And it's absolutely scandalous. I mean, what were you listening to before? He says, I've become a regular listener every morning. He says, I often have a chuckle at some of the things you say. Oh, well, there's a start. And on the odd occasion, laugh out loud. You're in a home, aren't you? You're in a maximum security home, I can tell. You're in one of those places. I love the idea. Steve just landed in DXB. Says Mark in Dubai, usually from Purley. He said, I've downloaded and listened to your podcast for the 7-hour trip here for Expo 2020 event and a lovely 23 degrees. What's DXB? Oh, it's Dubai, of course. Minty knows it's Dubai. She's obviously been have you been to Dubai? Yeah. Stupid question, isn't it, really? Steve, my dream like you with your peer is to buy a lighthouse in the middle of the ocean and live on it. And how would you get your KFC delivered? Deliveroo. How do you think Deliveroo are going to get out to your lighthouse? And also, lighthouses are lovely until all of a sudden you get storms and the waves crash against the side of it. And what are you going to do? Get your little rowboat out and sort of head for the shore? No. I mean, to be honest with you, I think I'd be all right, except there's no lift in them. You have to walk up the stairs, and you just go round and round and round. And then there's that bloody light at the top. You'll never get a wink of sleep. It goes on, and it turns round. The idea is to warn ships away. I'd turn it off. To get a good night's sleep. Makes it so much easier. But I agree with you. A lighthouse is good, provided it was land-based. I don't want anything in the sea that crashes away, because you're not going. I wouldn't mind living on one of those forts in the Thames estuary. Some of those came up for sale a short while ago. They were very nice. One of them's got like 12 bedrooms, and it's a boutique hotel. It's like you can fly in by helicopter. They'll take a boat out to it. And I think they came up for about 2 of them for 12 million or something. Whatever it was, I thought, that'd be nice. The music, by the way, doesn't mean we've got an orchestra in rehearsing. It means basically we've got the news at 5 o'clock. We've done an hour already. Doesn't seem possible, does it? This programme whizzes through. Seriously does. It whizzes through on most days, actually. Steve, I still know all the words to the Lord's Prayer. Our Father who art in heaven, even after all these years. We did it at school, says David. Yeah, you just remember these things. I mean, perhaps now people don't sing Christmas carols, but I do. I always watch the Songs of Praise Christmas carol concert, and I like looking at the one at the Royal Albert Hall. I like anything like that. And you just remember the words. It's like, well-known hymns. I could do most of those as well.
This is LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday, 10th of December. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Pauline says, have you downloaded the Jackie Lawson Advent Calendar? I buy it every year. It's lovely. I haven't. I don't have an Advent calendar. I don't think I've ever had an Advent calendar. I've seen some. I've often thought that, if I had a bigger place, I'd probably put an Advent calendar. You can buy them in wood, and you open the little doors, and you can put sort of chocolate in and stuff like that, which is always a bit fatal, isn't it, really? And so I shall have a look at it. I'll have a look at it. So Holly Willabooby says she spent her life terrified about others judging her badly. I don't know why. She gets fantastic coverage all the time. But she's got no plans to leave the show. Well, why would she? She's earning about $600,000 a year. Why would you want to leave something that means that, you get to wear nice clothes, which you probably don't pay for, and you work with Philip Schofield? He got himself into trouble the other day. They were doing a piece about Viagra, and I think using it for something else. I can't remember what it was. And he made a joke, and people were writing in saying, very poor taste, Philip. Very poor taste. So he's been rapped over that one. Naughty Boy, who's a middle-aged fibber. To be honest with you, I'd never even heard of him before he turned up on the thing, and I think he had some issues. I couldn't quite work out what the issues were. But he says he's never lied about his age, as he has the energy of a man in his late 20s. Shame we never saw any evidence of that. We just saw somebody lounging around, actually. The music producer was outed for using a showbiz age of 36 for his real date of birth, because he's actually 41. He says, I'm not lying about it. You're the age of your energy. No, you're not, dear. No, you're not. Let's not be stupid about this. You're 41, but looking so much older. Whether or not this is going to kickstart your career, I've got no idea. I really have no idea. He says, I'll keep looking young. I've never been shy about my age. But you don't look young. You look like a 40-year-old. You don't, there's no... I don't think, actually, that... You think it's naughty? Naughty man. Yep. Has he always been called Naughty Boy? Did he never have his own real name? Because he turned up, didn't he? His real name's Shahid Khan, but he turned up on Deal or No Deal. And that's where he won the money to sort of to kick-start the career. So perhaps he should be called Naughty Man as opposed to Naughty Boy, because there must be a limit to how far you can do that. You see, when you look at him from some years ago, he... I don't think he was in the music business. I don't know what he did. He's obviously a bit of a mummy's boy. We know that. And then he ended up with, I think he ended up with 44,000 or something. There you go. The banker's offer was 14. He dealt at 44,000. And so he looks super young. But that was quite a number of years ago. And you look at him now and he sort of looks a lot older. But there again, he's 41. You're supposed to look 41. I don't think you can always look young. People have this idea, if you look young, you are young. But of course, it doesn't work like that at all. Really doesn't. Steve, picking up my sister-in-law Michelle this morning. She's jetted over from South Carolina, hosting a set of Christmas burlesque events. Oh, my Lord. And Phil says, if you lived in a lighthouse, you'd probably change the white light at the top for coloured Christmas lights. Oh, can you imagine? Can you imagine if you could wrap lights all the way around a lighthouse? I mean, that would be some going, wouldn't it? That would be definitely something that I would like, actually. I'd definitely have a tree at the top. Definitely. The tree at the top would be the sort of the saving grace, I think. But, I mean, whether you could live in total isolation, I don't know. I think you might have to be a special sort of person. Oh, blimey, oh, look, they've lit lighthouses. They're not real, are they? They do the Nubble lighting at Christmas in Yankee magazine, and they obviously put lights all the way around this place. So I think it's very nice. But nobody live. Oh, I've got some really nice ones. But they don't live in lighthouses, do they? Am I mistaken? Is there not in a Harry Potter film? Is there not Hagrid in a lighthouse? I seem to remember a door being broken in somewhere, and it looked like it was in a lighthouse. Was it a rock? I'll just see. It looked like a curved building. I might be wrong on this one because I'm not really a Harry Potter expert or anything, I'm afraid. But I just remember seeing, and then Hagrid, I think, came in and knocked the door down. And I remember thinking, is that, yes, it's sort of, it's not a lighthouse, but it's on a, fancy living there on that rock. Looks a bit scary. Luckily we found it. So it's a visit from Hagrid, whose first name is Rubus. Rubus, is it? Rubius. I never understood any of the Harry Potter things. I always thought they were slightly berserk. But and then all of a sudden something happens and he comes crashing in through this door because they're living on a rock in a tall sort of building. But I don't think it's a lighthouse. This was in Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Oh, there we go. Actually, no, it can't be a lighthouse, can it? Because that door's got so many holes round it, you'd be flooded within a short space of time. But it's amazing when you actually look at Daniel Radcliffe and how he aged over all the films. It's very interesting. He was just a little... There you go, the door comes in. Oh, it's funny, I remember the stupidest things. But you're right, I would be changed. He was so big, wasn't he? That's Robbie Coltrane. And I didn't know who half these people were in it, but I sort of, if I keep watching little bits, I keep remembering. My friend Ian says, when I was a kid, Portland Bill lived in a lighthouse. Portland Bill. I do vaguely remember it, but I couldn't tell you anything about the show. I really have got no idea at all. But I remember Portland Bill. It was like, was it a sort of plasticine kind of thing where it was all, a bit like Noddy turned out to be. Grammy Award-winning musician Ralph Tavares has died days before his 80th birthday. He was a member of the 70s group Tavares, who had hits with Heaven, Must Be Missing an Angel, Don't Take Away the Music, and More Than a Woman, which featured in the film Saturday Night Fever. And he was the fifth of 10 brothers. Blimey. He enjoyed success with his 4 younger siblings. Wait for this one. Pooch, Chubby, Butch, and Tiny. Sounds like Battersea Dog Sound, doesn't it, really? My favourite Christmas hymn is Emmanuel, says John. I always feel joy and peaceful. I just like listening to choristers singing. There's a very good one on YouTube, which is choristers from Salisbury Cathedral. And there's one little boy who sings the descant, which they all sing. And the congregation sing the normal bit, but the descant bit comes in. And he's giving it welly. He's giving it welly like he's throwing his chest out and his head back and doing all the rest of it. And I thought, how fantastic. You wait till your voice breaks. Things will be completely different. Police officers could be fined if they mess up a case. God, not more money out the police force, surely. And the hounds appearing to maul a fox to death for a huntsman flees with the body. Members of the Warwickshire hunt were filmed by saboteurs, with one allegedly shouting, "It's a kill. It's a kill," I think. The hunt's whipper-in is seen grabbing the body and running away from the camera. A spokesperson for the hunt said an incident occurred which was unfortunately impossible to prevent. I'm assuming the fox did die then. But it does get quite bad, doesn't it, really, when they go out there and do all these different bits and pieces. The Range Rover driver, the one that, you remember I told you about the cancelled blue badge, and he parked in a disabled space, which he had no right to use. He was fined more than £2,000. His name's Abdul Khan. He denied the allegations, but at Bromley Magistrates Court he was found guilty of 2 fraud charges. Khan, who comes from Plaistow in East London, was given a month to pay the £2,164 fine. You crook. You crook, honestly. You know, people who are disabled are supposed to be using these things, not somebody who's fit. I'm glad you got fined. It should have been a lot more, but that was it. And the college principal, this one's been running for about the best part of 3 or 4 days now. Professor Tim Luckhurst has stepped back from duties while an investigation takes place because Rod Liddle was invited to speak at Durham University, but some students staged a walkout. Professor Luckhurst has since apologised for calling their actions pathetic, adding that his anger reflected the commitment to freedom of speech. Durham Students' Union has described the South College's principal's position as untellable after it accused him of insulting and humiliating students. Drips. I mean, honestly, what's the matter with these people? Students are certainly changing. We went to see Pantoland, Steve, at the Palladium. Less of a pantomime, more of an excellent light entertainment show. Paul Zerdin and Gary Wilmot carried the show. Donny Osmond was surprisingly good. Annoyingly, I would say only about 10% of the audience, says Gail in Rottingdean, were wearing masks. Yes, it's because it's the amount of people. Actually, no, because they didn't bring that in when you went to see it. So it's in now. But if it's only in a theatre that holds, 150, 200 people, you don't have to worry about masks. So I don't think for my Magic Circle shows next Saturday, you'll need to wear a mask. I don't think so. I'll check on that, though. Don't worry, I shall find out. But Paul Zerdin, he's been doing the gig for a long time. He's very good. And Gary Wilmot's very good. Very, very good. Donny Osmond's been in the business since he was little boy. But a lot of people not wearing masks. Not cheap to go, though, was it, Gail? What did you pay as a matter of interest? So if you went yesterday, so you went on a Thursday, so that's a bit cheaper than if you're going on a Saturday. Were you up in the gods or were you down in the stalls? How much did you pay per ticket? Because the problem is you don't get discounts for young people because they take up exactly the same seat space as everything else. Don't forget we like The Cat and the Mouse, but nobody else remembers it. I used to sing it at school, says Ian. Yes. And where will you find it? You'll find it on the Mormon Tabernacle Choir's Christmas video. It's on YouTube. And there's a boy, David Archuleta, who sings The Cat and the Mouse. And I'd heard it before, but I'd never heard him sing it. He was very good. They call him Singing Sensation, David Archuleta. And they do these big Christmas shows, the Mormon Tabernacle Choir. and they have a big orchestra in, and there's dancing, and it's all sorts of things. It's very good, actually. Very good. Don't necessarily agree with their principles, but V says, didn't the Fraggles live in a lighthouse? I've got no idea. I don't know anything about Fraggles, but I'm sure they're absolutely charming and wonderful and lovely. And barflies can go on a pub creepy crawl. Wait a minute. There you go. You can stay on Fraggle Rock. It's available to stay £35 a person per night. You really can stay on it. It's obviously an Airbnb. Fraggle Rock and Cave. See, that looks all right because it's obviously land-based, but it's the ones you get actually on and in the middle of the sea. I wonder where the furthest lighthouse is, and how long. I mean, how much food you have to take over there if you're going to sort of stay. If you're the lighthouse keeper, I wonder actually how far out. Because I mean, I should imagine some of the oceans. And how do they build the blooming things? There's one here. There you go. The Stannard Rock Light is 24 miles from the nearest land, 18 nautical miles, and it stands 100 feet, 30 metres, and presumably they sort of have to, I was going to say part the sea, but of course they don't part the sea. They obviously have to pour concrete in, and then, because otherwise, I mean, how else do you get the blooming thing there? They call it the loneliest place on the continent, Stannard Rock. It was quite nice, actually. You'd probably get a nice tan if you were there. Beachy Head Lighthouse was moved ages ago, but the loneliest place, they say, is Stannard. But cause the Beachy Head one, you've got to move, so it looks like the actual stuff is going to, the cliffs are going to collapse on it, which is not very good, is it?
This is LBC.
Nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday. So now we've had a look at lighthouses. I've decided I don't want to live in a lighthouse, even though the other one is about 24 miles offshore. You're thinking, how much food would you have to take on there? You'd be offloading stuff for ages. Boxes and boxes of crisps and boxes of, and frozen stuff. Because presumably you've got electricity out there. You must have, because the light works. So what have they got? Their own generator? Could be. Could be. I quite like that idea. So sorry, balmy new COVID rules. And that means people can work from the pub with pals from Monday instead of going to the office. I think I don't think they've got the faintest idea what they're doing, actually. So bar boss Adam Brooks says, with these crazy work-from-home rules, why don't workers unite in making the nation's pub their offices? Yeah, what time are they going to open up? That'd make it a lot easier, wouldn't it, really? Korean pop stars BTS were the most tweeted about music stars this year and second overall. More than Keir Starmer, Donald Trump, people like that. BTS finished ahead of fellow South Korean artists EXO and all these other ones. Sex Education was the top TV show. I've never seen Sex Education. I've got no idea. Well, I'm assuming it's about sex education. Thank you very much indeed. A memorial is going to be created for murdered youngster Arthur. A circle of 6 4-foot trees will be planted near the 6-year-old's home. And Dad Thomas got 21 years. Emma Tustin, filthy piece of disgusting vermin, jailed for life, minimum 29 years. Although there was somebody the other day who was in court. What was it? It must have been a television programme. And they got 40 years, minimum 40 years for 2 murders. I mean, to be honest with you, I think anybody who murders a child and causes it distress in the way that they did, I think they should be literally locked up and the key thrown away. It's as simple as that. A public vigil was held outside his house on Sunday. Another is planned for tomorrow. And football fans at several games also held a minute's applause at games over the weekend. But they left him with unsurvivable brain injuries in Solihull in June of last year. I mean, poor little soul. Doesn't really help, does it, saying anything like that? But it just makes me feel a bit better about it, because I didn't like to think that he suffered in any way, but you know that he did. Gail says, paid £69 for a row D seat in the Royal Circle. Great, yeah, Royal Circle's very good, worth every penny. I think that's very good value. I think that's very good value, Gail. 69 quid for row D. A, B, C, D. 4 rows in. Very good. You see everything. Steve, the most westerly land-based lighthouse in the UK is one in Perthshire. My uncle was the lighthouse keeper there. The only thing he did was change light bulbs. Yeah, because the light bulbs aren't as big as you think they are they? It's only because they're reflected in the mirrors, which is good. Steve, you can actually rent out lighthouse keeper cottages now with rural retreats. Trinity House have refurbished most of them. They're in some quite nice places, says Daniel. That'd be a good thing, wouldn't it? You imagine, though, doing it when we went to Luosto for Christmas all those years ago, in my room in the hotel, and it was nothing like a hotel. It was the biggest wooden chalet you've ever seen, and it had bedrooms in it. Not very many bedrooms, but it was a big dining room as well. And we had a little tree with a little packet of decorations I could put on it in a set of lights, which I thought was quite cute. Just so I could sort of enter into the spirit of it, which I quite like. What else we got? Oh, Jack and Sasha, most boring pair in the world. And obviously with a friend. Unfortunately, the friend doesn't get a mention. It's just Sasha and Jack. And so they had a date night at the Winter Wonderland Fun Fair. They obviously booked it in advance, and either they tipped off the press so they could get their pictures taken. I mean, to be honest with you, who cares that they go out to Winter Wonderland? Thousands upon thousands of people. Jack wore a white jacket, hat and ripped jeans, while Sasha was in a Balenciaga hat, black coat and boots for their night out. They were joined by the midfielders' parents, Kevin and Karen, and sisters Kiera and Holly. They later went to that place where the steaks sell for 850 quid. Oh, God, honestly, how pretentious. Anita Harris and Basil Brush in Jack and the Beanstalk at Theatre Royal Windsor was a great family panto I enjoyed last night. How much were we need to know how much the seats are, because that's what I'd like. I'd like to know how much your seats were. Steve, we really don't have any boy bands in the UK, do we? Not like we used to. Well, JLS are just going out, touring again. Oh, here we go. Jack and the Beanstalk. Tickets from £18.50. It runs 2 hours, which is quite a long time. And but who's in it? So you've got Anita Harris, and they've got Dottie Dame, Stephen Blakely, Kevin Cruz, and Basil Brush, of course. And so that's nice. They've got comedy capers, dazzling dancers, colourful costumes, and some magic beans. And they do 2 shows a day. In fact, on Saturday the 11th, this coming Saturday, they've got 3 shows. 1 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and 7:30. And in fact, it's nearly all sold out. We've only got a few seats left on that one. 33. Their top seat price is £44.50, which is obviously a bit cheaper than the Palladium. But 69 quid for Gail in Rotterdam. She thought it was excellent value. Worth every penny. Great view. It's the views you're paying for. But also you're paying for a good pantomime. And some of them start tonight. So who are our boy bands we've got? Do we have any boy bands anymore in this country? We don't really, do we? We seem to have a load of girls who want to go out singing. So they form, different sort of groups. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't work. What was this thing if I read, actually? I was reading... where is it? I've lost the blooming thing. This morning's John Bishop. Basically, I keep living my life and hope something funny happens. And Ali Ross has written, one day, John, one day. Which I quite like. And what else? Oh, it's all the different people in I'm a Celebrity. And a dozen celebrities been fighting for their very careers in that Welsh castle. But the only one I've ever felt vaguely sorry for is Adam Woodyat. 37 years it took Ian Beale to escape EastEnders, having suffered every indignity an actor can imagine. And a nervous breakdown in his pyjamas makes him look like Dr. Zeus from Planet of the Apes. Poor souls. And yet now, when the poor beaten sods finally shot at the place, Louise Minchin tells him, Adam, you're on poo patrol. What on earth is that? Don't like the sound of it at all. But always very good. And random TV irritations. The insanely annoying hurry-up gesture Mark the Beast Labatt makes with his right hand in the final chase. And the audience of whooping sycophants on the Jonathan Ross show who actually applauded comedian Judy Love for announcing, I'm buying a house. It does get a bit desperate. So hell only knows what sort of demented ovation Judy would ever get if she said anything funny. She's on Loose Women, isn't she, Judy Love? Hasn't she finished on Strictly? I think she might have been on Strictly as well. But here we go. Unexpected morons in the bagging area. The tournament, Alex Scott. On its maiden voyage, the Titanic set sail from which UK port on the south coast? Matilda, Leeds. Leeds, she said. She's that stupid. But also, if you spell your name Matylda, there's something the matter with you. The Chase, Bradley Walsh. Which London skyscraper did Prince Charles call an enormous salt cellar? Winston. The Empire State Building? Tipping Point's Ben Shepherd. Which pioneering brothers in aviation are honoured annually with a national day in the USA on December the 17th? Lucy, the Marx Brothers? There's some really stupid people out there. Really stupid people. But entertaining, I suppose, in a peculiar little way. Storm-lashed Britain said to go from bleak to balmy this weekend. That'll be nice, just when I don't really want it. So I'm going out for lunch tomorrow, which I'm very much looking forward to. So they've said it could go to 8 degrees, mostly sunshine, rain and sunny spells on tomorrow as well. And on Sunday, 14 degrees. 14 degrees, blimey. That's almost bikini weather, ladies and gentlemen. Almost bikini weather. Steve, have you seen the film Joyeux Noël? No. And Gail says, I'm going to see Pantoland at the Palladium again Christmas week. This time sitting in the back row of the stalls for 42 quid a seat. Yeah, the trouble is it's so big, the Palladium. It's so big. It's about, I forget, what is it, an 1,800, 2,000 seater? Joyeux Noël was the war drama, I think, it was based on the Christmas truce, wasn't it? Depicted through the eyes of the French. And it was when they decided to sort of have a ceasefire. So they played football and swapped cigarettes and everything else. When they did the television advert for it, it was a little bit misleading because everybody looked beautiful. All the boys looked like they were male models. When you consider they'd been in the trenches, all their clothes were pristine, like somebody had just taken them out of the washing machine and pressed them, which of course they wouldn't have been like at all. But they were swapping photographs and bits of chocolate and cigarettes and stuff like that. But then we sort of discovered that poor old Gemma Collins, in her fake Oxford debate, was actually doing an advert for a supermarket. About as good as it's going to get, I should imagine. What else we got? A young lad shocked his parents by flicking a V sign while on stage during a nativity play. He made the rude gesture as he was not happy at being one of the 3 wise men. What's the matter with that? That's all right. I think that's quite a big part, being one of the 3 wise men. He's 6. His mum, Nikki, says he didn't like being one of the main stars. He's used to being a sheep or a donkey. Kind of set the sights high. His nerves got to him. I'm just glad he didn't pull his pants down. Is he likely to pull his pants down? I'm not sure about that. But I mean, I was one of the 3 wise men. We only did the one in Hong Kong, and we've got me on Cinefilm walking along, but of course there's no sound on it. But I'm singing, "We 3 kings of Orient are, bearing gifts we travel afar, o'er a mountain, What gift? I don't know, just an empty box, I think. But I remember I had a tea towel round my head with a big elastic band round it to make me look vaguely Middle Eastern, as if. But I thought it was okay. But he wasn't. He wanted to be a sheep. Never quite understand that. I thought, if you've actually got a good part in the nativity, they always do it though, don't they? At little schools, they always do it, and the kids rehearse for ages, and then all the parents come in, and they all get very teary, and that's my hello, and all the kids always wave. They always wave to their pet. They've seen their mummy and daddy, and they've completely come out of character. Nobody's told them you've got to stay in character, otherwise you don't get the chocolate biscuits afterwards and the fizzy drinks. Don't give them the fizzy drinks before, for God's sake. It'll be an absolute nightmare. They'll be going round the bend, I should imagine.
This is LBC.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Actually, if you can think of any boy bands that we've got in this country, please do tell me, because Pamela thinks that we don't have any anymore. And I think we have. I think we've got, Blue. Whether they go out touring, I've got no idea. And we've got JLS, but I can't think of anybody else, which of course means that I know nothing about music at all. Now, if you listened to the programme yesterday, you will know that we've got a huge prize to give away, which is everything you need for the ultimate Christmas. Everything you need. Everything, as you can tell. And it's quite nice, actually. All you need is access to your telephone, so you can send a text. But let me tell you what's in my ultimate Christmas goodies. I mean, this is practically a sleigh in itself. In my bag of goodies, and you get everything and then some. An Apple iPhone 13, a Nintendo Switch thanks to Game, a 50-inch Samsung Ultra HD television and soundbar, a waterproof Amazon Kindle, a smart speaker, an Nespresso coffee machine, a Jo Malone scented candle, £250 to spend at Waitrose, a collection of kids' toys which include a micro scooter, 2 Lego kits and a kids' smart speaker. It's a nice little bundle, what they call a very nice little bundle. So you can either be, a nice person and start gifting it away to everybody, or you can keep it all for yourself. Give them the old stuff. You can upgrade your phone. You've got your 50-inch Samsung television. You've got the Nespresso coffee machine, the scented candle, the money to spend at Waitrose, the micro scooter, the 2 Lego kits, and the kids' smart speaker. And for your chance to win, all you have to do is text Xmas, the 4 letters XMAS. That's it. Make it nice and simple for you. So XMAS, and you send it to 84850, and it's the XMAS, which means that it goes into the prize package bundle, as opposed to just disappearing completely and you don't get anything at all. So text Xmas, XMAS, and send it to 84850. There's a voluntary donation of just £3 from every text which supports Global's Make Some Noise, which is our charity here at Global to support little charities that don't normally get a look in. They don't normally get a look in. At this time of year, it's very important that these charities survive, because they are the lifeline, literally the lifeline for those people who are out there who just don't get anything else. You've got until 9 a.m. on the 21st of December to enter. Keep the phone handy, because it could be you we're calling, because somebody's got to win. It's not a case of, oh, I don't think I stand a chance of winning, Steve. It's a case of, listen, it could be you. It could be you. Standard network rates apply. You've got to be 18 or over, and you're playing across some participating radio stations and regions. Rules are at makesomenoise.com. So text Xmas, XMAS, and send it to 84850. And good luck, because that's a nice prize. I was thinking, actually, because the Jingle Bell Ball's this weekend, isn't it? Were we right on it? Who's the list of all the people appearing on it? I think it's sold out. I think it sells out phenomenally quickly. But I know that Justin Bieber's on one of the days. I know that because that's the only bit that I remembered. And so I'd love to find out who else is on it, because they always put on a good show. Here we've got a department that sort of put on these things. So taking part, Justin Bieber, Coldplay, Years and Years, Becky Hill, Sigrid, Jessie Nelson, Bill and Ted. That's Bill and Ted. Very clever. Mimi Webb. 2020 Kid, Wrighton, Ed Sheeran, Anne-Marie, Joel Corey, Mabel, KSI, Griff, JLS, Nathan Dorr, Lil Nas X. Is it Little Nas? Is that how you pronounce it? All right. I'm not very good with these things. Shane Codd and Jonasu. I mean, it's all a bit good, isn't it? That's the lineup for Sunday. Everybody's going to have a marvellous time. The booze will be flowing, I should imagine, especially as the weather's going to get a bit better, which is quite nice. So, I mean, in response to Pamela saying we don't really have any boy bands in the UK, we'd be able to have quite a number, actually. But it'll be very interesting. I wonder if they ever film any of those things. If there's a live stream or something. I've always wanted to see these things, because I've never been to see one. I've seen all the lead up to it and everything else, but never actually been lucky enough to get tickets. So good luck to everybody who's going to that one. Wrap up, and you'll have a wonderful time, as indeed people do every time. A thug. There's always a thug in the papers, isn't there? A thug who bragged of being a wise guy persuaded a single mum to hide a shotgun for him in her back garden. Key Connor, K-I-E, the intelligence spelling, 19, a runner with a county line drugs gang, posted video of himself with weapons on Snapchat. Police found the gun at Amy Patterson's home in Eccles in Greater Manchester. Connor from Eccles admitted possessing firearms, an offensive weapon, ammo and drugs, plus dangerous driving, and he got 5.5 years. That'll teach you, stupid boy. He admitted having a shotgun without a certificate and received a community order. That's what Patterson got. That's Amy Patterson at her home where they found it. But the other one, 5.5 years. You'll not be seeing Christmas for a long while, will you? Westlife have just got a new album out, Steve. I'd forgotten about Westlife. I don't know how, because I like Westlife. Still good looking. Steve, I'd have given my right arm to reach the dizzy acting heights of being a sheep. says Kevin the milkman. He said, Christmas 1973, I was third boy from the future, a non-speaking part. At least the sheep can get a few bars out. And that's it. Yeah, I would have thought, I mean, my day, we didn't have people being the sheep or the donkey or anything else. But then I have seen them. They generally put them, a rug over the back of them, don't they, or something, and they have to crawl about on their hands and knees. I can remember, actually, there was that, I keep telling it every year because it always makes me laugh, that Victoria Wood told the story of, it wasn't a horse in the nativity thing. Goodness sake, there were donkeys. They didn't have horses. What do you think? There was the Bethlehem stables or something, rent a pony or something. But the nativity play was taking place, and the bloke who was playing Joseph was sort of quite pleased because he had Mary and all the rest of it. And the innkeeper was having a really bad time. The innkeeper was not having the best day he's ever had in his life. And his parents couldn't go to it and all the rest of it. So he was really in a bad mood. So it comes to the scene where Joseph and Mary turn up because Joseph has flicked through Yellow Pages. He can't find an Airbnb or anything. Bethlehem was like chock-a-block, obviously party night or something. So they get to the inn and he knocks on the door. And the innkeeper, remember, he's in a filthy mood. He opens the door and goes, yes. And Joseph goes, I am Joseph and this is Mary and we'd like to stay here. And the innkeeper goes, you can't, and slams the door. So, of course, Joseph, a little bit flummoxed by this, isn't really sure where to go. So he knocks on the door again. Innkeeper, really fed up by this time. And the innkeeper goes, yes. And Joseph goes, we've booked. Exit Joseph and innkeeper. Poor little souls, honestly. But I love it. We didn't have anything like that, actually. Mr. Neil, off to Van Hagues to finally get the tree today. Lorraine has started putting up the deckies. Have a great weekend. How lovely. How lovely. He says, my infant school in Kent, I was a tree. You see, I'm obviously missing out on these things because we just had Mary and Joseph. I think the rest of them were shepherds or something in the field, looking after their frogs by night or something. Weren't they looking after I don't know, looking after something. But no, and then so you had the three wise men, of which I was chief three wise man. And we did have two others who walked behind me, not too close. And I sang my little song. I mean, how anybody ever heard it? How big was my class? Oh, God. Could have been anything up to about 20 or 30. I was always amazed because when I was at prep school, when I was little boy, and which was another word for boarding school, another word your parents shoved you away, and there the classes were very small, around about, on average, I think 12 to 15 in a class. 12 to 15 in a class, because when I failed my 11 plus and I went up to Yorkshire, there were 30 in my class. And to be honest with you, I remember going home and thinking, I'm never going to learn anything. Not that I really cared. I'm never going to learn anything at school because there's too many people. Nobody's going to notice you. Whereas if you're in a class of only 15 people, they do notice you. They certainly notice me, put it that way. But I didn't learn anything in fact, I couldn't wait to leave school. I really couldn't wait to leave school. I didn't think it did anything for me. William in Thailand says Westlife just released a new album. Yes, and I'm sure it's lovely. Alex, or it could be Danny. He says, in 1983, I had to play the part of a tree. Good Lord. It's obviously quite common. Brown tights, a brown roll neck and a headband with leaves stuck to it and leaves stuck to my hands. I had to stand for the whole play with my hands in the air, swaying in the wind, which was a fan blowing on me. I was freezing. Wow. Fraser says, my son's school doesn't do nativity plays. Thank God I'll never have to sit through one. They're actually quite good fun. They are, because it's little kids who, I mean, some of the little girls play angels, so they've got their fake wings stuck at the back, but they've got no idea how to play because they're not really in show business, so they all chat amongst each other. They sort of stand there, you feel like if you were the teacher, we went, shh, concentrate. Okay, we're all getting ready to sing the song. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wondered what you are. And they sit there, and then they see their parents, because all the time they've been scanning the front row. Where's Mummy and Daddy? Then you see them go, hi, and they wave, completely coming out of character, which was a shame. But I like the idea that they do them. Steve, of course there were no rooms available in Bethlehem. It was Christmas. Everywhere's busy at Christmas, says Phil in historic York. It is. It was really chock-a-block. The Airbnbs, even the local tobacconist didn't have any rooms, and they normally put a sign up in the window, rooms in so-and-so stable. The producer this morning thinks they had horses in biblical times. I mean, really, where are we starting from in this one? Horses. Donkeys. Mary came in on a donkey, because she was up the duff, and so she's had to come in on the back of a donkey. I mean, if she'd come in on a racehorse, like Trigger or something like that, it would have been completely different. But then on Palm Sunday, Jesus went out on a donkey. Admittedly, for the crucifixion, he had to walk, which was quite something else. Sarah in Thatcham. My daughter was a talking sheep in her nativity this year. She wanted to be Mary, so she told the teacher she could do a far better job than the other little girl. She didn't get her wish. God, dissent in the ranks. I love it. Donna says, I played Mary in Southwark Cathedral. I had a solo song. I was very bad, but I loved it. Oh, it's a bit awe-inspiring, isn't it? You know, to go there and to sing in a cathedral. I mean, because I sang in our school choir. It was only the church is still there, little church on a hill just outside of Chelmsford. And I often said that's what I want to be buried, but then I decided I didn't want to be buried. So I've decided I'm going to be cremated. But, I mean, we're not worrying about it for a fair little few years. I hope so, anyway. Got to win the lottery yet.
This is LBC.
I like the idea of people being sheep in the nativity play. I don't think we had that when I was younger, actually. Steve, snowed in listening to you from Rosnov pod, Rasthostem in the Czech Republic, says David and 4-year-old son, who appears not to have a name. Let's have a look at Rosnov pod, Rasthostem. Oh, it's a spa town. Spa holidays, spa breaks, healthy. Looks lovely, doesn't it? It's very pretty. Very pretty, some of these places in the Czech Republic. Latvia is supposed to be very pretty as well. I wonder what the food's like. Because the food in Austria is dreadful. I was always very disappointed. They have sort of soup with knödels in it and stuff like that. And now let's have a look. Food to try. Oh, it doesn't look too bad, does it? What is it? I mean, see, if it's a stew, I can cope with it. But I don't... Oh, what's that? The traditional Czech foods you must try. And it basically looks like... I don't know, what... Is that bread it's sitting in? So it's sort of onions thrown onto what could be some bits of meat or something. It's not very exciting, does it? They seem to use... Perhaps it might not be bread. It might be something else, actually. There's nothing that's tempting me on that one, I'm afraid. Nothing that's tempting me. I might have to go shopping, actually, today in Kingston. I might go and get a sausage. But the trouble is they're never ready at the time I'm there. So if I'm going to be there, I'm going to be there for sort of 9 o'clock, 9:30, 10 o'clock. And they're not ready till about 11. Vegetables boiled in double cream. Oh, my God. I remember once I went on a ferry, on a DFDS ferry. I was going to Esbjerg because I'd got a job as a DJ in clubs. It actually materialised that I couldn't wait to get home again. I thought it was the biggest pile of rubbish I'd ever seen. And I went with a company called Europa Bookings. This was, you know, when I was 16, 17. And I'd left school, so I packed up all my records. And my father took me down, and I got on this DFDS ferry. And, of course, you got on the ferry, but you could share a cabin with people, and it was cheaper. If you had your own cabin, it was more expensive. And I can remember thinking, oh, this is great. And I'd never been on a ship before. I don't think I'd been on a ship. And all the food, because it was a Danish ferry, was this cooked in cream, that cooked in cream. And, of course, I didn't think about it because we hit rough seas. And this DFDS ferry was being thrown about all over the place. Me, I'd had cream in the hot chocolate. I'd had cream on the food, cream and everything. And I'm feeling quite awful. In fact, in the end, I went and stood up on deck. And the wind was giving it large, you know, big gale blowing and all the rest of it. And I'm literally clinging onto the side of the ship thinking, I'm going to be sick. I hated it, hated every minute of it. It was quite ghastly. Helinka says, I was always an angel in the nativity play. Still am. And who's going to disagree? Who's going to disagree? Strangely, Natalie in Dubai says, I used to be the star in the nativity play. They picked me each year as my mum made my outfit with integrated fairy lights. So I used to flash on stage. Right. Not maybe the best. Steve, I'd fallen asleep listening to you, says Margaret, when I heard knocking on the door. What do you mean you've fallen asleep? Listening to this what do you mean falling asleep? What's going on in the world? You're not on medication, are you? Anyway, went downstairs, finding nobody there and getting back into bed. I looked at the clock, seeing it was 5:30. Thank you, Steve. It was you imitating Joseph knocking. I know. Somebody's got to do it. Son's name is Rafe. Steve, lovely food. This is in Czechoslovakia. Rafe. as in Rafe Fiennes, I suppose. Here's the story. This is a bizarre story, and it's a darts fan. Julie Simpson was shocked to be told she had to leave a bar because she's a woman. Julie Simpson had gone to watch her boyfriend play at a social club when she went with him to get a drink. She was horrified to hear regulars at the bar shouting at him, "Get your lass out of here, she's not allowed in here." Julie's 47. She'd fallen foul of the club's rules that restrict membership to men only and ban female guests from the bar. The club insists it's to protect women from foul language and brawling, but Julie said it was degrading. "I felt about 2 feet tall. I've never experienced anything so horrible." The incident happened as barmaid Julie attended a darts match at Cargo Fleet Social Club in Middlesbrough. She said, "We went to the bar to order drinks, and the next thing, we were being shouted at to get out. In this day and age, it's normal for a woman to go to the bar and get a drink. The men-only setup is legal under the 2010 Equality Act." Club secretary Brian Wilson said it's an old-fashioned working men's club, and we don't think it's right, when there are men effing and blinding at the bar, that there are ladies sitting there. What you think women can't blindingly eff and blind and all the rest of it? He said if a fight breaks out at the bar, it isn't very nice if tables are going, "Oh, we've never had a complaint from a woman in this club." What sort of club are you running, mate? It sounds like a right old doss house, doesn't it? Honestly, they've got fighting going on, men effing and blinding and all the rest of it, and you're the club secretary. What an embarrassment you must be, Brian, to a woman. I don't know how they're allowed to get away with that. That's blatant discrimination. Blatant discrimination. If a fight breaks out. Or do people fight up your neck of the woods, pal? It's in Middlesbrough. There's the place to avoid, ladies and gentlemen. Old-fashioned, it's an old-fashioned club. Yep, you're dated. You're past your sell-by. Get out. Rubbish, isn't it, really? The wine has clearly gone to Danny Miller's head, the ex-Emmerdale actor. David Ginola had to move the booze in containers. It really is the biggest pile of rubbish I've ever seen on the television. Not that I've watched very much of it. Only little bits. Louise Minchin became the 5th star eliminated. They're not stars. She read an auto cue on the television. That was what her job was. She's not a star. She worked on the breakfast programme and she read an auto cue. The journalist was told by hosts Anton Deck she lost the public vote and had to leave the castle immediately. She's up against Adam Woodyat for eviction. She's the 6th famous person to go, so we've managed to get rid of all the ones that we'd never heard of, with the exception of Dame Arlene Phillips, Kadena Cox, Snoochie Shy, Naughty Boy. Richard Madeley couldn't go back in because he fell ill. So, I mean, you haven't heard of half of these people, but apparently, breaking the ITV show's COVID bubble rules, he couldn't go there. So he sort of disappeared as well. But it doesn't really matter. Louise Minchin will find something else. I can imagine. What? I've got no idea. They always go, "Oh, it's amazing," because who's the other one? Frankie Bridge, isn't it? And they're going, "Oh, she's been offered millions of pounds to endorse it." You think, what for? She's demonstrated nothing in the jungle at all, apart from she took a plaster cast of her bum to give to her husband. A real class act. Real class act. So. After a 7-year quest, a retired aero engineer has declared that he's found where MH370 went down. This was Malaysia Airlines. They think they found bits of it on La Reunion Island, and where he says it's crashed. The trouble is, I'm always amazed at these things that disappear, these flights, that one minute they go up, then they crash, and people go, "We have no idea where they are." And you think, good Lord above, can't be that difficult to find people. What else we got here? They're all plugging Sex in the City, but as I've never seen it, it doesn't really make any difference to me at all. And I love to go braless. This is somebody called I don't know who that is actually. It could be it's Rihanna. It's the latest trend among celebrities. But should you ditch the underwiring? So apparently Leanne, Posh and Amanda. They don't still call her Posh, do they? Thought we'd moved on a little bit from that. But people go braless. In fact, I was watching Celebrity Gogglebox with Rylan and his mother, 2 foul-mouthed people. I've never heard language like it. If I'd spoken language like that in front of my parents, I'd have had a clip round the ear so fast. But he sort of come and he was going on about her boobs and how saggy they were. And I remember thinking, do you really want to watch this kind of rubbish? Good Lord above, definitely not. Star sign for today. I'm only doing Pisces because it's the only one that's affected. The moon gets ready for a weekend of emotional confidence. It can create positive changes. A new style of music could be the key to unlocking creative ideas. Luck buys 3 tickets at 3 different times. See, I'm not stupid enough to believe that. I must get the tickets. Don't want to miss out on that. I mean, that could be the difference, couldn't it, between sort of winning something on the lottery or not winning something on the lottery. And I quite fancy the idea of winning something. Leo, I'm not telling you what Leo is. I'm not. Well, all right. I'll tell you Leo. The moon and Jupiter line up together and mix positive, get-it-done energy with a deep sense of community. A role you're offered in your neighbourhood can be a personal prize, offering new contacts that answer questions in your heart. Love is security plus excitement. What a load of old rubbish. Ridiculous, honestly. I mean, mine sounded more believable than yours did. I mean, your one just sounded as if you're going to have a really peculiar weekend. Nothing new on that one. Still to come, Boris under the cosh, and he's going to take some time off. People go, oh, that's good. And Boost for Britain, a £2 billion deal signed to build bullet trains. What a lovely idea if we could have bullet trains, but I don't think the track is sort of safe enough for bullet trains. We seem to be a little bit late on these sort of things, don't we? And what else? Downing Street has said it would be hard to justify a shopper removing a mask to sing in a supermarket, because they've said if you go into a shop, sing, and you don't have to wear a mask. I don't think they've thought this one through at all, do they? And if you're a student, you are being ripped off. You really are. Students pay rocketing rents for shoddy halls of residence. There's one man called Benjamin McGowan who paid £4,700 for a tiny piece of rat-infested accommodation. And so we'll look at the prices of what you're actually paying. Unbelievable, really. And we take your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Oh, and the Spanish trawlers who are taking our fish. This has got to stop. Got to stop.
This is LBC.
Morning. Trust you well. Trust you well. If you don't have to work today, you can sort of start getting... I always think going out and doing the shopping first thing in the morning is the best thing. Because that way, nowhere's busy. Because what did I do yesterday? Oh, I went to Costco. But I went in the middle of the afternoon. I'd forgotten how many people were in there. So I'm used to going first thing in the morning. In, buy, out. It's as simple as that. And when I went there yesterday, I thought, oh my God, people with their trolleys piled high with everything. A little bit too stressful, I think. So here they are, the poor students at university accommodation, which has soared more than 60% in a decade. Some students being charged nearly £11,000 a year. Living in London takes up 88% of the maximum undergraduate loan, leaving them with just 38 quid spare a week for the basics such as food, clothing and transport. Well, they can't buy clothing, I mean, for goodness sake, not on 38 quid a week. The loan system expects parents to make up the shortfall. And so they've looked here. This is the 10 unis with the most expensive halls in the UK. Minimum weekly cost, according to the Times and the Sunday Times Good University Guide. Number 10, University of Arts London, 150 quid. Middlesex University, 151 quid. Arts University, Bournemouth, 155 quid. King's College London, 155 quid. Royal Agricultural University Cirencester, 156. City University of London, 160. They're all roughly the same price. Amazing, isn't it? University of West London, 161. London School of Economics and Political Science, 168. St George's University of London, 172. And the University of Westminster, 181. It's a lot of money. These poor people, honestly. One bloke here, Benjamin McGowan, says he paid £4,715, the equivalent of 115 quid a week. He was stuck paying extortionate rent for a tiny room in halls that were plagued by rat infestations and leaks. Wow, so they had to live with it, even though the block had been unchanged since the 1970s. So many of us were plagued by rat infestations, repeated flooding and leaks. One of my flatmates lived for over 3 months with a leak directly above her bed before the university fixed it. For the same amount I paid last year, I now live in a house with a garden, a kitchen, 3 bathrooms and a bedroom triple the size of the last one. Because the university know they have a monopoly on first-year accommodation and use that to charge extortionate rents for appalling accommodation. Naughty. Everybody gets ripped off nowadays, don't they? I've been a bit cheated, actually. Tanker driver Phil says, Steve, I was a town crier in a nativity back in the 1967s. Unfortunately, I stepped back too far and fell off the back of the stage. Trying to keep my balance, I grabbed at the curtains and brought all the scenery down. I'm 62 tomorrow, and this will be the first birthday I've had without my mum, so I'm not looking forward to it. Oh, you'll get through it. You'll get through it. I like the idea of grabbing the curtains and bringing the scenery down. Because that was the trouble. Most of the stages, as Tango Driver Field, were built out of boxes. We used to have a whole load of boxes. You could make all configurations, and a stage was the most popular one to do. But you're right, it was very easy because they put up a curtain at the back of it. Very easy just to fall off the back of the stage. They used to do it on It'll Be All Right on the Night kind of stuff, these people falling off, which I loved. But first birthday without your mum? Oh, she'll be watching. Don't worry, Phil, she'll be watching. I know. My mum was watching all the time. I don't think she's stopped watching. But you'll get through it. You'll get through it, I promise you. Spanish fishermen are accused of catching hake in Cornwall that are too small to keep or legally sell before smuggling them back to Spain in lorries. What is going on with these fishermen? Bad enough with the French fishermen. Terrible, 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 terrible. Stuck at home because of Omicron and Plan B, well, now you can enjoy the glories of the National Trust's world-beating collection of artworks without ever leaving the comfort of your lounge. And they've got all these pictures which you can go and have a look at, including Henry VIII. I think we now know what Henry VIII looked like. He was a short, dumpy little bloke. And I'm looking at a picture here, probably painted about, the 1500s at some point, at Petworth House. I love looking at these. If you go to the National Gallery, literally just down here, Trafalgar Square, they've got all these pictures there. They're wonderful. I mean, this one is based on a mural painted by Holbein for Whitehall Palace to commemorate the Tudor dynasty. But they've got Tudor rooms in the National Portrait Gallery, and you can go and see some marvellous pictures, absolutely marvellous pictures. Duty Walkers, they've got the People's Pet Awards 2021. Charlotte Hawkins was there, and Sky Sports host Jackie Beltro. I think is it Beltro it's pronounced? I don't know, actually. I'm not sure. Jenny Murray was there, Nina Wadia, and Bake Off champion Candy. So it was such a long time ago, a bit bored by that now. Nicky Campbell, who credits his dog with getting him through a major breakdown, brought his Labrador Maxwell, such a posh name for a dog, such a posh name. And Judy Love, the awards host, says, when you hear the stories of these pets and the love and care they've shown to us humans, it's quite remarkable. All sorts of people. And also, there was one cathedral here, Salisbury Cathedral. Oh, Salisbury. And what did they lead up the aisle? Bactrian camels. You can imagine, can't you, just how dreadful that would be. They're believed to belong to Lady Chichester, rehearsing a special Christmas Eve service. I've never heard of anything like it my entire life. Fancy taking camels into a church. Well, not just a church. They're raising money for charity at Fates. Hope they're house-trained. Always worry about things like that, just in case they're not. Hollywood legend Mel Brooks fears his gags would be too risque for today's woke world. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. I mean, people complain at the drop of a hat now. You've only got to say boo to a goose and immediately somebody's complained. Christmas shoppers being warned over purchase scams. Well, so far, everything I've ordered online has arrived. I haven't had any problems with anything at all. But 1 in 10 people are duped by hefty discounts, but the goods never arrive, or are fake and shoddy. Because people clone genuine websites and ask for a bank transfer. I would never do that. Never do that. If I'm going to do anything, I'll do it on PayPal. And I've already linked into Amazon. The very idea that, people would sort of nick it. Somebody says Nationwide Building Society found, remember, if something looks too good to be true, it probably is. It's like no such thing as a free lunch. No such thing as a free lunch. Do not ever risk it. Somebody told me the majority of stuff you find on eBay, if they go, oh, there's this fabulous pair of Nike trainers, they'll be fake. There's so much fake stuff around. It's quite disappointing, really, that they'll rip people off. They don't really care. I've ordered a couple of things from Singapore. Luckily, so far, both things have arrived. Admittedly, they take slightly longer than we're used to. Over here, I'm waiting for a parcel to arrive from, where's it coming from? Ramsgate in Kent. And that'll be here by probably tomorrow at the latest. Today, I'm hoping, but I think it probably will be here either today or tomorrow. Sue says, my son Matthew played a sheep in his nursery nativity when he was 3. I got him a fantastic outfit and couldn't wait to see the performance. He was on stage in the very first scene, but just as the play was starting, he got stage fright, started screaming his head off. I had to take him away into another room to calm him down, which he did eventually, but refused to return to the play. I love things like that, Sue. I think that's it. Fancy 3-year-old. 3 years, I mean, they don't know, do they? 3 years old, they don't know about, having sort of stage fright, but screaming the place down. Mind you, I've seen people who've been upset at the airports because they've been barred from getting on flights because they're drunks, and one of them was screaming and screaming and screaming and pointing, and when they produce their phones, they say, don't touch me, and you think, I wish somebody would, but it never happens. Anyway, this particular woman who was shouting the odds because she was drunk, and she got arrested by the police, and as the police were carting her off, she's screaming the place down. It was terrible. What else we got? We've got The Office Christmas Party on Film 4 at 9 p.m. There's loads of stuff coming up at Christmas. They've got Gavin and Stacey, Christmas version. It must be ages ago. This one was filmed, probably 2019, I would have thought. And people like this. They like this sort of thing. But there's not really a great deal on television. I'm a little bit disappointed. The stuff that's around this year is not as good as it has been in previous years. In fact, when we ran through the schedule the other day, it's all the same, exactly the same this year as it was last year. The only decent thing about it is that I'm here on Christmas Day, Boxing Day and New Year's Day. Harry Potter and the Conspicuous Absentee amidst the transgender row. No sign of J.K. Rowling. I mean, this is the woman who told us only a short while ago that she'd had more death threats from people after her transgender comments. But they had a cast reunion the other day. Rupert Grint, Emma Watson and Daniel Radcliffe. And as I say, Daniel, probably one of the nicest people you'll ever meet. I don't know anything about Rupert Grint or Emma Watson, but whatever it is, they were reunited. And Miss Rowling, who trod the red carpet alongside the actors at the film's premieres, will merely feature in archive footage. Because I remember when they did something in Trafalgar Square, it was heaving. I mean, I've never seen so many Harry Potter fans. And what they had to do, they had to put them in cages. So they were in these sort of... And they only let them out because they sort of, I think it was like a ticket-only admission to get in so they could be sort of near all the action. And if they wanted to go to the toilet, they literally opened the cage, out into the toilets in Trafalgar Square, back out, back in the cage again. And they stood there and waited patiently, bless their little hearts. Because otherwise, you're going to miss all of this kind of stuff. But they loved it. People became totally addicted. But when you look at Daniel Radcliffe now, he's very sophisticated. But I think his mum is a casting agent. I'm pretty certain she's a casting agent. And there was something pleasant. He was about the most helpful person you could get. Some people are horrible. I was reading something the other day about... it was a producer, and it's a producer that I know very well. And he was talking about a bloke who reviews films called... Oh, she's a casting director, thank you. And this film person is called Mark Commode. And he's a bit precious. And apparently, I mean, from what I gathered from this thing, I don't know, I mean, where it came from, I've got no idea. But he was rude to some people, and they weren't very happy about it. Little bit precious. I only saw him once in a preview cinema. There were loads of people in there. We were watching this film, and they couldn't get it right. And he stood up and sort of he was shouting the odds. I was a bit disappointed actually. I thought he was going to be, because he always sits there with his pencil, doesn't he? He's a little bit pretentious. Because there's so many of these people who go out reviewing films and everything else. I mean, how many people does the BBC need? The answer is loads. They should really start cutting back, because where they go after that, I've got no idea. Here's the crew of HMS Richmond. Welcome back to Plymouth the other day. They've spent 7 months at sea. 7 months, and now they're back. They were mobbed by their excited children because the kids go, Daddy's back, which is lovely. Channel 5 have claimed that Lord Mountbatten's wife, Edwina, was a sexual athlete. I don't know what a sexual athlete is, but a documentary tomorrow rakes over her well-known affairs with Indian prime ministers, and she died, actually, at the age of 58. She seemed to be sex-obsessed. Mind you, Lord Mountbatten, it was led to believe he was gay. Did you ever hear that one? He was, yeah, I think he was Charles's godfather, I'm pretty certain, but people used to make jokes about... I hadn't heard anything about Edwina. But you'll sort of wait and probably see that tomorrow on the television, and we'll all be. They always wait till somebody dies before they start writing this stuff, don't they?
This is LBC.
Cold, but apparently it's going to brighten up over the weekend. By the time we get to the end of the weekend, we might actually hit 14 degrees, which I can't believe. One will have the family round for Christmas, believe it or not. The Queen is set to enjoy a new normal Christmas this year and may even appear in public for the first time. She's 95, as you know. She's either been resting or undertaking only light desk duties following a mystery health scare, but she's been given the go-ahead by doctors to throw the annual private pre-festive season party. And I think she will go to church, probably on Christmas morning. I think that before she does any of that, though, she'll fly to East Anglia by helicopter rather than take the train, because in light of her age and general health, it's easier to fly her in that way. Before she does, she's going to record the Christmas message, again at Windsor, likely to reflect on her husband, who died in April, as well as the show of community strength seen through the nation for the COVID pandemic. But no mention, I should imagine, of Harry or Andrew, the two embarrassments for the royal family. Although photographs and videos have been released, I think that all the meetings have taken place behind palace walls. They've done a lot of discreet things going on. And the hope is that she's well enough to take a short public engagement in the castle grounds. I mean, she seems to, I mean, seriously, for 95, she's quite remarkable. Last time she was seen in public at Windsor Castle reception was on October the 19th. The next day, she cancelled a trip to Northern Ireland. Then she was taken to hospital, but it was all a bit low-key. And getting into the festive spirit yesterday was the Prince of Wales, who donated Christmas-themed snacks to Afghan refugees and people who lived in Grenfell Tower as he attended an Advent service in West London. So they're still getting on with different bits and pieces. I like the idea that we've finally seen some action on people who want to bring home their sick trophies from animal kills. You know, importing hunting trophies from lions, rhinos, elephants and polar bears are going to be outlawed, which I think is possibly the best. I can't even believe that they still go out there and kill these animals. They sort of cough up £36,000 or whatever, and for that you can shoot a lion or a tiger that's been bred. And the poor thing doesn't stand a cat in hell's chance, does it? John Birt, Lord John Birt, birthday today, Liverpool-born TV executive, described by playwright Dennis Potter as a croaking-voiced Dalek. Birt, of course, produced David Frost's 77 interviews with Richard Nixon, and he's 77 today, so many happy returns of the day. And in 1981, on December the 10th, believe it or not, pop supergroup ABBA from Sweden now have more money than their own king. Each member of the group has a declared fortune in excess of £2 million, and last year the joint earnings were £7 million, on which they paid £1 million tax. King Carl Gustaf of Sweden has a fortune of only £2.7 million. This was back in 1981. I should imagine ABBA must be running into hundreds of millions. They definitely must be. I mean, you know, there must be loads of money coming in. All the people who are going back into the Strictly Dance for a Christmas special, Mel Giedroyc, and her partner is Neil Jones. I've got no idea who Neil Jones is. Is he a dancer or is he somebody I'm supposed to know of? He's probably a dancer, I should imagine. Moira Stewart, who's 72, is swapping the newsroom for the ballroom. And Adrian Chiles, good morning, everybody. He's the most boring person in the morning, which didn't work at all. Also Fred Syriacs and the repair shop's Jay Blades and singer Anne-Marie. So there you go. That's who it's going to be. But all these things are probably filmed already, actually, most of the time. You can't leave it till the last minute. You can only sort of do it when studios become free. And here's the pet dog killed by the poisoner living next door. This is an unbelievable story. What he did was he threw poisoned meat over the fence, and it's interesting, actually. In an attempt to kill her neighbour's dog, Susan Foster realised the evil act had been caught on security camera. So late at night, with neighbour Colin Stark and his wife in bed and their dog dying in the house, she climbed up a ladder to steal the camera. But unfortunately, her act of sabotage backfired. The camera had a motion sensor and sent an alarm to Mr. Stark's phone at 11:45. He looked at the footage on his phone and saw the hand and then the face of his 60-year-old neighbour removing the camera. So he promptly marched over to the house, banged on the window and said, "Give me my camera back." He said, "My voice was very loud because I was annoyed, and my wife said, 'You need to stop shouting, pack it in and call the police.'" Anyway, within 30 seconds of her saying that, she came out with the camera. Few words were then spoken. By the time the couple repossessed the camera, their 9-year-old German shepherd Roxy was seriously ill from eating meat which had been laced with antifreeze. I mean, this woman is sick. This is Susan Foster. The Starks took the dog to the vet. After 4 days of terrible pain, the dog had to be put down. They couldn't do anything about it. Mr. Stark of Scunthorpe said he then reviewed footage from the night when Roxy was poisoned and found footage of meat being thrown over his 6-foot garden fence. Anyway, this revolting person, this disgusting Susan, I mean, really, what a person, appeared before Grimsby magistrates and was convicted of causing a poisonous substance to be taken by a protected animal. She was given, I mean, this is what I can never understand in this country. This dog had to be put down, suffered in dreadful agony, and she was given a suspended 26-week prison sentence, disqualified from keeping all animals for 12 months, had to pay £2,040 in court costs, £627 in compensation to Roxy's owners, and a £120 victim surcharge. Mr. Stark, Colin Stark, and his wife were heartbroken at the loss of their beloved dog and believes the sentence was too lenient. Absolutely. But what can you do about it? That's what the sentence is. You know, I mean, for some reason, he said she's since sold her bungalow and moved. Don't worry, somebody will find you. Somebody will find you, Susan. Just be careful if you've got animals. In the beginning, we used to talk. As the years and months wore on, we didn't really speak. She kept herself to herself. There was no mention of motivation, even in court. She said that there was nobody barking, but the act caused Roxy an immense, this is the dog, immense amount of pain and suffering, and deteriorating clinical signs meant the poor dog ended up losing her life as a result. What a disgusting piece of filth you are, Susan Foster. How disgusting. I mean, God, you can get away with murder in this country, can't you? You absolutely can. Rules. Have you been to Rules? It's a very old restaurant, 223 years old. It's in Covent Garden, and it was founded in 1798, which was the year Napoleon began his campaign in Egypt. And it's barely changed. Barely changed. Lots of people go there, and it's very, very famous. Very famous. Lots of traditional food. And apparently they had a complaint. And there's never a complaint. They're saying un-PC decor, but I love it. I love it because I like things that sort of hang on to tradition, and I think you will find that Rules hangs on. It's very near Joe Allen's, very near Joe Allen's. In fact, it's sort of just off the Strand. You can't miss it, but very difficult to get a table there. But if you, I've been there and had drinks and stuff like that, and it's really lovely actually. Ian Botham apparently raised more than 30 million quid by doing 10,500 miles of charity walks. Good God in heaven, 30 million. How'd you get that much? But he was quite well. His spine had to be redone when he had it. I don't know how these people find the energy, but he raised more than £30 million. How much did Colonel Tom Whatsit make? What did he make? I mean, I'm sure he made that. I mean, he was only walking up and down his garden, bless his heart. And he was absolutely charming and lovely and wonderful and raised an awful lot of money. An awful lot of money. Steve, hello again from Rosnapod Rasthosten. Czech food is great, although they have Tesco stores here now, but strangely, they'll sell Hein beans at £1.50 a tin. Huh? Czech food much cheaper, says David. I've lived here 2 years teaching English. Great people. £1.50 a tin. That's the trouble, isn't it, when you get these sort of things? £1.50. Colonel Tom raised 33 million. Bless him, honestly. He was lovely. Steve, I think Henry VIII was around 6'5", not short at all. In the end, he weighed 30 stone and a wall had to be knocked down to remove his body. Well, they've used his coffin. It's in St Paul's Cathedral because they used it for somebody else. And I think they used, I can't remember, is it Nelson's body is in it? Whatever it was, it didn't look 6'5", not to me. But his suit of armour is displayed in the Tower of London. He got enormous. He got so big. They had to lift him onto the horse if he was in his armour. They had to lift him on. Because they used to have a jousting pitch, which they've discovered, haven't they, at Hampton Court Palace. They discovered it some years ago. They worked out where it was. And there have been various things. They said this is where they used to do jousting. But people paid to watch him eat. You would pay to go and watch the king eat because he had such a huge appetite.
This is LBC.
Leadership is about driving change. That's why we're pleased to introduce the first ever all-electric BMW i5. Seamlessly blending unmistakable BMW driving dynamics with instant electric performance and impressive range, while innovative technology connects to elevate every journey. Discover the joy of moving forward. Reserve your test drive at bmw.co.uk. Test drive subject to applicant status and availability.
It's quite interesting. They've just got a bloke on the television talking about, people in theatres and everything else. And it's the Leicester Square Theatre, which is where I'm playing next February. Sold out in an hour. Sold out in an hour. But I don't know whether or not you'll have to wear a mask, because I don't think they're over 500. In fact, I'm pretty certain they're not. This morning, as you know, if you're a regular listener, but I always do this twice on the programme, just to catch people who've only just woken up, I'm playing Santa Claus this Christmas. Only in my mind, of course, but I have a sack full of presents to give away, and you can get your hands on them. Everything you will need for the ultimate Christmas, including Apple iPhone 13, Nintendo Switch, thanks to Game, a 50-inch Samsung Ultra HD television with the soundbar, a waterproof Amazon Kindle, a smart speaker, a Nespresso coffee machine, a Joe Malone scented candle, and 250 quid to spend at Waitrose. Plus, a collection of kids' toys which include a micro scooter, 2 Lego kits and a kids' smart speaker. And you can win all of them. So it's one big package that you're going for. And all you have to do is text Xmas, which is XMAS, just the 4 letters, XMAS, and send it to 84850. It's the XMAS which sends it to the right department, so don't make a mistake on it, because otherwise it will disappear in a puff of smoke. XMS, I can't spell it myself now, XMAS, and send it to 84850. A voluntary donation of just £3 from every text supports Global's Make Some Noise, and we use it to help people who, need this money, the organisations and the individuals, people, for whom this time of year is miserable at the best of times. This year we can make it a lot better for them. So £3 from every text supports Global's Make Some Noise. You've got until 9 a.m. on the 21st of December to enter. Keep the phone handy, because it could be your phone that rings. Somebody's going to win it. Somebody's going to be having a major... We're not popping it in the post. We'll come and probably hand-deliver this one, I should imagine. Standard network rate supply. You need to be 18 or over, and you're playing across participating radio stations and regions. Rules are at makesomenoise.com. So please, if it's in your heart, text Xmas, XMAS, and send it to 84850. Xmas to 84850. This coming Monday, for safety reasons, they have now banned e-scooters from public transport. You will not be allowed to take them on there. The ban will apply to privately owned e-scooters and e-unicycles, even when folded or carried, after a number of incidents when the electric vehicles have combusted. And the one thing you don't want is to be on a bus or a train when one of these things bursts into flames. So I'm very pleased about this. TfL said customers with privately owned e-scooters would not be permitted to enter any premises on the network or travel on any services, including the tube, buses and trams. That'll be interesting. I see people every day at Waterloo Station with these scooters which they take on trains. No more. You will be banned. How are they going to stop them? I can't wait to see. Can't wait to see. Privately owned e-scooters, as you know, remain illegal for use on the roads, but hundreds of thousands have been sold. London's been trialling the public rental scooters. They're the only ones you can use on the road. Anything else you can use on your own private land, but you can't take them on the roads. We had another 19-year-old lad killed the other day on his. He was listening to his music on his headphones, couldn't hear a thing, smashed straight into a car, thrown up in the air, dead, 10 days later. So rental vehicles are the only e-scooters legally permitted for road use. So let's see TfL come into to this one. They've worked with the London Fire Brigade to determine how they should deal with these devices, and following the reviews, they've decided to ban them. The ban does not include mobility scooters or foldable e-bikes, which TfL said were generally subject to better manufacturing standards and less of a fire risk. E-scooter users failing to comply face a potential fine of up to £1,000. Can't wait to see them doing it. Because still, I know they don't do it because it's part of the remit. The drivers on the buses, they'll let people get on with no masks on. Basically because these are people who they can't be bothered. Why should they bother putting a mask on? They don't mind spreading the illness. They couldn't care less. So that's what we have to do. We have to make sure they can do it. The charity Guide Dogs, as you know because you've heard it on LBC, are calling for action to tackle the illegal riding of e-scooters because they've studied the impact of collisions with pedestrians. Chris Theobald of Guide Dogs says everybody is at risk, not just people with visual impairments. Any legislation to legalise e-scooters has to fully address speed, weight, sound and critically keep e-scooters off the pavements where they can do significant harm. I see them every day. I can stand at the bus stop down here going into Trafalgar Square. I see people on the road. They're using these hoverboard things. They're using... I've seen one bloke, it's just one wheel. and he's balancing upright, and it's got lights on. It's all very pretty, but it's blooming dangerous. People die on them. So from Monday, e-scooters banned from the public transport network, so you will not be able to take them on the trains, the buses, and the tube. Okay, because mainly of the danger of these batteries. They've had a spate of these things bursting into flames. And what are you supposed to do if you're stuck down there on the underground? Answer: that's why they banned them, which is a very, very good idea. People spend them, though, don't they? People love them. I've noticed the skating rink doing very well at the Natural History Museum, which is very interesting, actually. They've taken a picture here when yesterday the Omicron cases in the UK rose to 817. 817. And to be honest with you, I get a bit confused by this whole thing, as indeed do all the columnists in the newspapers after the government was saying, you can do this, do that. If you're singing, you don't have to worry about it. Working from home, but you can go to the office Christmas party. Just leaves you with a little bit of a sense of confusion, would you not think? So you can go to the office Christmas party. And also, I'm very surprised they haven't cancelled New Year's Eve in Trafalgar Square. There's going to be hundreds and hundreds of people all crammed in together. We might as well have the firework display. This is a better chance of sort of, avoiding all of this. But of course, the mayor has told us that the marvellous thing that they're giving us is a choir. Just what you need, isn't it? People just want to get drunk on New Year's Eve. They want to see out one year. Don't want to sit there listening to a choir. There's nowhere to sit anyway. You can't sit unless you want to sit on the ground. You don't want to sit on the ground because of all the dirty pigeons, which is not very good. So they've rushed in Plan B. In Scotland, people are encouraged to keep a distance from people not in their group. Also, they've also been urged to defer Christmas parties. We've been allowed Christmas parties. You don't have to go to work, but you can go to the Christmas party. In Northern Ireland, indoor parties, I think, of more than 30 people are banned. Pupils over 13 must wear a face covering in school. I wish they'd wear them on the blooming buses. We get kids on the school bus every day. Well, a school bus, I say the school bus once they take it over. But they're not wearing masks. There was a whole group of them the other day. They must have been 15 years old. Nobody wearing a mask. How dumb. How dumb. And so from tomorrow, the legal requirement to wear face masks in shops and on public transport will be extended to most public indoor venues, including theatres and cinemas. However, you will not have to wear masks in cafes, restaurants or pubs. From Monday, people have been urged to work from home. Go to work if you must, but work from home if you can. I'm coming into work. I'm coming into work. I've got my mask. I'm coming into work. It's as simple as that. But it's amazing how it's different all over the place. Nobody knows what's going on. They really don't know what's going on. But I think they really should have said, if you're going on the bus, unless you've got, some life-threatening thing, in which case, what are you doing out anyway? Why would you want to risk your health? All for the sake of a little injection. All the sake of a little injection. In fact, actually, one of my friends, Toby, he's had the two things. He's having a booster and he's had the flu jab. He's slightly worried about the booster. I wanted to write to him and go, don't worry about the booster. I had it, no effects whatsoever, nothing. And if I have to have it every 6 months, I'll have it every 6 months, because it means if you do get COVID or any of the variants, you stand a better chance of surviving it. Because as you now know, I've read out more stories on this programme over the past year of people who've gone, ooh, I don't need to be vaccinated, and then they've died. And we don't want that, do we?
This is LBC.
Sure, this is Peloton. This is a 15-minute low-impact ride, but so is this.
We're here together for a 10-minute empathy meditation.
And even this.
We get it in with a 20-minute hip-hop shadow boxes session. What more could you ask for?
Well, with thousands of classes on our Bike, Tread and app, there's more to Peloton than you might have thought. This is Peloton. Internet connection and Peloton all-access membership required. See onepeloton.co.uk.
Morning, nice to have your company. Coming up 10 to 7. So I think this is the weekend, isn't it? Is this the weekend they put down on the calendar where they say this is the time that people go out and get their Christmas trees? Because then you've not really got that long. You've only got, what are we up to now, the 10th. So 11th tomorrow. So it's only a matter of 2 weeks to have the tree up. And then, the trouble is by the time you finish Christmas, it finishes so fast. And we're back where then we'll be into the January sales. Charlie says, does Xmas have to be capitals? Well, it looked like capitals on my piece of paper, but I don't know. It doesn't say, actually. So I should phone my friend Ollie. He'll know these things. I think it's better to do it in capitals. Xmas. X-M-A-S. You could probably try it the other way. It'll probably still work, actually. Miranda is in Henley-on-Thames. Oh, I know. My mum used to live in Henley-on-Thames. Very nice. The only time they hated it was for the Henley Regatta, because all of a sudden the little town was swamped with people. She says, you bring a smile to me every single morning. Well, that's good. That's good. But you won't when I tell you that the waiting list for hospital treatment has hit how much in England? 6 million. That's the waiting list. So people who are waiting for operations, unfortunately, will be waiting and waiting and waiting them, because there's still loads of people in hospital. You remember the thing the other day, Dr. Hilary Jones got, Ofcom, 1,000 Ofcom complaints. And it was a case of, because he said that 90% of people in hospital with COVID and taking up beds hadn't been injected. And people, I was amazed at the backlash against him. Honestly, everybody's favourite doctor on the television, one of a number now. We seem to have loads of these people. But everybody sort of rounded against him. I felt a bit sorry for him, really. Steve, thank you for a great week, says Kim. You made a rather taxing week a lot more bearable for me. Enjoy the weekend. Yeah, I've got nothing. As I say, I've just got lunch tomorrow. So what I'm going to experience tomorrow is London on a Saturday, which kind of fills me with horror, because I did it the other week. And we had a lovely lunch. There was a nice little crowd of us at Little Italy. And the week before, we'd had a nice lunch at Joe Allen's. And all of a sudden, you realise that London is absolutely heaving. Absolutely heaving. But the good news is I can have my lunch on Saturday and I won't need to wear a mask. So that's good. Because, I mean, how do you eat with a mask on? It's ridiculous. It's not physically possible, is it? You have to keep moving it to one side. But they're constant. Every time I get on a bus, they're always saying, you are required to wear if you're travelling on TfL. And you look around and there's still at least 3 or 4 people, without wearing masks. And you think, well, get one of those visors, which can sort of help. But they don't seem to want to care, these people, which is a great shame. Look forward to tuning in on Monday, says Kim. Well, I look forward to your company. I expect people to be there on Monday. But do not forget that you've got to download the programme. OK? So if you download the programme, that means you can then download all of the programmes on LBC, because I think every single programme has at least one, if not more, of podcasts. I mean, I have 2, but as I said before, Ian Dale, I think, has 6. I don't know how he finds time, or his team find time to actually put 6 together. But they've got lots and lots of them, and you can download them. You get to keep them forever and a day. Nick's got them, and James and Eddie and Sheila, everybody, they've all got them, and so you can download them for free. It doesn't cost a penny piece, provided you've got the app, which means that when you go abroad, you can just click onto the app and you can listen to LBC. So it's worth doing. I keep recommending it for people, and I keep saying, go on, do it. It'll change it, because if you go on a holiday and you're so used to listening to LBC, and especially over Christmas, people are going to be driving and all the rest of it. Just take, you could sit in the car and listen to it. Much easier, much easier. Little Julie says, my work Christmas party's been cancelled. Oh, no. I've been working from home since Tuesday due to a positive case at work. So that's the trouble, is it? You haven't got anything, have you? So if you're working from home, I'm assuming you haven't, because a friend of mine's been self-isolating for the last 10 days. And he said it's the most boring thing he's ever done in his entire life. He said it's absolutely terrible. He said, in fact, it's so boring, he's now become addicted to daytime television programmes. And you know how bad they are some of the time. At the moment, it's all cooking. Small wonder we're all putting on a load of weight over Christmas. People say, you're watching this and watching that, and you think, it's just food. That's all Christmas is now. I don't think Christmas has got... Well, I mean, I never thought it was anything to do with Christianity or anything like that, because it was always a pagan festival. I just thought it was an opportunity to eat lots of nice food and have presents. I never thought it was anything else. Even when I was younger, I didn't think it was anything else at all. Steve says, Karen in Taunton, just to let you know, Christmas doesn't have to be in capitals, Xmas. So you can use little letters for Xmas or big letters. And Paul says, I've just found out I'm working Christmas Day, Boxing Day now. Thank God I'm not a lover of Christmas. Well, I'm working Christmas Day, Boxing Day as well, and I am a lover of Christmas. So it works, as far as I'm concerned, it works really well, actually. Really, really well. Somebody else says, just to let you know that we love your programme. Thank you very much indeed. Yes, I seem to be doing quite well, actually. I'm a bit bored with these Jack Grealish pictures with his girlfriend. It's a bit posy. But they went to that very expensive restaurant where, for a steak... And the blokes admitted freely that, wrapping it in gold leaf or something, it doesn't affect the taste in the slightest, which, of course, we always knew, didn't we? We always knew. Steve, you've got to try Sainsbury's French mustard. Right. Is it good? Is it good, French mustard? I do like French mustard, but I I tend to, the thing I eat the most of, well, actually, not the thing I eat the most of, this makes it sound ridiculous, but I do like Hellmann's mayonnaise. Do you not like that? I put that on everything. I've put that on steak. I've put it on chips, roast potatoes. I put it on sprouts. On sprouts, it's delicious. You know, you take some sprouts, you pop them in some hot water, the little tiddly ones, look like marbles, and then you do some Hellmann's mayonnaise over the top. Or if you're really feeling decadent and you really want to push the boat out and people think you're peculiar, cover it with grated cheese as well. Grated cheese and then Hellmann's mayonnaise. Oh, happy days are here again. Oh, I love it. Absolutely love it. I love anything like that. But Sainsbury's French mustard, the only thing we used to have that with was sausages. And at the moment, I'm just desperate to eat bratwurst. So I might have to get... At some point today, I'm going to have a sausage. I also want to go, but I've never managed it. I don't know why, actually. Because it was too cold yesterday. And I was going to go to Greggs and get one of their pigs in blankets baguettes. I just quite fancy that. Or failing that, just pigs in blankets. I'm not particularly bothered about it. I'm a little bit worried about KP Snacks. Their sort of cock-a-hula hoop as the Walker's crisp crisis looks set to rumble on into the new year. So they've been suffering shortages of crisps and stuff. Well, I've seen loads of it. I mean, I'd go in the supermarket. I've never seen any shortages. But apparently people are now eating knickknacks and hula hoops. So they can't get the crisps. And Andy Riddle, sales director, said they'd seen accelerated demand. I bet they had. I bet they were absolutely delighted. It's a case of, we really can't get that. But look, we've got these things. You can eat knickknacks. Well, I did try them once. I didn't like those at all, actually. It doesn't make any difference, does it? Poor old Tom Kerridge, who we do like, has been ridiculed for selling a tiny Christmas turkey, which he says can feed 8 people. Fans of the TV chef said it would only feed 8 guests if 6 of them were vegan or if they were all from the borrowers. And Kerridge's free-range Copus turkey breast roast cost 140 quid or £17.50 a head. The listing on the chef's website reads, a perfect combination of flavour and convenience. There's the added bonus of 2 turkey legs, as opposed to what? What do you mean 2 turkey legs? How many have they got? Comes with pigs in blankets, stuffing, gravy and cranberry sauce. But actually, I would think those Copus turkeys, because he sells those in Richmond at Sandy's, in Twickenham. Richmond, I'm talking about in Twickenham. And about £140 is about right. They're the best turkeys that you can get. Although I can't tell the difference. I really can't tell the difference. But it doesn't matter. We won't be having one of those. But we will be having all the usual, the little bits and pieces. I never got round to telling you the guide to Britain's most magical Christmas events, which are out there. You'll find them in the Mirror today. And a few of the other papers have also put up different bits and pieces. So if you're going out over this weekend, the places you'll be going to, probably restaurants, and they get booked out. They get booked out really quickly, restaurants. So the advice is book in advance. Saves you getting there and going, oh, there's 6 of us. And they go, we've got nothing. Because people want to go out and try and forget that they've been a bit miserable and they're now being furloughed again. And some people are not being furloughed and some people don't have their Christmas parties. Anyway, have a great weekend. And I trust that you get everything that you deserve. Remember to download my free Little Bit Extra podcast. You can download today's episode and past episodes on the Global Player or wherever else you get your podcast. So it's just lbc.co.uk. Click onto the podcast page. You get lovely pictures of all the presenters, airbrushed. As well as listening live to LBC, you can listen back to this and other LBC programmes, as well as a huge range of podcasts. So do go in for the competition to win that huge range of prizes as well, because it's a nice prize bundle that will make somebody very happy. Morning, Monday, the 13th of December, as we get ever near. Most people get paid in about 7 days' time. You've only got to survive 7 days, and then you get paid, and then it's false economy time, as I keep reminding people, because you'll be spending like mad, won't you, just in case we go into lockdown. But I don't think it's going to be till after Christmas. I think after Christmas they'll bring in some new tough measures. One of them should be, if you've not got a mask on, you're not getting on public transport, because otherwise it's just going to spread. And they reckon by the end of December, 1 million cases of the new COVID strain. 1 million cases. That's what they say, and they say it could double up. But apparently the consequences are not as severe as some of the other COVIDs which have been doing the round. So Boris is aiming for 1 million jabs a day. 1 million jabs a day. Get them. If you don't have them, you're a fool. A fool. Why we're happy to eat the same breakfast every day. If you like a vindaloo, might be down to your mum and breastfeeding. God in heaven. And Penny Lancaster looks after Rod Stewart. It's such a sweet picture. The Navy and the RAF don't have any non-white officers in top jobs, and apparently the Army have only got about 5. Wonder why. Happy birthday to Robert Lindsay, the cop who halted the Beatles' last gig. Do you remember it was the one on the roof? And he went out there, nick, 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 and he stopped them playing. I can't remember which street it was in. I can't remember. There was a picture in the paper of it. I remember it, but he was sort of he was being sort of, you know, little Mr. Clever. And he said, I don't regret it. It was Savile Row, right on the top of one of the building. And he said, I don't regret it. I thought, oh, God, nothing worse than a do-gooder. Nothing worse. It was very good, actually. So what is this going on here? It's the Beatles, love. It's the Beatles. She loves you, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know. Bookies have tipped Rose and Giovanni to win the Glitterball Trophy, which I think is quite right. And Danny Miller was crowned King of the Castle. Just when you think, you know, nobody ever sort of... Nobody ever knew who he was before. He was only in Emmerdale, bless his heart. I think he was a gay character, and he's now come out. 1969 was the Beatles playing a 42-minute set before the Met Police asked them to reduce the volume. It was the final public performance of their career. And, of course, all the coppers involved, like, oh, I was the one who closed down the Beatles. You know, it's like your claim to fame. Embarrassing, isn't it? David Beckham played best man for Father Ted's wedding. That's his father, Ted. And a picture by a 7-year-old girl will appear on the Big Issue front cover. I think it's a picture of Father Christmas or something like that, which is very apropos. And TV's Nev is dead. Go on. I defy anybody. The producer had never heard of him, and he does watch a bit of television. It was a programme called The Call Centre, based in Wales. And he was a bit like David Brent. And he was a bit sort of loud and bombastic. He was only 61. Only 61. To die before Christmas is never so good. Amazon are working on a video doorbell that remembers regular callers. Oh, look, you're a regular caller. You can come in. It's quite nice. There you go. Girl's picture of Santa delivering houses to homeless people. That's nice, isn't it? On his sleigh, he's got houses wrapped up in a sack. I like things like that. And it sort of shows... It is a big sleigh. In fact, it looks like it's jet-propelled by the look of it. But it's got all the houses for all the homeless people. And her name is Gabrielle. She's done the picture. That's good, isn't it? Well done, Gabrielle. You are now famous. You'll be sold on every street corner. An engineer has claimed unfair dismissal from a company after the company ran Bell End of the Year competition. And some poor girl in America, I think, she gets a tip. She's working in a big restaurant, and there's 2 girls working this table of 100 people. And at the end, they had a whip round on the table. Was it 100 people or 40? Whatever it was, they got $100 from each of the people there. Each of the people having dinner. So actually, it must have been 44 people, and it was $4,400. Which they gave to the girl and said, you share that. So they got $2,000 each. The manager of the restaurant had a different thought. You have to pool your tips. So they took it off her, and then she told the bloke who'd given them the tip, and he was not very happy indeed. So he got the management to give it back. He said, I'm not giving it to you, because the management said, oh no, we share all our tips here. And it's a case of, no, you don't. If ever I go into a restaurant and they do standard service charge, I give the money to the person who's worked. If you do the work, you should get paid. Why should some lazy old so-and-so be standing in the corner and get the same amount of money? Anyway, then the girl got fired. She gets fired. And she said, how am I going to pay my bills now? So the bloke who organised her tip in the first place has started a GoFundMe thing for her to pay her bills. But anyway, she now does have a job in a restaurant. They're awful. I loathe restaurants that take the money away from the staff who've earned it. You're a good waiter or waitress. You deserve to get the tip. Why should you have to share it? Oh, blimey. Nothing to do with them at all. Ghastly people. James Bond could become non-binary. Get over yourselves. And Peter Andre says his children refuse to listen to his music and created any music. Mysterious girl, mysterious girl, mysterious girl, mysterious girl. It was rubbish. My other favourite, from Peter Andre? Didn't think there was another one. As he had more than one record out. He sang it in the jungle. Remember he took his guitar and we went, oh, God, no, please don't play. Please don't play. Greg Wallace's health hasn't been as successful as his weight loss. And the giant of the quiz show world is apparently Ben Shepherd. No, it's not. It's Bradley Walsh. This is all Peter's songs. Okay, so... okay, in the UK... Oh, he had... in 1995, Turn It Up, featuring Ollie J. That got to the dizzying heights of number 64. 95, you got Mysterious Girl with Bubala Ranks. That got to number 2. And then he had Flavour and I Feel You, which got to number 1 in 96. Mysterious Girl, featuring Bubala Ranks again in 2004. A Whole New World, which was remarkable, featuring Katie Price, who can't sing, got to number 12. A Whole New World. Do you remember that one? That was so ghastly. Behind Closed Doors. I Can't Make You Love Me, didn't do anything at all. Unconditional got to number 50. Defender in 2011 got to 14. Perfect Night, 48. In fact, basically, he hasn't done anything in the charts for ages. Not for ages. But 97 got to number 3 with All About Us, featuring Montel Jordan and Little Bo Peep. Lil Bo Peep, come blow on your horn, the cows in the meadow, Lil Bo Peep. It was the... Has he done anything after 2012? Oh, yes. Christmas Time is for Family and Big Night. Neither of... Oh, we got one in 2012 called Kid. Got to number 144. It's what's commonly known as a failure. I mean, you can't call him a pop star because he's not a pop star. He's not really not. But he does his best, I suppose. What was the other one? All About Fred Astaire, who was the Lord of the Dance, who I thought was absolutely brilliant. And 500,000 learner drivers are waiting to take their driving test. God, I remember taking my driving test years and years ago. When you took it, it was fantastic because I failed first time round. Passed second time round. It was very good, actually. The only reason I failed first time round is because I reversed around a corner and nearly hit a postbox, which the GPO had very unkindly put on the corner of a road as I turned the corner. Yeah, try to catch me out. They're going, we know that they get... And then they used to do the emergency stop, and the instructor would say, OK, and we'll drive along. When I tap on the front of the car, you then, go to the emergency stop. So I did. I can't remember what I did my test in. I don't know. I can't remember the car, Bentley, yeah. I can't remember. I passed second time. I remember coming home, my mother was on the phone to a relative, and Stephen's just taken his test, and I walked in, and I put on a glum face, and she went, oh, he didn't pass. I went, yes, I did. Yes, I did. I passed. And then my dad came home, and he went out with me in his little minivan, and because he had a little minivan for work, and he said, all right, you can drive. And so I was allowed to go out by myself in the car. I'll tell you, that was it. I was off up and down the motorway. Never been seen since. I loved it. It was fantastic. The chocolate firm's woke message backfired after an empty window on an advent calendar. And, of course, there's always some mother with a child. She was very upset. She burst into tears because there wasn't a chocolate behind there. Well, maybe it was good. Too much chocolate, a little bit bad for you. Don't make so much of a big deal about it. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We take all your texts and emails. And, as I say, now we know that the I'm a Celebrity winner, it's gone ka-ching of the castle. Danny Miller's going to make some money. I don't know why. Why would he make money? Because he won a silly competition where you have to eat balls, testicles and things like that. Not balls, because that would be, wouldn't it? It'd be balls, testicles and all sorts of other strange things. Paul Hollywood is earning a fresh crust, making pizzas at his girlfriend's pub. He's worth more than 10 million. And he's at the Checkers Inn in Smarden in Kent. Locals can get him to fire up Italian grub, because his girlfriend is the landlady at the pub owned by her parents. Mumsy and Dadsy have got the place. Beats the last one, doesn't it? The one who had horses, cart horses. And she was... then all of a sudden, luckily, she disappeared because that had got a bit tedious and boring. I like him. There's a dreadful picture of poor old Rod Stewart. He's 76, and his wife is Penny Lancaster, and she's leading him out of a bar. And to be honest with you, he looks like he's on another world. He looks as they say in Blood Brothers, his mind's gone dancing. That's what they call it. But he does look at she towers above him, so he's 76, and he's still got because I'm rock star, so you have to wear rock star clothes. I don't know why, it's just the way it is, and it's looks like a scene from the film Attack of the 50-Foot Woman. That's what it looks like. That's what they've said in the papers. And a carpenter called Daniel Barry woke up at night impressed by his bigger-than-usual willy, but then quickly felt dizzy. He'd been bitten on the end of his willy by a spider. I mean, Lord. He slumped onto the loo, only to look down on this sort of thing, and his girlfriend told him he looked as white as a sheet. Yes, apparently. He said, I made the mistake of Googling it. He said, and on Google it said it would drop off within 7 days. Which is awful, isn't it? But anyway, he was prescribed antibiotics. Was the spider... No, I don't know where the spider went to. Spiders caught in clothing are likely to be squashed and may bite as a last resort. I don't like that idea. A little bit scary, isn't it? Anyway, think on, ladies and gentlemen. Still to come, strictly pro-Nadia Bishkova broke her silence over the Dan Walker hug and says, I was glad I was there for him. It's only just a programme, all right? Don't make a big deal about it, love.
Steve Allen on LBC.
We were talking the other day about people on buses not wearing masks, the idiot brigade, as I prefer to call them. And in fact, I was sitting on the bus the other day coming back from Richmond. I don't know why I was in. What was I in Richmond for? Can't remember. Anyway, and Greg's... No, it wasn't Greg's, actually, surprisingly. They don't do their pigs in blankets till 12 o'clock. What a waste of a space is that? God in heaven, is the management listening? Come on, pull your finger out. Anyway, I get on the bus and a woman gets on with loads of children. There's about three adults. And she's not wearing a mask, neither's the husband, neither's the other woman. And obviously the kids aren't because they're little children. And so she's on the bus for 10 minutes, and then she finally puts a mask on. And I thought, too late, love, you've infected people. You've infected people. You must wear a mask on a bus. I think they should bring in the ruling. I don't know why they haven't done it now. They have. Yeah, but they now say that face coverings are required, in such as cinemas, theatres and places of worship and all the rest of it. But they say, if you're exempt for medical reasons. So these people just go, I'm exempt. And you know they're lying. You know they're lying. I mean, previously, they've reintroduced masks in shops, on public transport and at hubs like railway stations. The staff at Waterloo, they can't all be bloody asthmatic. It's not possible. Hairdressers, tattoo studios and nail bars. This is where, you have to wear your mask. Post offices and banks, estate agents, vet surgeries, takeaway pharmacies, auction houses, taxis. And yet no supermarkets. Don't have to wear one in a supermarket, apparently, which seems to be okay. Yeah, in shops. I suppose they're counting those as shops. Public transport. Under 12s are exempt, as are those who can't wear face coverings for medical reasons. What bloody medical reason would there be? What is the medical reason that you cannot wear a mask to save your life? Yeah, but what are they? What are they? You can get a visor that comes down. They had a woman on YouTube. I saw the other. She was in America, and she's going, I have to wear it. I don't have to wear it. And they went, why? She said, because if I wear it, I'm going to fall to the floor. And the bloke went, oh, we're not serving you then. We're not serving you. It's as simple as that. And she goes, you have to serve me. It's a post office. He said, no, this is a private company. We're not serving you. You can stand there all day, but we're not serving you. So visors and what's the point of a visor and a mask? Oh, right. But, to be honest with you, I think they should have special buses for people who don't want to wear a mask. They just have to... They laid on extra buses, didn't they, before, when we had to separate the school children and everything else. And let's do it again. Let's have separate buses, and it'll just take you longer to get to work. Apparently, if you get fined for not wearing a mask, how are they going to prove this? This is a load of old codswallop. So it goes up to £6,400. So in other words, you just go, I'm exempt. And they go, yes. And so, well, you can't be fined, can you? It's ridiculous. But they should have separate buses. Let's put them all on double-decker buses, because that's where all the infections are at the moment, because they pack them on so tightly. The bus the other day was the Kingston buses. There were loads of Kingston buses going from Richmond, number 65s, and they were packed in like sardines. Lots of all these kids, in fact, nearly all the kids, not wearing masks. Adults sitting there not wearing masks. And I'm thinking, you're asking for trouble. Asking for trouble. Ridiculous. Do you know who my sister is? This is Rina Lipa, who's getting ready to shine, because her sister is Dua Lipa, which I don't know anything about, actually, but she's a global star, Dua Lipa, which is lovely. She said, I tried to dress like Dua. I'd steal her clothes. It's still like that. I'd go through her closet and say, you haven't worn that for a while. She's like, oh, God, bring that back. They're also going to clamp down, the government, changing the subject. Thousands of counter-fraud experts will be brought in after fake universal credit claims soared in the pandemic. They're setting aside £500 million to beat the benefit cheaters. Good luck. Good luck. Can't wait to see you managing that one. These people are so clever. They're so clever. People tell lies all the time, don't they? Dua Lipa's worth £36 million. £36 million. And she bought her parents their house. That's nice, isn't it? Yeah, 2 up, 2 down. Just 2 up, 2 down. No milk today, my lover's gone away. The BBC shelved a podcast about Meghan and Harry after an accompanying TV series received more than 900 complaints. They're such drips at the BBC, aren't they? They were like, I better take that one off. God. The podcast was set to include far more controversial material. It'll now be released on an unconfirmed date. So in other words, they are going to do it. They're just going to have to listen to it again because, yes, we'll have to wait a little bit for it, which makes it even more interesting. And drivers in a national park, which is the New Forest, have been urged to slow down after another horse was killed. Because in the New Forest, the horses just wander across the road at night time, daytime and everything else, and drivers who go far too fast through there knock them down and kill them. This one was thrown over the roof and died. The couple in the car were not injured. Oh, well, that's all right then, isn't it? That's all right. I can't believe it. Jessie Nelson's under fire once again, accused of mocking the black fishing claims against her. She was complaining about she was given a very small dressing room. But, of course, when she was with a group, Little Mix, it was a bigger dressing room because there were more of them. Now there's just her by herself. She can get dressed in a broom cupboard. She then went out later on the town and she had a bag over her head so that nobody knew it was her. She must be very insecure. Why would you put a bag over your head? I can't. Yes, I must try that one, actually. But so she goes out, wearing sort of, a very dated outfit, ripped jeans, as you know, are very dated now. Nobody buys ripped jeans anymore. And she's got this sort of bag thing over her head, like a hood. And I thought, well, sorry, are you in the business, love? Or well, maybe not. Maybe not. Furious punters have blasted the BBC Countryfile Christmas in the Park as a rip-off, as it turned out to be a sodden letdown. People were promised loads of celebrities like Matt Baker, Sean Fletcher, John Craver and Anita Rani. Visitors said they barely saw them. Car parks became quagmires, and it was £80 per day for the event. And they were promised all sorts of celebrity TV chefs. Somebody says, it always amazes me, the people who travel for miles to these things. This woman here travelled 4 hours and stayed 2 nights locally for this, but we did it all in 2 hours. No animals, no Christmas feel, very few stalls, and hardly any activities for children. The BBC said rainfall did cause some areas of the park to be muddy. We apologise to anybody who found the terrain difficult, but you're not getting your money back, OK? Get the drift? I love it. I love it. So they've got pictures of all the people there. Look at them. Look, lovely. And Father Christmas and some horses. Charlton Park Estate. Sponsored by something. I've got no idea what it is. You'd be expecting something really good, wouldn't you? I would be. Meet the presenters. What does it say on Meet the Presenters? We like these things. Oh, she's there. Look at that. That's can't remember what her name is actually. But she's married with children. But she looks Ellie Harrison. She looks about 18. Tom Heap, we know. Adam Henson, we know. Anita Rani, we know. John Craven, of course, we know. Sean Fletcher, we know him. Matt Baker, and Joe Crowley, and somebody called Steve Brown, who we're not sure of. But they were all there. Oh, and Margarita Taylor was there, and I should have asked her, actually. I see her a lot. She does all sorts of things. She never stops, that woman. And Charlotte Smith. I don't know Charlotte Smith. I know all the other ones, though. But that's your perfect Christmas day wrapped up. But unfortunately, with rain, it becomes a quagmire. What else have we got on there? Throw it back up again. Let's see what else is up there. Show features. Show features. Here we go. Let's have a look at show. Yeah, look at these people look really happy at a pose picture. So they've got the BBC Countryfile at Christmas stage. Don't know why. The Merry Baking Tent with people you've never heard of. Deck the Halls. That's a famous chef. The Christmas Shopping Village. Oh, that's nice. Have a look at the Christmas Shopping Village. What have we got there, boys and girls? The Christmas Shopping Village. 200 of the best independent traders and brands. Choose from thousands of gifts and decorations idea for your stockings fillers. And under the tree, or delicious food and drink treats for the Christmas table. I don't like it here. They've been complaining about it all the time. It looks, I mean, to be honest with you, if you believe the email, it looks fantastic, doesn't it? 200 different shops. Wait a minute, what have we got there? Exhibitors. Can we go for exhibitors? Let's have a look at exhibitors. Might as well make him work a bit. He's been away for a few days. So they've got loads of people. Loads of people. They've got somebody selling churros, Indian street food, from a company called Super Whippy. The festive chalets, they've got everything. Which, I mean, it looks as though it's all there. Limpopo Biltong, Hilary Strickland Art. And then they've got Aisle Stands, which is Countryfile magazine. Blimey, they seem to have loads of stuff there, don't they? And yet still people weren't satisfied. There you go, the Christmas shopping village. They've got candles, magic knife. Oh, they've got people demonstrating. That's what it is. Flint and Flame, Reeves and Reeves, Sleepmaster Therapy, Jules Pass, Bespocky by Kim, New York Deli. There seems to be loads of stuff going on. I don't know why people wouldn't like it. It looks very good. Very nice. I'd be interested in going to that, but of course it's finished. Typical. Finished. I'll have to go next year. But that's all right. I can go next year. Who else has died? Did I mention that Nev had died? Did I mention Nev? I know I mentioned it to you. Did I do it on air? Yeah. 61's very young, isn't it? Very young. The amount of people who sort of saying to me, who is he? Who is he? And you go, well, he was the one who ran the call centre, it was a fly-on-the-wall documentary of a call centre in Welsh Wales. And it was very good, if you like that kind of thing. He was sort of shouty, David Brent type. I don't know what he died of, but he said he was a much-loved father and adored by 6 grandchildren. TV personality Hayley Pearce, who was the tea lady in the BBC series, tweeted he was the world's greatest boss. Only 61. I wonder what that was then. So he was a businessman. Although I think there was a story there. I don't know why. I've just got in the back of my mind there was a story about Nev, and I can't remember exactly what it was. But there was this call centre in Welsh Wales. A real call centre. Because I love call centres. I'm quite a big fan of them, actually. I wouldn't want to work there. But I did my thing the other day. I came back and went to Kentucky Fried Chicken and managed to get 6 drumsticks again. But they always have to ask. You know, it's okay, 6 drumsticks, okay? Lovely, thank you. Yeah, he's in again, the weirdo. I love it. I love it. Sequin dresses are out over an eco-fear. People say they pollute the world's oceans. So sequin dresses, if you got one, don't wear it out. People will be booing you. People will be booing. Actually, talking of booing, I've got a very nice story. It's a very old story to do with Blind Date and Cilla Black. And it's a really good story.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
So there's this story about Blind Date. You know, Cilla would sort of sit down with a couple who'd been away, either the man picked or the woman picked, and this woman turns up on the show, and she's picked this bloke to go on a blind date with. And so they're sitting there on the settee with Cilla. You'll find it on YouTube, very easy to find. And she says, oh, so-and-so, how did you get on your blind date? And, we got on fine. She says, well, I've got a little bit of a surprise for you, haven't I? She says, she said that she was a temporary secretary. And she said, you're not, are you? She said, you're an undercover journalist. You work for Cosmopolitan. So the audience boo her because she's quite clearly a nasty little piece of work. And she's, she said, because basically you've deprived somebody of coming on a television show to find somebody to go out with. But she is, ladies and gentlemen, an undercover journalist working for Cosmopolitan. Can you imagine Cosmopolitan doing that? It used to be It used to be the joke. I'll do this now, and the producer can decide what he wants to do with it. And it was the difference between Cosmopolitan and Woman's Own. Woman's Own, Cosmopolitan tells you how to have an orgasm. Woman's Own tells you how to knit one, which is always great. Good. And she said, and you're not single either, are you? You're engaged to be married. And so this creepy journo. She says you're a temporary secretary. You robbed somebody of coming on a proper blind date. And her name's Jill. But she was booed. She's a journalist, ladies and gentlemen, not a blind date. She was trying to look for dirt. And she said she'd had a fantastic time. And she'd been given tickets to go to Nepal. And are you going to give your tickets back, Nicola, says Cilla Black. Jill says she'd like Paul to go with somebody else. I don't even know if she's still working or doing anything else. But, I mean, she said she was a journalist and she'd come there just to get a story about Blind Date. But luckily, I mean, the stupid thing was she was a bit thick because she'd used her own name. As opposed to using another name, they just had to check her out. And, of course, she checked out as a journo. Oh, happy days when journalists used to get kicked into touch. A bit like most of them on News of the World, wasn't it, really? They all got kicked into touch, including the fake Sheikh. I used to read News of the World every week. It formed part of my staple programme. And I sort of missed it because it fitted into that category of basically rubbish newspapers who print stories about footballers having flings with people they've met in nightclubs. You know, or somebody selling a story or, you know, their phones being hacked. You know, it was kiss and tell. I mean, but to be honest with you don't find anybody dimmer than footballers. You really don't. I mean, you know, footballers have got to be the dumbest people on the planet. They go out, they buy their expensive champagne, and there are enough girls in very short sequin skirts who are looking forward to taking advantage of them. And they do. So it's quite good fun, actually. Quite good fun. Right, what have we got? Bloodthirsty jackals are on the march. Bloodthirsty? I don't know what jackals are. Like dog things. Oh, right, okay. James Bond could become non-binary. What does that mean? I don't know what non-binary is nowadays. Is that doesn't identify as male or female? What, James Bond? I ask you. Oh, there are jackals. Oh, right. Oh, you get packs of them, don't you? They're medium-sized omnivorous mammals of the subtribe Canina, which also includes wolves. Have you ever seen all those packs of wolves that are in the in the snow and everything else, and they go hunting all sorts of animals? There was one, it was a big deer, and it had to go and stand in a lake, freezing cold in the middle of winter, because all these dogs were surrounding it on the shore, waiting for it to come out, and of course it didn't. It must have been frozen to death, poor little thing. Michael Ball says he got smashed with Terry Wogan during the Eurovision results when he represented the UK. Terry liked a bevy, which is quite nice. What have we got here? Emily Atack gets a picture taken of her in a pub with a bevy in front of her. And Santas formed a sea of red. 500 people did the big lead Santa dash. I love them. We've had them in Twickenham before now. People dressed up as Father Christmas and all sort of running. Some with beards, some without. I think it looks fantastic. I'm ever so impressed. I'm not tempted to do it. I can barely walk, but they just look so good. But where do they get all their Santa Claus outfits from? Do they keep them or make them or something? Because they all seem to be the same colour, red. I don't know where they get them. Yes, perhaps there's a big Santa shop where they go, you can buy it here. I think they look great. I really do. There's a bigger one than this one, though, isn't there? This is the big lead Santa dash. I think there's one that's got thousands in it, and I'm sure it's probably us, actually. I'm sure it's the London, the Twickenham Santa Dash. Well, actually, we do have a pub there, the Cabbage Patch, and they have big runs every year. Lots of people, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people take part in it, which is very nice, isn't it? A lot of people talking about the pantomime at the London Palladium, saying that Julian Clary has got some X-rated gags. Well, he would have. But I said to you last week, pantomimes are not for children. They don't understand. They're for adults. If you want to go to a local pantomime where, you know, somebody comes on and goes, I'm a fairy and I'm going to grant you 3 wishes, you know, most of it is innuendo. It's all double entendre. Another reviewer said the show where tickets cost up to 180 was a rip-off. It's absolutely not a rip-off. They've got every star under the sun, from Donny Osmond to Paul Zerdin. I mean, everybody. Somebody said, I'd say it's quite unsuitable for children. And YouTube reviewer Alex Belfield says the show was filled with... I can't say the word. It's a rude word. But there's Donny Osmond, Julian Clary, Paul Zerdin, Nigel Havers, Gary Wilmot. You know, it's not a bad lineup. Not a bad lineup at all. And so, you know, you expect... I mean, there are smutty jokes in Pantoland, which some people said are unsuitable for children. Yeah, but they don't know what it is. They don't know. They don't understand. If you tell Willy jokes and things like that, they don't. I mean, children under 4 are not permitted to the show. They're obviously assuming 5-year-olds are using this kind of language all the time. Yes, the funny thing is, they probably hear all this stuff at school. I love the way that people go, oh, it's absolutely terrible. You think, oh, a little bit overprotective. Fed up fans are begging I'm a Celeb bosses to get the show back to Australia. No, let's axe it, please. Do us all a favour. Axe it. It's just given up completely now. And Danny Miller won. So well done. Anybody watching the I'm a Celebrity says and thinks it's Noel's house party. Well, it does look a bit like that. I mean, the ratings are about a million down, I think, on last year. But it's the same thing, isn't it? Who wants to, watch Ant and Dec cackling away like two old witches round a cauldron at people who have to eat things? I mean, it's fine in Australia, but I mean, Wales? Come on. It doesn't have the weather. I mean, there is the chance of them being bitten by a snake in Australia, or spiders, those and jellyfish and things like that. And of course, and they do get to stay in the Versace if they get kicked out. Well, excuse me, tell me where the Versace is in Welsh Wales. I don't think there is one. I think Versace were having a look around the world, and they got to Wales and they went, OK, pass. I mean, the best you're going to get is a Travelodge or a Premier Inn. But then you can have an all-you-can-eat breakfast for about £6, which is very good value, actually, very good value. But that's what they all do. They all sort of come out of it. But it's boring. It's boring. Do something different. Get somebody, we've had them diving out of helicopters. We've had them doing all sorts of things. But nobody's drowned in it. We haven't had anybody who sort of, I mean, put it this way, most of them spend most of their time being sick. Because they're made to eat, I think Madeley's better, yeah. A lot of people are saying he should have gone back in again, but of course he can't because he's out the bubble. So they have to sort of make sure that it seems to work for him. But Corrie Simon Gregson was there. But listen, they've all earned money. It's not like we're not paying them for doing this, and they get very well paid. Even if you get £20,000, you've only got to be in there for a few weeks. How many people earn that sort of money? Put your hand down, Stephen. Put your hand down. I mean, I wouldn't do it. But there again, I'm not sort of desperado. I'm not one of these sort of people who goes, oh, I'll do that because my agent said I need to do it. It was very interesting, actually. What was I was watching the other day? It was a show on Evita, Eva Peron, who came from humble beginnings, but she was basically, she was, well, let's just say she was corrupt. Okay, it made it a lot easier. But anyway, they decided to do the show, and they were looking for somebody to sing the song, and Elaine Page went along to sing for Evita, but she didn't know the song Don't Cry For Me Argentina, which got to #1 in the charts, but with Julie Covington. Instead, she sang a Beatles song. And based on that, her agent went round to her house, knocked on the door at about midnight, and Elaine Page was going, what? And she went, you've got the job, you got the part. Because you know that Eva Peron was missing for some years after she died, because they had her embalmed. Have you seen the pictures of her? You can find pictures of her embalmed in her coffin. Her husband took her round the world in her coffin. And then at one point she was discovered in the basement of somewhere. Her nose had fallen off. They had to rebuild her nose. But, yeah, she's there's loads of pictures of her, I think, on the internet, of Eva Peron, who'd been made up and all the rest of it. And she was embalmed. It does seem really bizarre, doesn't it? Because embalming was relatively new. And when they lost her, she lost half of her nose, so they had to rebuild the nose back in. They've done the same with Lenin in Red Square, exactly the same. Eva Peron was 33 when she died. And her husband was so much in love with her because she became very powerful very quickly, but from very humble beginnings, almost working class nothings. But following his flight, the military dictatorship took power, and then they removed Evita's body, and its whereabouts was not known for 16 years. And then they issued a ban on Peronism. In 1971, the military found out that Evita's body was buried in a crypt in Milan under the name Maria Maggi. It appeared her body had been damaged during its transport and storage, such as compressions to her face and disfigurement to one of her feet due to the body having been left in an upright position. So where she is, I think she's now had a proper burial, but she was taken about all over the place. She sort of travelled with him. But it's very interesting, because when you look at the body of Lenin, there's nothing really left at what you're looking at. You're looking at pictures. You've read on. All right. But when you look at the body of Lenin, I mean, apparently there is nothing left of his original body. It's all plaster of Paris and stuff like that. But in Eva Peron's case, what they did was they actually played the game. Because at that time they brought out the show, they had two hit shows. They had Joseph, and they had Jesus Christ Superstar. And so what they did was, they were very clever. They released the concept album of Evita before they did the show. And so Julie Covington, who didn't want to play Eva Peron, don't cry for me. Actually, when you listen back to it, it was a most unlikely choice for number one in the charts, but it got to number one in the charts. And it was a very popular song. And I think Madonna did it. In fact, well, Madonna asked to do the show. She said, I'm the only one that can play Eva Peron. They went, no, you're not. Somebody finally told her where to get off. Get away. Don't sort of lie down and expose your breasts or something, just go and sing something else. Holiday. Very good, dear. You stick to that one. But it was a fascinating story. But I fell asleep during it. It was at the Prince Edward Theatre. I don't know why I fell asleep. Perhaps I've been working during the daytime or something. And I remember sitting there with a friend of mine. And it's the moment the lights go down in theatres, it's like sitting at the National Theatre. The seats are so comfy. And the Barbican is even worse because it's all open. But then as the show's about to start, the doors automatically close at the end of each row. So you become a theatre. Up until that moment, it's all open and you can walk along the lines and everything else. But then the doors close. I mean, you can open them. You just sort of push them and all the rest of it. But I fell asleep. Very easy to do in the cinema, isn't it? Very easy to do because the temperature drops a little bit and you go down and it's very dark and it's very. I've fallen asleep during the most amazing films, mainly Quentin Tarantino's, I'm ashamed to tell you. But never mind.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday. Welcome to the 13th of December. 13th of December. Thank God it's not Friday the 13th. That would be a little bit worrying, wouldn't it? And already they've started pushing out the schedules, saying, oh, this is what's going to be happening at Christmas. And to be honest with you, it does sound a little bit like sort of same old, same old. So I'm just moving to one side, actually, so the producer can fiddle about with my computer. Although we don't really know what we're doing, do we? Okay. Oh, we do. Oh, we do. Okay, fine. Okay. Oh, blimey, look at that. That's very interesting, isn't it? I've got no idea what he's doing, but it entertains me. Unfortunately for you, listening in stereo, it won't make the slightest bit of difference at all. Oh, right, okay. So I'm reading them on this side. Oh, reading them on the other side now. Go. Oh, right, okay, lovely. Well done. Very good, very good. Anyway, it is nice to have your company. It's a little bit chilly this morning, but apparently it's getting a bit better. The weather's getting a bit milder. And somebody says, Steve, I went to see the Andrew Lloyd Webber new musical Cinderella at the weekend. What a show. Absolutely spectacular. Huge surprise in the second half. Don't tell me he comes on stage. And Joan says, I know that Cliff is a listener. Yes, he is a listener. And his latest DVD, The Great 80 Tour, went straight in the official music chart at number 1. Oh, They did a whole programme on the television on Cliff the other day on, mistletoe and wine, him singing at Wimbledon, all sorts of things. He's remarkable. He says, can you congratulate him from me? His fans are delighted. Oh, listen, I always say I'm as lucky as Cliff Richard because we both got very loyal fans. I don't have as many loyal fans as he's got, but he's got lots of it. But anyway, he can fill the Royal Albert Hall. There's a venue to ponder on. I've never thought about done it. But has he got 20 million downloads? I don't know. I didn't want to push it with him. Shane says, on this day in actually yesterday was my anniversary. It was the anniversary of when I joined LBC. 1979, 12th of December. I know we're up to the 13th, but it was yesterday was the anniversary. I didn't join on a Sunday, I have to tell you. I think I joined on a Monday or whatever it was. But yes, and my first shift overnight, news reading. Well, news reading from 4 in the afternoon. Sorry, no, tell a lie. 4 in the afternoon. I went to New Scotland Yard. Driving ban. And no, it wasn't actually. No, I used to do the travel from New Scotland Yard. You did it there. You sat in a room with all these coppers who'd been invalided, and you had the cameras, and then one of the policemen there would write on a big whiteboard, all the travel information, and I could sit there and play with the cameras, and I got nothing down. I just read the same old traffic information. I mean, I worked on the assumption, if you're stuck in traffic, it's your own bloody fault. And it was brilliant because the cameras were fantastic because you could we had access to the crime cameras as well, which were all over London. And so if you wanted, say, Piccadilly Circus, it was 124 or whatever it was. You put in 124 and the screen would light up, and then you could move the joystick and you could zero in on cars. You could see if somebody was smoking in their car. It was fantastic. And I loved it. And I'd stay there till about 6:30, I think, and then I'd make my way back to the studio and then do news reading up until midnight, and then leave the studio. That was sort of before the M25 was built. It was before anything was built. But all the coppers working up there, and there was about 20 or 30 of them, they'd all been injured in different things. I mean, London, it was all fields though then. Wildebeest striding majestically across the plains. Trafalgar Square was sort of still a swamp. And it was lovely. Now, mind you, also the other thing was I could park my car for free. All you had to do is get a box of tissues and put it on the front of your car, and the traffic wardens left you alone because you were working at New Scotland Yard. It doesn't work like that. Just don't try it now, for God's sake. Tara says, too right. I always take off any service charge to add to the cash tip for the waiter or waitress. They're usually poorly paid and need it. Yes, absolutely. But Shane says, on this day in 1955, Dame Edna made her first appearance on stage down in Melbourne. Wow. Anne says, a presenter on another station doesn't wear a mask because it makes her feel anxious. Poor love. Me too, but I wear it for my sake and everybody else's. That's what they say on the bus. They say on the bus, unless you're exempt, and of course all the people who are not wearing it. But it's the people who sit on the bus without a mask on, and then strangely enough, 10 minutes into the journey, they put the mask on. So I'm thinking, so you do wear a mask, but you've stupidly got on this bus without it on. I mean, I want to know how they find people. Apparently they have, but how do they do that? Somebody says, I'm exempt, and they go, OK, they just take somebody's word for it. You have to produce a doctor's note. I've got no idea, but I just know it spreads. It spreads. Today is the feast of Santa Lucia, says Helinka. Will you be celebrating? I thought I might. Later on. I thought I'd take the producer out. He can hold the candle. He's very good at things like that. Might as well get him to do something. Sarah from Enfield saw West Side Story and loved every 156 minutes of it. Puerto Rico. I like to be in America. Okay, by me in America. Everything free in America. It didn't take much money, Sarah. Must have only just been yours. It's really not taken as much money as it should have done. And I would have thought, with the name Steven Spielberg on it and that fantastic score, I loved it. The Jets and what were the other ones called? The Sharks and the Jet. I mean, to be honest with you, it was all a bit campy, wasn't it, when you think about it? I like to be in America. Da-da. And the dancing was fantastic. Everything about it has got my name on it. Everything about it. Because I do like a bit of action on it. But I just thought, because Rita Moreno was in it, there were so many people in it, and it was so good. And I think what he's done, he's left some of the original language in as well. But I'm glad you enjoyed it. But she said, I'm seeing it again this afternoon as I've got an annual unlimited cinema card. I shall definitely buy it on DVD. Definitely. Declan in Wien says, you're right about pantomime. As a child, I used to watch... thank you. And I won't mention that one because it's even considered far too rude for us as well. And it wasn't true, actually. It wasn't always true on those things that were said about that particular thing. Evita is in the family mausoleum in Buenos Aires. Crowds still visit. Is it not an automatic mausoleum? They were able to take her coffin down on an electric lift, and then a slab goes across. They've done everything to stop it being nicked again. Which is, but crowds still visit every day, and there's a museum of her life in the city. What did she die of, though? She was only 33, so she must have died of something, actually. There you go. They've made her tomb secure. The tomb's marble floor has a trap door that leads to a compartment containing 2 coffins. Under that compartment is a second trap door and a second compartment, and that's where her coffin rests. She died of cancer. So I knew there was something, that there were trapdoors in there. They used to do roughly the same in the pyramids in Egypt, and they would do exactly the same thing. They would build in traps so that people couldn't get to the pharaoh's body, and it would involve slabs. I mean, it was a bit like Indiana Jones. And still booby-trapped. I don't think they are now. You can see where the pharaohs were laid to rest because they removed everything. But it was designed, and they took, from the moment the pharaoh came to power, they started building his tomb. Imagine. But like going to the local cemetery and somebody saying, that's where you're going to be buried. And they show you a hole in the ground. You go, I don't think so. Of course, it'd be a lot easier if we were all done standing up. The Terracotta Army is supposed to be booby-trapped. But because it was all bows and arrows and crossbows and everything else, I should imagine they rotted over the years. But grooves were cut, I think, into it was in Khufu's chamber. And they dropped the granite blocks into place to protect against the raiders, because they would literally, the body people would come along, body snatchers, the looters, and they would literally take, because invariably the pharaoh was covered in jewels and things like that, which were all wrapped up. It must have taken them for ages. I mean, it'd be like sort of, holding him up and sort of letting him unravel, because he was all sort of covered and everything else. But no, that's what they had, those things there. Just sort of, I'm having the same done. I'm going to have a booby-trap grave. I quite fancy the idea of being embalmed. In America, it's quite normal. Over here, it's not as normal to be embalmed. The Americans do it because they want people to look good. In fact, if you read the book Mummy Dearest, which was the life of Joan Crawford, it starts off with her daughter seeing her mother's body and her saying to the embalmer, you've done a very good job. Because what it does, it makes you look, as if you're alive. Slightly frightening, I suppose, but it replaces your blood, which is the thing that sort of darkens you down a bit. Because some people, don't look the same at all, so they get embalmed and then they look nice. Because people want to remember people. I always think remember people as they are. That's what I do. Make it much easier. Steve, says Graham, in Amesbury. Wherever that is. I've never heard of Amesbury. It was generous of Sky to allow Channel 4 to show yesterday's Formula 1. Do you know, I'm hoping you're being sarcastic. I couldn't care less about Formula 1 racing. I really couldn't. It doesn't interest me in the slightest. I'm more interested in, I like to be in America. Okay, by me in America. Everything free in America. It's so good. I can't wait to see it, actually, but I think I'll have to watch it on my little television. I've got, producer's got a very big one. And here you go. So, Liu won't believe it. Max Verstappen keeps Formula 1 world title as Mercedes lose the appeals against the Abu Dhabi GP in a heartache for Lewis Hamilton. All it is, it's people who are allowed to put their foot down on the accelerator. There's nothing clever about it at all. Nothing clever. You just put your foot down and you go faster than anybody else. Then they go, yeah, you're marvellous. You think, it's just putting your foot down. Yeah, I do that on the M25 and M3 most days. Seriously. Except when I see a speed camera, and then I slow down quite considerably. More of your texts and emails coming up. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Apparently, when Jessie Nelson made her live debut at Capital's Jingle Bell Ball, she took to the stage performing her single Boys and left little to the imagination. I think it was one of those outfits where they sort of do things with sort of pink plastic or something and netting. To be honest with you, I don't really get it at all. It's not my sort of thing. As I say, rather listen to I Like to Be in America. Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday, beginning of the week, and a lot to cram in. You've only got, what have we got now? 15 days? No, 12 days? 13? 12 days to Christmas. 12 days. People are going, what? Are you sure? Yeah, absolutely. It's occurring on the 25th this year. We think we'll have it on the 25th. We don't know why. It's just that, yeah. Put it in your diary. Put it in your diary. Make sure you get the tree because they're selling out, and a wreath as well. You definitely got to have a wreath. That's a nice thing to have on the. I've got my wreath up, which is very nice indeed. But you know what? I had to go out the other day and get a new hanger for the door because it's quite heavy, this wreath, and I've got bells on it, and I feel a bit festive when I shake my bells. You know, I feel a bit like, here comes Santa Claus, right down Santa Claus way. I like any of that sort of stuff. Favourite Christmas song? Oh no, sorry, it's not BBC local radio. Okay, do you have a favourite local... Do I have a favourite Christmas song? Well, I love all the carols. I'm big into carols. And if I'm singing in the car to the carols, I sing the descants. I'm very sad. Because I like the descants that go in with them, which is because I was a little chorister and I used to sing those sort of things. So I think that was quite nice. And what else from all the other things? I think all of the Christmas songs I'm not really. I need to sit down and listen to all the ones for this year because there's quite a number of them. I don't know. People are saying, oh, it's going to be, this one is going to be good. Ed and Elton's. I've heard a bit of that. Not a bit middling on it, I'm afraid. I'm not too. But I like both of them. That's the thing, really. So I don't know. I don't know what's going to be number one at Christmas. I want it to be. Is it Lab Baby? Because I quite like. When I first heard that song, I went onto YouTube and I watched it about 5 times. And I just thought it was so good. It was a mum and dad, and I think they're 2 kids, and they just, beautifully put together. Who it is singing, I've got no idea, but I think it's really good. We love sausage rolls, and I thought, oh, that's so cute. It was lovely. Driving from Chipping Norton to Canary Wharf, last day in the office before Christmas, says James. Really? What do you work at? A company that's gone under? Goodness sake, last day before Christmas. That'd be lovely. Mind you, when the schools break up, don't they, this week? That'll be nice. The trains will be nice and empty. Not them on there. Lad Baby are favourites. They listen, it's a good formula, and also they're real people. They're not sort of popsicle stars, and I think it should be real people, and it was always funny. It was always funny, and I quite liked it, actually. So, Lad Baby, they've insisted the help of Sir Elton John and Ed Sheeran in an attempt to secure a historic 4th UK Christmas #1 in a row. So it's another food-themed tune to raise money for charity with sausage rolls for everyone. So he and his wife, this is Mark, and his wife Roxanne Hoyle, known as Lad Baby Mum, shared the news they'll be trying to reach the top spot again. Oh, good, I do hope so. Because they're just so genuine. They're just so genuine. I really like them, actually. So let's make them #1, shall we? Listen, Elton's got all the money. He's got loads of money. They're doing it for charity. They're doing it for charity. They're not doing it for themselves. That's why I think they're nice. Everybody should club together and sort of, go. I haven't bought a record in years. I haven't even heard it. Do we know what it sounds like? Is it what's it a take on? Because it was always a take on different bits of music. There was the I love sausage rolls, dun, 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 dun. And I just thought the kids looked really good as well. Robin Hatfield says, morning, Stephen, the Groovy Gang. Yesterday morning I was waiting at a set of traffic lights, just leaving a shopping mall in Doncaster, and about 100 motorcyclists on Harley-Davidsons rode by, all wearing Santa Claus outfits. Oh, that's cute. What a lovely parade. Oh, how nice. I'm all in favour of that. All in favour of that. I bet that Ace Cafe have got all the Father Christmases up there on their motorcycle just up past Hanger Lane. There's a bit of history for you, a bit of history. You wouldn't get me on the back of a motorbike. I've done it before, frightened the blooming life out of me. I'd be sitting in the sidecar like Olive out of On the Buses. Curlers and everything. Amesbury is Stonehenge, A303 territory, says Johnny G. I tell you, you're all a mine of information today. But no, I think today is you need to start sorting out what you've got to get, because it's going to be over and done with before you know it. And you'll be going, oh, what do you mean there aren't any turkeys? If you see one, get it. Just in case. Get your pigs in blankets, or whatever you're going to have, your prawns in blankets and duvets and things like that. And make sure. I'll tell you what I'm going to get this year, because I might bring it in here, actually. I've had it before. Panettone. I love that. And I saw James Martin making it, and I thought, I'll make that. Why is that? I don't know why it's Christmas. Have you ever had it? It's really nice, but it's apparently you're supposed to dunk it in hot chocolate, but I'm not that common. So it is a bit dry. Yeah, but I don't mind it being a little bit dry. It's got fruit in it, but I certainly wouldn't be dunking and dripping all over your trousers and things like that. Which reminds me, I've got to go and buy a pair of trousers today. Yeah, panettone down the other ones. I can't be bothered to get them cleaned. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Students are seeking counselling. Apparently, COVID has robbed them of the chance to lose their virginity. I have to whisper these sort of things at this time of the morning. Owning a car is outdated. 20th century thinking. Junior Transport Minister Trudy Harrison said Britain was reaching a tipping point where shared mobility in the form of car clubs, scooters and bike shares will soon be a realistic option. Really? It's not outdated. That's why you're junior minister, love. What planet are you on? For goodness sake, honestly. I like this doorbell camera, which could alert homeowners when strangers come a-calling. So you're on holiday, sunbathing, and all of a sudden you're watching somebody breaking into your house. Well, that's a cheering thought, isn't it? I'm very worried. Why is panettone eaten at Christmas? Because it started off, I think, if memory serves, as a luxury cake that was only eaten, I think, for religious celebrations. And then in the, I don't know, about the 1900s or something, they did mass production, and it then got its domed shape, and it was more available. And the Italians, who, of course, as you know, migrated to America, brought the Christmas tradition with them. I didn't have it till probably about 5-10 years ago. And I remember thinking, oh, I like this. You just want to rip it to pieces, don't you? I don't want to cut it. I just want to rip it to pieces. And it's not too expensive. They do little ones. You can get little ones and then big ones and different sort of flavours and stuff like that. Whatever it is, it's very nice. And I did see that it was sort of, it's in all the shops. All the shops. Steve, did I hear correctly? Father Christmas suit was originally green, and it was a well-known fizzy drink company that turned it red. Well, so the story goes, Jay. It was green. In fact, you can find early pictures of Father Christmas wearing green because it was to do with pagan. It was pagan, and he was dressed in green because it was to do with the plants and going into a new year and everything else. And then I believe, as the story goes, it was Coca-Cola which turned him red. I don't know. I mean, you could have made him pink, but that would have made him a little bit of a camp Father Christmas. They weren't too sure about that. But I thought he looked all right in Lincoln green. I mean, before the Coca-Cola Santa was even created, he'd appeared in numerous illustrations and written descriptions wearing a scarlet coat. So I think they then, because they were a big company and because they then put him on their things, I think people then, oh, he obviously changed. But it's a bit of a myth. Bit of a myth. But I mean, it doesn't matter what colour he wears, does it really? You know, green or red or something. They were just sort of nice colours to do. What's your favourite Christmas film? I don't really have a favourite Christmas film. Tony says, I watched The Lemon Drop Kid last night. The Lemon Drop Kid? Lord above. And that's your favourite Christmas film? How interesting. How interesting. Because looking back on the Lemon Drop Kid, I mean, Bob Hope made his name, I think, as the Lemon Drop Kid. And it was based on, I think it was a sort of a short story back in about 1950, something like that. It was released on DVD under license, so you can get the Lemon Drop Kid. And to be honest with you, I think I might get it. Actually. I don't know why, because Bob Hope is a New York swindler who's touting horses. The kid touts across a beautiful woman intending to bet $2,000 on a horse called Iron Bar. Rigging the con, the kid convinces her to switch her bet, but learns she was betting for a boyfriend and gangster, Moose Moran, played by Fred Clark. When the horse finishes dead last, a furious Moran demands the kid pay him $10,000, the amount he would have won by Christmas Eve, or the kid won't make it to New Year. The kid returns to New York to come up with the money, and he tries, on-off girlfriend again. And it's a fairly lengthy film, this. I'm sure that you'll go out and buy it. I might buy it, actually, The Lemon Drop Kid. I always remember Bob Hope talking about The Lemon Drop Kid, so might be the one. Steve, I got a Christmas card. Wishing me a great day. Why rush it away? My decks will stay up till the 6th of January. Yes, you can. Simon's on day 8 of isolation and feeling rubbish. Yeah, a friend of mine was in isolation for 10 days. Oh, God, did he moan. Boredom. Dull, boring, as indeed it would be. Betty's off to buy the turkey today. I think you should, to be honest with you, I'm all in favour of making life as easy as possible. If you've got enough room in the freezer and it's a solid bird, we like a solid bird, then you can pop that in there with the sausages in blankets, your Brussels sprouts, your carrots, your peas, your sweet corn, whatever you want. Freeze your gravy. It's all doable. And then you can just concentrate on wrapping the presents. And while the kids are out at school, this would be a good time, I think. And Roger says, owning a car isn't outdated if you're out in the sticks with no public transport. Miss Junior Minister. Yes. And Tony says, I think the Junior Transport Minister might have a point. I'm getting an increased number of 30-something Londoners in my cab that have decided not to own a car and use cabs and zip cars instead. There you go. I mean, people say it's a pain having a car in London, but because the transport is good. I was sitting on a bus the other day, and I made a big mistake, actually. I get on the bus, and it was at Waterloo Station, and I was just getting off in the Strand, because I was going into Covent Garden. And this woman gets on and she says to the bus driver, is this bus, this is the 139, is it going to Hamleys, the toy shop? And the bus driver said, yes. And I said, I don't think it is. Well, of course, I was completely wrong. So we get as far as, I just had to stay on it. I thought I might as well stay on it. And so I stayed on it. And as opposed to turning up right to come up the back of our building here on the Charing Cross Road, it went to go down. So you were going down to Piccadilly. And I thought, oh, God, honestly. So when I got off, I pretended I limped. I thought I'll get a bit of sympathy out of this one. So I limped, as if to say, and then had to walk back. The shame of it. Can you imagine getting something wrong like that? The walk of shame, it really was. Steve, that lad baby is a load of old tosh, but 1 to 8 favourite to get the Christmas number 1. It's for charity. It's for charity. It's good fun. They're nice people. I like them. I like them a lot. Anyway, this doorbell camera could alert homeowners when strangers come a-calling. Amazon, which own Ring, have patented a visitor recognition system which will use artificial intelligence to identify frequent visitors from one-offs. So it will analyse face, hair colour, height, weight and clothing. Weight? How's it going to do weight? When regulars such as the postman or the milkman call round, it doesn't trigger an alert. But when somebody rolls up it doesn't recognise, it sends an alert to the householder's phone. You imagine what a frightening thought that would be. Amazon's patent application entitled System and Method for Visitor Detection Algorithm has been granted approval in America. Ring was bought by Amazon for how much, do you reckon? Go on, there you go, test you. Ring was bought by Amazon in 2018. How much did Amazon pay for Ring? 20 million's a good guess. Good guess, but not 20 million. Bit more than 20 million. No, quite a bit more than 20 million. Quite a bit more. Quite a bit more than 100. No, not a billion, no. 750 million they paid for it. But he's so rich anyway, who cares? But they sold 1.4 million devices last year. I wouldn't mind something like that. I'd be worried somebody would just nick it, though. Because it's only screwed in, isn't it?
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, Monday, the 13th of December. Stephen Fry has called on the Elgin Marbles. Hello, Elgin Marbles. And he wants them to be returned to Greece. They were taken by Lord Elgin in the 19th century, replaced with an artificial reality experience. And he says technology is so advanced the British Museum could reproduce them with lasers. That's an interesting thought, isn't it? I've seen them. I've seen the Elgin Marble. To be honest with you, I wasn't that bothered about them, but I thought if somebody nicked them, perhaps we should give them back. But it's been rumbling on for ages and ages and ages. Madonna's daughter, Lourdes, has given her mum a run for her money in a sultry photo shoot. She's 25 now. She poses in skimpy outfits. Well, she's 25. I mean, it's halfway to 50. Halfway to 50. I still haven't bought my Elf on a Shelf. Perhaps I should definitely buy one. It's the most wonderful time of the year because 63, 64, 65, the Beatles dominated the Christmas number 1 with I Want to Hold Your Hand. Oh, yeah, I tell you something. I Feel Fine. I Feel Fine. She's my little girl. Day Tripper and We Can Work It Out. And then 1967, Hello, Goodbye. The Scaffold in 68 nipped in with We'll drink a drink to Lily the pink, the saviour of. But my favourite was the next one. His name was Ernie, and he drove the fastest milk cart in the West. Yes. And wasn't it one of the other ones had a horse called Trigger? He pulled the fastest milk cart in the West. 2-ton Ted from Teddington, and he drove the baker's van. Do you not remember that? That was such a good song, Oh, Lord above. And in 1973, Slade started the tradition of So Here It Is, Merry Christmas. And you still get people playing it now. Apparently, Noddy Holder gets £500,000 royalties a year. Yeah. He's not with Slade anymore. They sort of parted company some years ago. What would you think it was number 75? I thought one of the longest records. It ran over 6.5 minutes, which for a record was very... And it was played on Capital Radio by Bohemian Rhapsody. Absolutely. Kenny Everett played it. The first person to get away with playing a record that was that long. And then it got to the end of it and he went, let's hear it again. He put the needle back to the beginning and played it twice, which was lovely. Human League in 81 got to number 1 with Don't You Want Me Baby. which I thought was rubbish. Band Aid, 1984, 37 artists featured in Do They Know It's Christmas Time? But then the following year, 93 actually, Mr. Blobby. Blobby. E17, I always thought that was their best record, Stay Another Day. Band Aid kept Kate Wem Last Christmas off the number one, yeah. Yeah. Money goes to charity, doesn't it, I believe, for Last Christmas. But E17's Baby When You Know Away, I'll say the final kiss. And that had sort of all those peculiar people in it. It was possibly one of the most unattractive groups I'd ever seen. Brian Harvey, who was the man who sort of reversed around the corner and fell out the car, which was having a bit of a bad day. Do you remember that one? I think he'd had potatoes, yes, I think so. 1996 Spice Girls, Two Become One. 97 Spice Girls, Too Much. And 98 Goodbye. Bob the Builder in the year 2000. Can we fix it? Yes, we can. And do you remember Michael Andrews with Gary Jules? Remember it? Oh, Mad World, yeah. The depressing ballad, telling of dreams for which I'm dying from. And it was sorry, that wasn't, yes, it was that one actually, yes. 2005, Shane Ward, That's My Goal. Leona Lewis, 2006, With a Moment Like This. Leon Jackson, When You Believe. Alexandra Burke's Hallelujah, which I thought was great. Matt Cardle, When We Collide. Sam Bailey with Skyscraper, and Ben Haynow with Something I Need, another X Factor person. And out of all those, which was the ones I still listen to today? The Beatles. You listen to the Beatles and you think, my goodness me, we've got, all these sophisticated records coming out and it's all terribly clever. And then you hear the Beatles and it's very, very basic. Yes, in May 2005, the 31st actually, I think it was, Brian Harvey was enjoying a late-night potato feast at home in Walthamstow, as you do. And at around 1 a.m, he left to drive to a friend's house and promptly got lost. As he backed his Mercedes convertible out of a cul-de-sac, the baked spud overload was making him feel queasy. So he opened the door to be sick onto the road. Instead of putting his foot on the brake, he hit the accelerator, and the car flew back. It must have hit 4 or 5 parked cars and thrown me out the car. He wasn't too sure, though. But you'd do that, wouldn't you? If you were feeling sort of ill, you'd open the car door. But he missed the brake and hit the accelerator. You must have... We've all done it, honestly. We've all done it, honestly. We've often been to those baked potato nights and gone, do you know, I must get in the car and go out for a drive. Not. Oh, I noticed, actually, it's so funny. Honestly, you never know what to believe. Oh, that's interesting. You never know what to believe. There was another piece in the paper the other day talking about Katie Price and people who know her, which actually reminds me of something else. Was it Caroline Flack's mother was in the paper and she said she's sick to death of people claiming to know her daughter and making comments about her after she died. But you get that all the time. And now Katie Price was complaining the other day about people saying she's not taking this driving threat very seriously. And so she's telling them to sort of, it's just non-stop. It sort of perpetuates, doesn't it? It just sort of keeps going on with, somebody will tell you one thing, somebody else will say something else. And she's up in court on the 16th. This is for the drink driving and flipping a car over. And but apparently she's been to Belgium, I believe, for more cosmetic surgery, which I did say on the programme the other week. I think, take it a bit more seriously, have a bit more respect when you're up in court. You can't just go, oh, I've decided to have some more cosmetic surgery. She thinks that it's not a prisonable thing because she's got a mother dying, although she's not a carer for her, but she's got her disabled son, but he's away at I'm nearly called it a university, but I think it's a college type thing, isn't it? So whether they make an example, I've got no idea. I don't know how the court system works in this country. It's very peculiar. But I think this is about isn't this the 6th time or something she's been banned from driving? She's obviously not taking it too seriously. But it's certainly quite a lot, I remember thinking. Steve, I went to see Tina Turner the musical. Oh, that reminds me. They're going to have to stop it. Beverly Knight the other night, playing the Drifters, the girl at the back. They had to stop the show. People were drunk, heckling. Now, why in God's name you ever let those sort of people into a theatre? They had to eject them from the theatre. And she came to the front of the stage and said, listen, you know, people are working very hard. Yeah, people who paid. But they let them take drinks into the theatre. It's quite common now to be in a lot of theatres. And the moment I read it, I felt immensely sorry for that cast who works so blooming hard, and you get some drunks who want to ruin it for everybody else. Kick them out. Do you get your money back? No, you don't. No, you don't. So anyway, went to see Tina Turner the musical, says Nicola, and it was fab, even though it's quite harrowing at times. Real treat to go to the West End. I was in the West End on Saturday with Corey, my ex-producer, bless his heart, and we went to this market here in Leicester Square, rammed. Now, the only reason I tell you it was rammed is because I thought, if ever you're going to get pickpockets operating, this is where they're going to be operating. Because anywhere where there are crowds, and London was rammed. We walked down this alley next to our building. We've got a huge building in Leicester Square, huge building. And there's all these cafes down there with plastic sheeting outside, which people are sitting under, paying exorbitant prices for very average food. And I was thinking, and this is your idea of fun? I don't think so. But do be careful. There will be people who will be looking to areas that get very crowded, and they'll be looking to relieve you of your wallets. They want your credit cards. They want all sorts of bits and pieces. So just be aware. Just be aware. Because I was very aware. Janice in Red Hill says, thank you for making me smile. I recently lost my little dog, and I've been very sad. Oh, it is a bit sad. But never mind. Get another one. Get another dog. They always say you should do that, don't they? You should get another dog. But some people can't. When my friend's dog died, I said, you're going to get another one? He said, no. No. One was enough, actually. Lovely to hear your voice live for a change. Standing on top form, up extra early as my stepson has got stomachache. Funnily enough, he's just discovered panettone this week. Perhaps he shouldn't eat so much. Love to my dad, Roy Delves, who'll be listening too. Thank you. Have you tried the Prosecco panettone from Aldi? It's very good and not at all dry. Oh, the producer's got a thing about dry things, seriously. So it's a Prosecco panettone. It does look nice, doesn't it? It does look... There's something about panettone... Just don't show it to me, because I'm going to have to buy one today. In fact, I'm pretty certain that I will be buying one today. I might buy some little ones. $6.99 at Aldi. Yeah, but then the trouble is, you buy something like that, you've got to eat it all. Haven't you? You can't just sort of leave it. I'll get through it. Steve, could you give a shout out to my dad? He's going into Queen's Hospital tomorrow for an operation, as opposed to what, a cup of tea or something from the vending machine. He's going in for an operation. He loves your show and carries your tote bag around everywhere like Roy Cropper, says Joanne. I'm not sure if that's good or bad. John in Colchester says the irony is this new door camera system by Amazon is most likely to be triggered by delivery people from Amazon. Yes. You're absolutely right. We get parcels delivered on a regular basis. I mean, tons of stuff. Conrad says, Steve, panettone is very popular in Brazil for Christmas, New Year and Easter, probably because of the welcomed immigration of Italians to Sao Paulo during the last century. Well, it's delicious. Somebody said drizzled over with amaretto. Patsy had it yesterday at Little Italy. Oh, you would do. There was 25 of them went to Little Italy. I know, because Tony saw me on Saturday, because I was in Little Italy on Saturday, and he told me, he said, Patsy's coming, and there's 25 of them. I couldn't believe it. This woman must spend most of her money in Little Italy, which is very nice. But they had amaretto drizzled over it, which sounds particularly nice.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Apparently, the best song is Fairy Tale of New York, Kirsty MacColl and the Pogues, says Graham. And another Graham, actually, surprisingly, says, did the Beatles ever do a Christmas song? I don't know. I don't think so. They did one, Happy Birthday to... I don't know if the Beatles ever did a Christmas song. It's funny, actually, out of all the albums that they did, they didn't do a Christmas album. I wonder why that would be. I don't know. They they weren't known for doing a Christmas album. Even the Beach Boys, the Beatles' Christmas records. Oh, the Beatles' Christmas album in America was sent out in 1970, and it was on a flexi disc. It went to the official fan club. It wasn't sort of general release, and very interesting. None of the original recordings have been subject to general release until a vinyl box set of all the records was distributed in 2017. A version of Christmas Time Is Here Again, an original composition which appeared in edited form in 1967, gained an official release in 1995 as part of the Beatles Anthology project. Oh, so there you go. So there was something, but it only went out as a flexi disc, which you used to get. You could make your own flexi disc. You could go to Waterloo Station and you could sit in a booth on the station. It was like taking... What is it? It was a very, very thin piece of plastic, a record, and you recorded onto it. And so you would sit in there and the thing would go start and you go, we wish you a Merry Christmas, we wish you a Merry Christmas. And then the disc would then be dropped out of a slot in the machine. It was a flexi disc. It's so thin. But you could also get cards. Yeah, you just play it on a record player. But they would give them away. It would come free with Record Mirror and stuff like that. You know, this is the Beatles' message to you or whatever it happened to be. But you can also buy parrot cards now. And they're cards which you record your own message in. You push a little button inside the card and go, "Hi, this is Steve, wishing you all a very, very Merry Christmas." Then you take your finger off the button and you push it and you can hear yourself going, "Hi, this is Steve." I do sound like that all the time. Talking of having a very, very Merry Christmas, as you know, I've got a huge, almost enormous, almost too big for me to handle prize package to give away. Everything you need for the ultimate Christmas, including, be impressed, Apple iPhone 13, Nintendo Switch, thanks to Game, a 50-inch, count them, Samsung Ultra HD television and soundbar, a waterproof Amazon Kindle, a smart speaker, an Nespresso coffee machine, a Jo Malone scented candle, 250 quid to spend at Waitrose, and a collection of kids' toys, which include a micro scooter, 2 Lego kits, and a kids' smart speaker. Fancy that? It's a nice prize. It's a nice prize. For your chance to win, text Xmas, which is XMAS. Okay, that's all you have to send, XMAS, and send it to 84850. A voluntary donation of just £3 from every text supports Global's Make Some Noise to help people less fortunate. You've got until 9 a.m. on the 21st of December to enter. Keep the phone handy because we could be calling you. Standard network rates apply. You need to be 18 or over and you're playing across participating radio stations and regions. Rules are at makesomenoise.com. So if you want to win all those prizes, you text Xmas, XMAS, and send it to 84850, which is lovely. Steve, very impressed with that new Maya Jama X Factor type show. It's just got panned. They've said it's the Poundland version, I'm afraid. Have you tried the new Thai restaurant in Twickenham? No, I haven't, but I probably will. I think I might try Patsy's idea of panettone with amaretto drizzled over it. And ice cream? That'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? I like the idea of anything like that. Or custard. I had custard yesterday. I bought lots of little little tubs of custard. You get about 6. Devon knows how they make it so tasty. And I just had one. I bought some tinned fruit I was going to have with it. But I have to drain off the juice because I can't have the juice because it's just all sugar. And not that the fruit isn't, but I thought I'd have that and then drop it into my little pot of custard. Sounds exciting, doesn't it? Sounds exciting for me, anyway. The festive jab is a gift to all of us, says the Shadow Health Secretary. It is. It's worth queuing. It's worth queuing. You don't want to get this thing. I promise you don't want to get it. You really don't. And bookies have tipped Rose Ayling-Ellis and Giovanni Panici to win the Glitterball Trophy. Oh, they've got to win. They're so good. Or John and Johannes. They've sort of survived, but whether or not that's there. AJ and Kai might be, but no. Also, it's all over for Reece Stevenson and Nancy Zhu on the show as well, who changed her name, actually. And over in the castle, Danny Miller, who took a risk quitting Emmerdale and leaving newborn son behind, but showed his soft side and made a friend for life in David. That's David Ginola. And so all the other... Oh, is it David Ginola? Oh, it's ridiculous. I mean, David. No, it says David. I'm going to call him Dave, just to really annoy him. All right, Dave, how you doing, mate? How you doing? He hasn't called him David. Well, it's spent the same... David. Oh, God, it gets even more pretentious. Oh, hello, David. He said he was missing his girlfriend. We all know why. She's about a third of his age. Have you ever seen anything like it? Apparently, he says he was he wants to make love as soon as possible. Oh dear. I hope when he gets home she goes, I've got a headache. You know, just to make it more interesting for David. Honestly, I like to be in America. What else we got here? What else we got? Crucial havens for wildlife have been saved by a 5-year conservation plan. They're working on a £2 million grant. And the policeman who halted the Beatles' final live performance does not regret his actions. He was 19, PC Ray Dagg, when he was sent to Apple headquarters to stop the rooftop gig on the... They were so miserable in those days, weren't they? Yeah, little miss me, got to stop the gig. But he threatened to arrest the band if they didn't halt the performance after complaints, and the Fab Four never performed live as a group again. Oh, you miserable old devil, aren't you? My God, and you've got to live with that for your entire life. Oh, we can't have that. Somebody's playing on the roof of a building in Savile Row. Oh, God, honestly. Dreadful. We're going to get some shooting stars lighting up the skies tonight. I like a bit of shooting up stars. This is the Geminid shower. Produces more than 100 multicoloured meteors an hour at its peak. Metals in the meteors, such as sodium and calcium, used to make fireworks colourful. It'll create white, yellow, red, green and blue streaks as they hit the atmosphere at up to 156,000 miles an hour. That's very fast. Very fast. The display, debris from an asteroid, will be visible until the early hours. Look to the night skies, ladies and gentlemen. It'll all be there. Dawn French, Craig David, judges on Simon Cowell's Walk the Line TV show, share their showbiz tips. It's been panned, I'm afraid. It's been panned. So, I mean, not everything that Simon, touches turns to gold, but this one didn't. And 6 US states devastated by deadly storms. You're always amazed, aren't you, when you look at buildings that have just basically been knocked down as if they were built out of tissue paper. I think more than 100 people have died as this tornadoes nipped through 6 states. Hopes of finding those missing after Friday's storm alive is fading. Biden points to climate change. I don't know what it is. They seem to get... It's literally flattened everything. Absolutely everything. I mean, they're just amazing tornadoes, aren't they? I mean, look, even forests and, God, dear, it's just absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. But we wish everybody well over there. Steve, I recently bought a Ring doorbell at £180, and after 1 month you get an email saying you've got to pay £25 for a year just for the right to view and play back your own recordings. Not a lot of money, but still a bit of a mickey take, says Dan in Lingfield. Merry Christmas. Thank you. And from George in Walton, he said, always a pleasure waking up with you. Those flexi discs were a thing of pure joy and always used to have some secret gems on. Usually some novelty song from your favourite band. I've got a few and they still spin well on the turntable. But they were very thin. I mean, literally you could, it's like when you go to the station. There was another thing, you could put a penny into a machine and turn the handle and it came out all different. Remember that one? I can't remember what that one was. Might have been just sort of bent it or something like that. No, it wasn't a vending machine. No, it was something you did with a penny. It had all these gears and cogs, and I think it bent it. Or so I can't remember. What's the point of asking me? I don't know anything. I know nothing. I'm only sitting here for my health. Can't believe I'm not even on air. I don't care. It doesn't make any difference to me. I like to be in America. Okay, by being in America. Wonder why we don't get tornadoes. Why don't we get tornadoes the same as America gets tornadoes? Is there something different about their weather there? That we have different weather over here? I mean, we seem to get every other season. Why don't we get tornadoes like they get them in Kansas and stuff like that? And there's no logical reason for it. It's obviously just that by the time they've arrived over here, they've fizzled out. I'm assuming. I mean, I don't know how else that sort of way. Different climate conditions. Really? Well, what have they got that's different from us? A lot of high pressure. Believe that and you'll be knitting fog by the end of the programme, I promise you. Alan Carr believes he's summoned the spirits of a soldier who now haunts his mum's kitchen. Alan recalls the man got nasty. It was a man called Lee, and he was a soldier who died. Then he started pretending to be Marilyn Monroe. You've got to stop drinking, Alan, really. This is terrible, honestly. You're as bad as that poor old fake medium years ago, Derek Acora. I found him on YouTube the other day. The team were totally convinced he was a fake. So they channeled in his earpiece the name of somebody who wanted to come through, and it turned out to be, I think it was sort of Derek the Faker. And they made up this other name or something, and he was suddenly going, and you think, oh, for goodness sake, grow up. Grow up, all these people, honestly. It's just designed to part you, isn't it? But people are entertained, I suppose.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
12 minutes to 6, apparently, of course. I mean, how stupid am I? Of course, the Beatles had a Christmas song. So this is Christmas, and what have we done? Another year over. John Lennon sang that, thank you, Conrad. And Paul McCartney did Simply Having a Wonderful Christmas Time. How can we forget these things? Age. Put it down to age. Steve, have you seen M&S's panettone? It's triple chocolate. Oh, God, Paul. I couldn't eat that. I'm diabetic. I could probably just about get away with the other one. Probably just about get away with that. Because a friend of mine, as you know, has got the ice cream shop in Twickenham down the little alley. And he's got the chocolate shop at the end as well. And he does panettone. And really lovely, actually. My neighbours, who are lovely, says John in Colchester, are called Pam and Tony. Somehow they remind me of Christmas. What, one looks like a turkey and the other's a cracker? You haven't pulled yet? Oh, Pam and Tony. Oh, duh. Thought my version was much better. Steve, I still have a couple of flexi discs that came free, says Tanker Driver Phil, with the Reader's Digest, a free sample of a Mantovani album. Thank you for your kind words on Friday about my first birthday without my mum. Thanks to you and little Julie and hundreds of original spikers. I had a very pleasant day, and it was our company Christmas dinner on the same day. So good. He says thank you to everybody. Good. The descant of Hark the Herald Angels is the best to sing in your car when nobody can hear it. I don't need Kathy to hit all the high notes. I just know Hark the Herald. Hark the Hail the heaven-born Prince of Peace. Hail the Son of Righteousness. Light and life to all he brings. Risen with healings in his wings. I do them all. I tell you, all the descant versions. All right, the voice has dropped a little bit over the years. He says, not sure if you can still reach the high notes, but I sound like a strangled seagull. Well, possibly. She said, belting out your favourites make you feel so good, so who cares if it's not perfect? But mine is always perfect, Kathy. Always perfect. In fact, I'm possibly going to release an album at some point. Why does America get so many tornadoes? We've found the answer for you, in case you were worried. 3, because of the Earth's rotation, the wind is almost coming aloft, coming out of the west. 2, winds out of the west brings air over the Rocky Mountains and the high desert of the southwest, making that air dry and cool aloft. And winds out of the south bring warm, moist air from the Gulf at low levels over the eastern half of the United States. OK, don't ask me ever again. That's the answer. Yeah, do I understand it? No. I'm not sure what aloft is. Sounds like it should be a word that's in a Christmas carol, doesn't it? You know, he reigns aloft. I don't know why, I just think so. But, yeah, still out here in Dubai, says Mark from Purley. Some shots for you that reminded me below, water in a can and Tommy Bahamas. Isn't it great how you can listen to LBC anywhere in the world? Absolutely. There you go. Say yes to drinking still water from a can. We've got that. We've got that. That's what we've got. Tommy Bahama shirts. Look at those. Oh, that's a shop and a half for me. Oh, I like those. Oh, they're so expensive, though. About $190. But they do, I promise you, my Tommy Bahama shirts, which I've had for at least 15 years, they look as good today as they ever looked. Medium? Do I look like I'm a medium? No. I think, actually, I can't remember if I think I might be a large. But because they seem to fit sort of bigger size. I need to have a look at what it says inside it. I can't remember. It might, whatever it is, it's not what I would wear over here. Not that I would worry, about anything like that. But when I go and buy shirts in shops now, I am buying XXL. Because they're a bit more comfy. A loose fit, a little bit more room to breathe. A little bit more room to breathe. But I've lost a pair of jeans, actually. I don't know where they've gone to. I mean, baggy's trendy as well, but I don't want to look sort of tubs. I'd rather be sort of, I don't want to be slim, put it this way. I really don't want to be slim. I'm quite happy the way I am, thank you. And Steve says, Deepak in Southall, I love you. Whenever I'm feeling low, you lift me up into higher spirits, especially during my morning ironing. Oh, God, you poor soul. According to the Met Office, says Eddie, we get 30 tornadoes a year in the UK. Yeah, I knew we got them, but they're only little. They're on a scaled-down version. The one in America, you must have seen the pictures. They've completely devastated all these towns. Sandra says, I see the Mirror last week featured Brussels sprouts, tomato sauce in Sainsbury's. And Monica says, I think Rose should win Strictly. She's got this far without being able to hear a single note. She's amazing. I think so. Steve, was Paul McCartney's brother in The Scaffold? Yes, his name is Mike McGear. Yeah, that's his... It's not his brother, it's his cousin, isn't it, Mike McGear? I definitely don't think... I can't remember now, actually. Now you've got me confused. Mike McGear, there you go. No pressure is... who's a member... Yeah. Oh, yes, it's his brother. Oh, there you go. I've learnt something new. He's the younger brother of Paul McCartney. And he was in Scaffold and Grim. He's 77 now. 77. Doesn't seem possible, does it? How old's Paul McCartney? He was about 78, I think. 78, 79. Wait a minute. 79, there you go. Paul McCartney said, you can't believe it, can you? When you look at all these people on the television. Well, Cliff Richard's 80. I can't believe it either. I think it's absolutely phenomenal. I'm 39. Unless you read the papers, in which case I'm 67. Steve, Kev, the expat, says, I took this picture from my office window the other day. Never saw anything quite like it in Italy. Oh, wait a minute. We have to find the picture. And, it's a tornado. Good Lord above. Or as they call them in America, it's a twister. They do it. They call it, is it Tornado Alley in Kansas, where you go out and they will chase tornadoes for you. So they obviously, it must be to do with the conditions, isn't it? Dry conditions and a loft or something. So Tornado Alley is where tornadoes are most frequent in central United States. First used in 1952 is the title of a research project to study severe weather areas like Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Kansas, South Dakota, Iowa, and Nebraska. I want to go. I'd love to go there. I'd love to go and sort of, chase a tornado. But apparently they seem to get them on a very, very regular basis. You go out there, there's a very good chance of seeing, it doesn't matter whether it's big or little. So I had to enjoy my tea this morning. But no, nice picture. I mean, some of them are phenomenal. I know, because I remember in The Wizard of Oz, it lifted up a whole house. And you laugh at it and you go, well, that wouldn't be happening, would it? Well, it blooming is. You look at the pictures in the papers. I mean, based on a true story. Of literally, these things can whip cars up in the air and then drop them miles and miles away. Did you ever save the music CDs or the DVDs from the Sunday newspapers? I didn't. I wish I had done, actually. There's loads of things that I wished I'd saved over the years, and that would have been one of them that I would have saved. Great use of leftover panettone is to make French toast with it. Serve streaky bacon and vanilla Greek yoghurt with maple syrup, says Kevin the restaurateur. Well, that sounds like quite a nice combination, actually. I could go for that. Definitely. My trolley dolly friend is Wayne. He says, I saw the Palladium pantomime at the weekend. It was brilliant. Ex-Groovy Gang Thomas sent me a Steve tote bag and Steve tea towel, and I brought it to the theatre, and someone said, oh, I love Steve Allen. Cheered me right up. Oh, that's nice. How sweet. You always find somebody who loves Steve Allen. Somebody. Steve, Stu from a place in New Zealand. Now, apparently, tornadoes occur when cold air from the Rocky Mountains mixes with warm air from the Gulf of Mexico. Thank you. He says, Merry Christmas to you and your family and friends and workmates and all the LBC family worldwide. Well, I'm not going to wish the workmates Happy Christmas. That's pointless. They wouldn't wish me Merry Christmas. Although they will today, because I've got them Satsumas, which is very festive. We like Satsumas. Do you know, did you ever remember watching The Clangers on the television. Apparently, the only reason that they were whistling was because they were swearing. Apparently, Dan. No, I don't know what they were saying. The performer spoke real words into a device called a slide whistle. So when the clangers were quite grumpy with each other, the actors used saucy bits of language to catch the mood. Apparently, when his dad, this is Dan Postgate, Oliver Postgate, had written all the things, they used to call each other things like, you rotten rodent. Really, really racy-pacey stuff. Very edgy on that one. He says there's a bit of swearing. I don't want to specify words, but they're alluded to, certainly. Interesting, isn't it? I didn't think the clangers were particularly interesting. Oliver Postgate made quite a lot of things, didn't he? He did Bag Puss, as well. Yeah, very good, very good. Fancy you remembering Bag Puss? I don't know. How lovely. Also, David Beckham has Victoria in stitches. You'd never know. She never smiles. She never laughs. She never does anything. But they posted the pictures as they celebrated the wedding of David's dad. Nothing like trying to upstage somebody, is there, honestly? Goodness sake. And Dave's got a jumper on. Still fascinated by the hair. Well done to a 9-year-old entrepreneur called Noah. He sells handcrafted wooden Christmas trees to people in his village for up to £15 a time. He's designed them himself. He also sells eggs from the family's chickens, has set up a book swap scheme, and aims to be a millionaire by the time he's 30. His parents, Michelle and Stuart, said Noah came up with the tree idea after doing research online. He's always full of great ideas, not always good ones, but he is full of ideas. Bless his heart. Oh, that's quite a nice thing to do, isn't it? I hate kids like that, drive me mad. Oh, isn't he clever? He made a tree. No, not really. No, bless his heart. Yeah, I bought my tree. Steve, I take my 6-year-old son, Isaac, to the Haynes Motor Museum in Sparkford Yeovil. It has one of those penny machines. You put a penny in, turn the knob, and the penny imprints a vintage car on it, says Mickey. Well, I'm trying to... Can anybody remember those machines? You found them at the stations and you put a coin in and then you turned a handle and it did something. What did it do to it? No, it didn't give you a ticket. It gave you your coin back, but they'd done something to it on this machine. Did it print something on it? I can't remember. I can't remember what it was. I can remember it was red, and that's all I remember. And you put your coin... I don't know. I can't remember what it was. Oh, it's driving me mad now. Somebody will know, because they're very clever, my audience, very clever. Kevin the Milkman says, none of my children drive. Why do they need to? They've always got their dad cab waiting on the rank. The dad cab. I love it. David says, great to have your company again. Cheers me up. Brought some Christmas copper wire lights from Marks. They're now draped over my spider plant. I love lights draped over spider plants or just anything else, actually. Steve, not just cars thrown around. They said large trucks were picked up and hurled half a mile, said Albert. Oh, yeah, it's completely decimated some of these towns. Seriously, a freight train was knocked over. Just like, a freight train. You know, even if it wasn't a tornado, I couldn't push one over. Must be very, very strong. News at 6 o'clock coming up now. Then we're into the final hour of the Steve Allen Show for today. And we take all of your texts and emails. What happened to that coin you put in the machine at the station and turned the handle? I need to know. Morning, everybody. Coming up to 4 minutes past 6. It's a Monday morning. It's the beginning of the week as we sort of head festive season-wise, which is very nice. Actually, I was talking to a lady the other day who was cutting my hair, and she was telling me all their rituals over Christmas, because they celebrated on the 24th of December. But also they have to clean the house. She's Catholic. Had to clean the house from top to bottom. She said, then the kids messed it all up again. Said, then you've got to have certain food on certain days. It seemed... I said, you need to change your religion. I said, it's very complicated, this. It involved an awful lot of cleaning, and that was not just cleaning, all the furniture and hoovering, but windows, doing the whole lot. I said, there's a lot of cleaning in that. Now, somebody says these machines, and I think it's James, they elongated the penny into the shape of a sort of a rugby ball type thing. But I'm not totally convinced whether that machine actually did it or whether it took your penny and gave you another penny, and it was all a bit jiggery-pokery. That's what I think it was, because we're trying to work out, to actually stretch a penny out must take some going, because the producer said, what was the equipment like? I said, well, it looked as though it was strong enough to deal with it. But I think it then pushed this thing out, and I think it was an elongated penny anyway. I might be wrong. I mean, I'm sort of trying to get. Somebody said the machine printed a picture onto it. I don't remember a picture being printed on it, but I remember it being oval. Carolyn Gerard Cross says it flattened it. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, the first elongated coin, or a pressed penny, is one that's been flattened or stretched and embossed with a new design. But how do they do that? It's a different penny. That's what I thought. It's a different penny. I think it was a bit of a con. I don't think that you were actually you would put it in and it would go all the way round, blah, blah, blah. And I think it was fake, because otherwise you'd be stretching the penny out, but it weren't. And it had something else on it. What am I talking about? But no, I think, yeah, I'm looking at the picture of it. I'm thinking this is just one of those things. Yes, it's deceitful. But somebody says it printed a picture of something local to where the machine was, something to do with London. They have them by the London Eye, and those ones print the London Eye onto a penny. If you pay £1 and then put the penny into the machine. Oh, I wouldn't advise that. Are you allowed to change the coin of the realm? I'm not sure if it's legal. It's like, when you get somebody, I always used to, magicians would take a pound note or something, say, just sign your name across it, right? That's illegal. And pound note. What do you mean? What's the matter with a pound note? About 40 years out of date. It doesn't matter, though. There'll be loads of people listening who remember pound note. I used to have a 10-shilling note, which is only worth 50 pence. But, I mean, to be honest with you, the printing was much nicer. If you opened up a birthday card all those years ago and there was a 10-shilling note in there, you thought you'd won the lottery. That was seriously good money. I mean, a pound note was even better. You had the 10-shilling note, the pound note, the fiver, the tenner, the £20 note. And then later on, we had £50 notes, which are very nice. That's all I have. Actually, I haven't had a £50 note for quite a while. I used to save them. Only for coming up to Christmas, so that if you're putting money into Christmas cards, I could put a 50. I know my friends are very lucky. I say friends, not just people I work with. And you sort of pop the boss put a £50 note in there to guarantee you another contract. So if you this coin machine printing a picture of something on there, that picture is already on that thing. I don't believe that can do that. A strip of thin metal, says Kathy, would print out letters so you could print your name on it. Yes, I remember those ones. That was a little label machine, and you turned it and then you pulled the handle down and it punched, STEVE, and then you'd forget to do a gap and you'd have to do it all over again because it sort of would print the whole. But you could do those ones. I remember those ones. What you did them for, I've got no idea. And Sally from York, now in a place called Pocklington. Pocklington. Do we like Pocklington? Is that a nice little place? Is that sort of? We found some really pretty places around the countryside, and I know it's in the East Riding of Yorkshire. It's a market town, I can tell you that. Oh, it's got a lock. Seems to have quite a few locks, and the attraction. Oh, it's got a station, things to do. Oh, it's pretty, isn't it? They've got a Pocklington market, and it looks lovely. It's very nice. I like a place. Do you know? I like a place with a market. I really do. I mean, I'm really quite into sort of this would be my sort of place. Elderly people and no one hanging around with young people. No, lots of benches to sit. That's the one thing that I miss. Whenever you go into a place, the first thing I look for is a bench. I had to walk the other day for something. I can't remember what it was. When I got here, I was completely exhausted. But the post box. I'll have to lean on anything. I don't care. Steve, I've had a difficult night with our dog Una, who's very poorly, and listening to you, says Sally, in Pocklington, is getting me through. Oh, honestly, everybody with ill dogs and cats and things like that. The machine would press the coin and leave a specific imprint on it. The coin was sometimes misshapen, says Felicia. Steve, don't jinx it, saying we don't get tornadoes. We've got Boris Johnson, that's bad enough, says Stella. Ooh, very topical, very topical. My boss said to me the other day, I said, should I start doing a political programme? He said, well, you did mention politics this morning. I was quite pleased with myself, actually. And they've got them at theme parks, says Ian in Maidstone. Yeah, that's why I've seen them at theme parks, and I believe Florida has them, these machines. But I don't believe these things are really elongating the coin. I don't. I'm very cynical, I'm afraid. Steve, I went with my grandchildren to the Natural History Museum, and they had one of those penny machines there. They don't use a penny now. It's a new pound coin, and it prints a picture on it. Well, I don't think it's possible. I don't think you could take a pound coin and print a picture on it. There's no way. Unless you melted the thing, it just would not be possible. It doesn't, unless you've got something the size of sort of a small, one of those giant presses that presses saucepans and things like that out. So he says, we didn't do it. The grandkids didn't want one. I think very wise, actually. And a pound coin, that seems a lot. The machine squashed it into a weird flat piece of copper, says Paul. Yeah, the wheel was the alphabet and it would punch your name on the metal strip. I remember those ones, but these other ones, it's an oval, so it looked like a ball, but I think they're already in the machine and it drops one of those out and they keep your penny. Or it's a con, isn't it? That's what I think. But people used to like that. When we used to live in Berkshire, we used to have a big Michaelmas fair every year, and apart from the Wall of Death, did you ever go to the Wall of Death? Oh, it was fantastic. Oh, wait, no, it wasn't. It looked like it was a round thing, and you pay your money, shilling or whatever it was, and you go and stand up at the top. You climb up a staircase to the top, and they had motorbikes that went round to the inside like a waste paper basket, and it was called the Wall of Death. And it was really, really popular, and we would go and watch it. And they would also have the freak show, like the two-headed woman, and we used to have all sorts of things. And it was, you'd go into this tent. I mean, a lot of them were fakes, but I mean they were big business. And I always remember more trickery. Jonathan Shallett, young Shallett, says you were correct. The Beatles never had a Christmas single. The songs you quoted were solo songs when Paul and John were having their solo careers. However, what the Beatles did was special Christmas songs for the fan club. That's what we were looking at. And but they were never released commercially. Merci bien, which is very, very interesting. Very interesting. So they never had Christmas singles. It was only on the other thing. And he says, wife, daughter and I watched Walk the Line last night. What show were the critics you quote watching? Walk the Line was brilliant. The 4 judges each brought complementary different qualities. Gary Barlow. He's very good, Gary Barlow, actually. I like Gary Barlow. Alicia Dixon, Dawn French and Craig David. The host, Maya Jama, was the perfect choice. And the winner, who performed a song she'd written, was world-class and comparable to Adele. So, clap, 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 clap to those who made Walk the Line. I shall be watching every episode this week, says Professor Jonathan Shallett, OBE, Chairman of Intertalent. He had a party the other day. They had a big party basically to celebrate him sort of setting up the agency in the first place. And Dawn French was a judge. She's changed her appearance again, hasn't she? I like Dawn French. I remember the two of them when they made their first television appearance, and they were on with, I think it might have been Terry Wogan, and they came on and they were very, very young. Very, very young. Jonathan will probably remember. And they just worked so well together. French and Saunders, they just worked so well together. And I remember watching it thinking, I'd like to find that on YouTube. Definitely. Sidcup Julie says, Steve, I've been celebrating Christmas since the 1st of December. I'm out of control. Dipping into my celebrations, toffees, nuts, twiglets. Can't wait for the 27th when it's all over. You see, you're overindulging. You see, the overindulgence is not the most brilliant thing to do. Look at that. I'm looking at an early picture of French and Saunders. I thought they were so good together. But they're, that's the secret of a double act. All these other people worked really well together. The Eric and Ernie's, Little and Large, things like that. And then sometimes it all goes a bit pear-shaped. And people fall out and they don't speak to each other. Little and Large, I mean, I thought they were brilliant. Then they had a falling out, which I thought was a great shame. And Cannon and Ball did exactly the same. Then they got back together again because I think they both discovered religion. And as I've told you, the theme tune to their programme was one of the best ever. Have you ever heard it? Oh, you must listen to it. It's so good. And then Bobby left us. Very sadly, very, very sadly. And I remember thinking, you don't find people like that now. You don't find double acts in comedy. Well, but they're not really a double act, are they? I mean, I know they work together, but they're not comedians. It's like before, you got, the Eric and Ernie's and all the other people, and they were double acts. Cannon and Ball went out and did a show. And, Ant and Dec aren't like that. But still interesting to watch them. I mean, I did watch Ant and Dec the other day, and I remember thinking, what happens when they get to 50? You know, I can't think of any other double acts in the comedic world, which is where all these people came from. You know, Eric and Ernie were, you know, just I mean, the scripts from Eddie Braben might have been a little bit dated now when you look back on them. I mean, I was watching Fawlty Towers last night. I went to bed. I've got a little portable DVD player, which I go to bed because I can't go to bed with nothing happening. It's got to be a bit of action, a little bit of action in the bedroom department. Yeah. And I was listening to Fawlty Towers, and I was lying there thinking, these scripts were brilliant. They were really good, ahead of their time. I mean, most of them have to be edited now. They've been digitally remastered, but I tell you, they're absolutely cracking. They really were.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to be cut. We're wandering down memory lane today. I'm not sure this is such a good idea. But young Jonathan Shallett says, you are right. I did start my company Intertalent 30 years ago. He said, however, the legal part you mentioned was the Intertalent... The legal part. We have to say that now, don't we? Was the Intertalent Christmas party. Oh, lovely. I shall look forward to next May, Jonathan. Very much indeed. I love it when Jonathan writes. It's always good. He takes the family out, very much family man. And, of course, we know where he goes every Christmas. Big silver bird up in the sky, off on holiday. Provided we're all able to do these sort of things this year. That's the only thing we're all worried about, isn't it? What are they going to do? I don't think, I'll stick my neck out and say, I don't think the government's going to do anything till after Christmas. I think they're going to let us have Christmas, and then we're going to pay. I mean, we will find out more about Omicron this week, because people have been saying, you know, oh, it's going to get bad, it's going to get this, it's, you know, it's just whatever it is, it's the worst period that we've lived through. It has, but you know, for lots and lots of people, it's been really, really difficult. Really, really difficult. You know, people have lost their jobs. People have seen companies fold. We've seen it round here. I've seen, you know, lots of restaurants. I'm going to sneeze again, I think. Pathetic, isn't it? I mean, seriously, I don't know why it's always two. Why is it always two? One for luck. One for luck. What else we got here in the papers today? I'm trying to... Oh, the French fishermen in a fresh threat to block our Christmas supplies. I'm getting a bit bored with French fishermen, I'm afraid. Not very pleasant people at all. Also, oh, look, here's a picture of Jerry, wife of Red Bull boss Christian. And she's at the Grand Prix. I can't understand anybody who's into Grand Prix. I really don't get it. I went to Santapod once, which is, I forget where it was, but they do drag racing. It's where cars dress up as women. And this is a career. You'd never believe it. But it was, we went, and it was cars that literally burn, you know, you see flames coming out the back and everything else. And I sat there, and all you could smell is petrol. And we sort of lived in the back of my friend's little van for 2 days while we watched all these sort of races taking place, and I was scarred for life, I think, so I didn't bother. John says Ant and Dec are only 4 years off 50. I know. Do you know, it really doesn't surprise me at all, but at the same time, I'm horrified when I look at them and think 50. I suppose it's because we sort of watch them. Morecambe and Wise were young. Oh, when they first started, yes. And then they sort of split up after they'd done all the shows and all the rest of it, and they were both doing their own thing. Eric Morecambe collapsed on stage, I seem to remember, and he'd already been into hospital, and he'd had sort of surgery. He couldn't stop joking. He came into LBC once and and doing all that kind of stuff, because they were showbiz. They were showbiz. People, there's not people like that. You know, I can't think of any comedy double acts like the Cannon and Balls, like the Little and Larges. You don't get that. They're all solo performers. And but I think Eric took it very seriously. You know, it was all worked out beautifully. Peter says the machine is called a penny press and does indeed take a penny and presses it using a large internal metal press that flattens the coin, and there's usually a selection of designs that can be embossed. We've got one in the visitor centre at Bletchley Park Museum. I still think these things are already in the machine. I've decided. It's too complicated otherwise. And you can have them printed with all different little bits and pieces. So, a brand ban on sequins. They're saying you shouldn't be buying anything with sequins, but unfortunately, as we head into the festive season, sequined gowns are de rigueur. Everybody's going to be wearing sequins. Mind you, the weather's supposed to be getting a bit better, so we don't have to freeze to death. But sequins are everywhere. I might wear a sequin jacket next Saturday at the Magic Circle. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Tomorrow? Sequin jacket? No, I'm not wearing it tomorrow. Heavens above, no. Always leave them wanting more. Sure, Signey's not been here for a while, has he? If you like a Vindaloo, and I don't think I've ever had a Vindaloo. It's hot, isn't it, Vindaloo? Definitely. It could be down to your mother. You see, I'm more Korma. And apparently, depending on which one you like, is down to what your mother ate while she was breastfeeding. Well, I'm telling you now, she never did a Vindaloo. I don't think she did a Korma either. I don't think she would have known any of these things. I don't think she would. I said to you before that if my mother did what the British version of a curry was, we would have a little lazy Susan in the middle, and she'd put cut up tomatoes, cut up cucumbers, banana. I mean, a lazy Susan. I don't know why it's called a lazy Susan. It's just basically it's a turntable and you put your little bits in it, which is quite nice. But we did that all the time, and that was my mother's version of a curry. Well, I've never heard of people having bananas in curry before. Have you ever heard of that? No. We only did it. And next Sunday, young Jonathan is off to Barbados with wife and 91 and 87-year-old parents and wait a minute, and daughter. So Christmas on the beach with Santa arriving on a jet ski, and Christmas and New Year with Simon Cowell and his delightful girlfriend Lauren Silverman. Honestly, it's another world, Jonathan. It's another world out there. But he goes there every year. He'll have a fantastic time, and my boss will be there as well. And they go, but he obviously goes for quite a long time. If he's going next Sunday, he'll be there for a few weeks. But mind you, if you work the hours he works and everybody else and Simon Cowell, you can treat yourself to. I'd love to see what his bill is. I'm so nosy. I'm dying to know how much that would be. But I'm sure you'll have a fantastic time as well, which is good. Thomas Jefferson invented the lazy Susan in the 18th century, so the 1700s. They were referred to as dumb waiters. It's said that Jefferson invented the lazy Susan because his daughter Susan complained she was always served last at the table and as a result never found herself full when leaving it. All right, so I know what a dumb waiter is. That's like an internal lift. But the lazy Susan was in the middle of the table, and it came with about six or eight little dishes that went on it, which you could take out and wash. It was wooden, and it was rotating on ball bearings. So you see, you turned it round. Oh, that was quite nice actually. But banana in a curry. Have you heard of such a thing? I remember when they brought out. What did they bring out? They brought out. It was sort of a sauce that you poured over chicken and then put it in the oven. It was the forerunner to all sorts of things, and it was white wine. It'd be like a white wine sauce, and you'd get 4 chicken breasts or something, and you put them in a dish, lucky enough to find the chickens, and then you'd pour this sauce over the top, and then you'd shove it in the oven. When it came out, it was delicious. Had little bits and pieces in the actual sauce, but it was a I don't know what it was. I can't remember what it was called. That's my cook. I don't cook. You know, I don't cook. Cook cooks. You know, and also that's why God invented supermarkets. He's helping people like me out who are totally inept in the kitchen. And I've had lazy Steve. I've had people like Phil Vickery saying, even you can manage this. And I go, no, I can't. I absolutely can't. I'm totally useless. And I worked on the assumption if you sort of stand there and look fairly vacant, people would do it for you. But what did they? Oh, I tell you what it was. It was Home Pride's cooking sauce. And it came, and all of a sudden you could do a gourmet meal. And it tasted really lovely. The chicken was all tender, and it came with all this sort of sauce with little peppers in there as well. So it was Home Pride sauces, and we did white wine and cream, and it was absolutely delicious. And it made you look as though you knew exactly what you were cooking. But of course now they do hickory smoked maple cooking sauce, Texan barbecue. These must be available in America, mustn't they? They're available here. I don't see. I mean, as far as I was concerned, it had to come in a tin. I thought they were quite nice. These come in envelopes, which you sort of rip the top off. Mind you, I like Ben's rice. I had some Ben's rice yesterday. Ben's rice and bacon. Delicious. Oh, no, delicious. I'll tell you, I'm cordon bleu. I'm cordon bleu. I mean, put it this way. If people were eating out in my restaurant, you know, you'd be having the worst. Mr. Neil knew it was cooking sauce. Love your tree. Love your tree, Neil. Very nice. Very well done. I'm going to take a picture of my tree tomorrow and submit it on my Twitter. Submit it. I have to tell you that. Have you seen the Heinz Christmas dinner big soup? It looks a bit like somebody had thrown up into a tin. Do you remember we sort of... Yeah, there was only 500 made, and they did it, and they showed you, and they said, this is what the picture looks like of on the tin, and this is what it really looks like when they've emptied it out. It looked like slop. Not that I knew what slop was, but it was because it had all mashed in together. And I was a bit disappointed, because I've had the big breakfast things that they do, which have got sausages, beans and mushrooms in, and a hash brown, I think, in one of them I found. And I found those in Iceland. And they were quite good value. But the Christmas dinner one, no. Do you remember you could get a chicken in a tin? A whole chicken was in a tin. It was obviously a very small one. And you'd sort of tipped it out after you'd taken the lid off. And then you'd sort of... It looked horrid. I've never had a Frey bent... There you go, a whole chicken. Sweet Sue canned whole chicken. Seriously, I've never seen anything like it in my life. I always wanted a Frey Bentos thing, the pie, and it was in the metal tin. I never had one of those. I wasn't lucky enough. It's not too late to try, is it really? Steve, I bought 7... Oh, I'll have to tell you in a minute. I'm late for the news now. I don't want to get myself into trouble. I bought 7 what?
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon & Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, 25 minutes to 7. Actually, we're having a nice look at young Shallot's holiday venue. It does look beautiful, actually. It really does look lovely, very nice. And the producer had never seen it before, so he was very impressed by it, because his parents got married in Barbados. Not here, but that would have been nice. Sean from Dudley in the West Midlands. I don't know why I did that. I'm so sorry. Says, I sneeze when I'm hungry, about 2 or 3 sneezes usually. Oh, right. Martin says, do you reckon Boris Johnson will be able to save his job? If I was putting money on it, yes. Yes, I would think so, yes. He's been through worse, hasn't he? Maxine says, Steve, I bought 7 £5 scratch cards to put in each of my grandchildren's Christmas cards. I kept looking at them, thinking there could be thousands on one of them. I've now scratched them off 3 times and had to replace them, all for 40 quid. That'll teach you. You do think that, though, don't you? You do. Frey Bentos now do a full English breakfast pie in a tin. Yes, I've seen that. I've seen it. So it's so what's in it? Baked beans, Cumberland sausage, bacon, and this blasted black pudding. What do they keep putting it in there for? Nobody likes it. Nobody likes it. It's like gherkins in a McDonald's burger. Who does gherkins? The Americans. But pie technicians have earned their crust by working on the recipe for more than a year. High technicians, quality. They say remove lid before baking. Oh, right, because I like flaky pastry, though. I'm all in favour of flaky pastry. It does look quite nice, actually. Yeah, we just... There's no point in showing me all these breakfast things now. It's hopeless. And Philip says, here's a photo, Steve, of a pressed coin I made from a machine in New York many years ago. As you will see, it's the Twin Towers, which means it's well over 20 years old. So let's have a look. Have a look. Here we go. Oh, right. Yeah, see, I don't believe that you can put a coin in and it presses it into that shape and puts that picture. I just don't believe it. I'm sorry. Call me naive. I think that it's made like that and then it goes into the machine and it just takes yours. So I think that that's in there. I don't think you put a coin in and made that, because it can't do. Otherwise, where's the rest of the coin? Where's all the other bits that are on the coin? Oh, the mystery deepens, ladies and gentlemen. And Steve, how can you talk about double acts without mentioning the 2 Ronnies? Well, exactly. What I'm saying is that you don't find comedians now who work together. you see them on the panel shows and stuff like that, but you don't see them going out working together as a double act. Chicken tonight, says Fifi in Brighton. Oh, please tell me there's somebody called Fifi in Brighton. First curry I had was a Vesta boil-in-the-bag vegetable one. Oh, I used to hate those. You could they were powder in the bottom of the Vesta curries, and it never dissolved properly, so there would always be a little sort of pocket of powder. It was like pot noodle. Pot noodles. I mean, guaranteed if the students listening, they'll be going, my favourite. Students absolutely love pot noodles. It's so cheap. And you get a little sauce of curry, a little packet of curry sauce and everything else. But the Vesta curries were very popular. Kathy says, my mum did the same. Slices of banana in a bowl to put in the curry. I know. How mad are we? Wendy says, unfortunately, there are virtually no cooking sauces in America. It just seems to be something not made here. I really miss those by Schwartz, Coleman's, Chicken Tonight, and I just bring back loads when I visit England. Well, there you go. We're happy to do that. Paul says, black pudding with apple sauce is wonderful. It's very French. Ooh. I'm sorry. Listen, you could sit here till the cows come home and you wouldn't be convincing me that black pudding was something that I ever wanted to find in a tin. I really wouldn't. What have we got here? Oh, it's poor old Rod Stewart. Honestly, you have to see the picture. I feel a bit sorry for him, actually, because I'm sure he really wants to be seen as very young, but he's 76. And sometimes the mind is willing, but the body isn't quite as willing. So they left a club, and he was sort of dancing and all the rest of it. She's 50, but she towers above him. Overweight inmates are fueling a surge in demand for supersized clothing. Apparently, wait for this, prison bosses have ordered thousands of overalls in sizes up to 8XL. I don't even know what that looks like. That's a tent. 8XL. Apparently, the orders for trousers with a waist up to 66 inches. 66 inches follow previous needs to bring in jackets at sizes between 3XL and 6XL. 66 inches. That's quite a lot. Quite a lot. Even by my standards. And Charlie Girling says, I love gherkins and black pudding. She says, I don't know why I'm shouting. You see, gherkins and black pudding. This explains an awful lot about Charlie Girling from our entertainment department. I bet she was there. At the Jingle Bell. Do you think she was at the ball? I bet she was, actually. She says, oh, no, have you changed your number again? No, you're still coming through, Charlie. Loud and clear. Well, shouting at me. She likes gherkins and black pudding. I can't think of anything worse. Is it together? I think it's ever since she got pregnant she's had strange cravings. Which is about as politely as I can put it, I think. What else have we got in the paper? Oh, the Stephen Glover's saying, stop nannying us over COVID. It's time to trust the people to know what's best. It's the people who don't believe in the existence of COVID and seem to think that it's some sort of conspiracy theory, which is almost hilarious. Oh, thank goodness, says Charlie. I thought your phone was broken. No. We are still in contact. Earth to Steve, Earth to Charlie. Yes, still there. And it was... She said, oh, it says here, would you like... I've never seen this note come up, I think. Would you like to temporarily mute this conversation? What does that mean? You could mute a conversation? Oh. Perhaps I can block her. No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't dream of it. Good God, you imagine. God, blimey. Have you seen Anne Robinson on Countdown recently? She looked like a Thunderbirds puppet. Head on a high chair. I have seen her, I have to be honest. The one thing I can't work out is she wearing a wig? Is it a wig? Because, excuse me, her hair is too perfect. Too perfect. But I'm always curious. Always curious. But, no, she says that she doesn't really have to say a lot on the programme. I'd quite like Countdown. Because it does. But I did watch a cooking programme the other day, and I don't know why. Does she make jokes or send... Not really, no. Because when she did the other programme she did, which Romesh Ranganathan's taken over, they used to stop it, start it to write comedy bits on The Weakest Link, which I think is back with Romesh on Saturday. There's a Christmas version out, isn't there, with some celebrities. Can't wait to see who they are. I always like that little bit. It always amuses me. Steve, you always make me so hungry. says Karina. Can you tell me what time you're on Christmas Day? Well, I thought I'd turn up about 7 in the morning. And I thought I'd do till 10. So I'm doing breakfast on Christmas Day, Boxing Day, New Year's Day. It's traditional. We always do it. We don't, sometimes we open up the phone lines and sometimes we don't open up the phone lines. It just depends, actually. It just depends. But no, Christmas Day, Boxing Day and New Year's Day. So 7 till 10. There's no, I don't want to do that. It's a very sad story. It's a sad story. Gift buyers are being urged to use click and collect services, mainly because so many parcels are stolen from doorsteps. Some couriers leave parcels on doorsteps and driveways. Citizens Advice has reported more than 22,000 visits to its Lost and Stolen Parcels webpage. So, the advice is do click and collect. So here we go. Stars confirmed for the weakest link include royal correspondent Jenny Bond. Jenny Bond is married to a guy. No, not to James Bond. No, very funny, very funny. Sit back in your chair. We'll plug it in for you. And she's married to a guy called Jim Keltz. And Jim Keltz used to be in our newsroom at Gough Square, and he also used to present a country programme because he's American, and he talks like that. It was really, seriously, fantastic voice. The first winner of Drag Race UK, the Vivian. Whatever that, I've got no idea. Richard McCourt and Dominic Wood. Isn't it funny? We were talking about Dick and Dom the other day, the only act with two people in it. And those on the billing for the special include Judge Anton de Beck, Tony Beek, and Catherine Tilsley, Emma Barton, Clara Amphone, and HRVY, Harvey, who looks about 12 years old and apparently is really, really friendly, with... but what he's done, I've got no idea. I've seen a picture of him. He's a pretty little boy, and I don't know what he does. That's it. Whether he appears anywhere, I've got no idea. Or he just appears on these sort of shows. So you'll have that to look forward to. Ooh, Tony Beek on again. How riveting. In between pantomime and everything else he's doing at the moment. Because he's doing pantomime in Richmond. They've already started. He's the only name in it. There's no other names in this pantomime. I think he's doing Cinderella. He's never done a panto before. Fills me with a bit of horror, actually, I'm afraid.
At E.ON Next, we believe life's better when you know you can choose a fixed energy tariff where you'll be safe in the knowledge of what energy price you're paying for the duration of your contract. We think that makes energy a little bit better. And that's why we're always working towards helping you get more out of your energy. So visit eonnext.com today. T's and C's apply. Smart meter required if eligible. Exit fees apply.
LBC with Steve Allen.
Somebody else asking about Anne Robinson. I think she quite likes it, and I think they like it. I've liked all the people who've done that programme. It's been quite good, actually. So use click and collect to foil parcel thieves. Also, if you're coming into town and you want to come and see the lights, or you're going to Winter Wonderland, or you're going to any of these places where there are crowds, and I have to include Leicester Square and Trafalgar Square, because I had to walk around. It was heaving. In fact, twice this week I've been there sort of late. Because I've been out on town having lunches and stuff like that, and all these crowds of people. I mean, it frightens the life out of me because there will be pickpockets. I've seen pickpockets operating, and they'll sort of brush into somebody. And where you've got all these stalls and market stalls together, people are sort of edging forward. I mean, I've become paranoid about it because if there's one thing I don't want to lose, I don't want to lose my telephone. And B, I don't want to lose my wallet or anything like that. But just be careful, because these places are very, very crowded. Very crowded. Steve, in this day of massive celebrity egos with tiny talents, I doubt we'll ever see double acts again, says James, who could be Ash. Could be both, actually. Bit difficult to tell. Steve, I went to the Outer Hebrides a few years ago. Stornoway black pudding is famous. I found that the local hotel seems to have managed to get it in nearly everything in the menu. I was surprised to find it was really actually very good. I can't think, Andy, of anything worse. It just really doesn't interest me. I'm looking at it now, and they sell it in Costco. Black pudding, and people slice it, and then you fry it, and I'm thinking, yuck. It just doesn't appeal to me. Yeah, you can keep it. as far as I'm concerned. It doesn't, people say, oh, you'll really love it. No, I wouldn't even want to go there. Fresh Stornoway black pudding. Fresh? As opposed to what? Not very fresh. Yes, as opposed to horrible. Stornoway black pudding. Approximately 1.2 kilos. Imagine. Who's going to eat all of that? I suppose it keeps. It's just blood, isn't it? Isn't it blood or something? I don't know. I don't want to go there. I feel far too ill. Birthdays today. Robert Lindsay, the Derbyshire-born actor, star of sitcom Citizen Smith and My Family, once turned down a dinner invitation from Margaret Thatcher. I said, actually, ma'am, I don't agree with your politics. She quipped, well, that doesn't affect your appetite, does it? The refusal is one of his biggest regrets. When he told his parents he wanted to be an actor, his father said, why not go right over the blooming top and be a hairdresser? Unfortunately, actors had dreadful names in the bit. They really did. I mean, this is going back. I mean, they're a lot better now, I think. But Robert Lindsay is 72 today. Died in 2021, and I'd forgotten, actually, that he died in 2021. Christopher Plummer. Christopher Plummer, of course, from The Sound of Music, who didn't sing. He was dubbed in The Sound of Music, even for Edelweiss. Yeah, dubbed by me. I can dub for all of them. No, Marnie Nixon was the big dubber of everybody. I always used to feel sorry. I always tell everybody that poor old Mark Lester, when he was singing Who Will Buy, was dubbed by a girl. I mean, I could have been dubbed. I could have dubbed Julie Andrews in The Sound of Music. I could have done that, I love that. I still watch that film. I still think it was so good. I don't know all the stories about it. Also, December the 13th, 1991. What happened on that day? It was, believe it or not, Salman Rushdie, criticised for vowing to publish the Satanic Verses in paperback. The fugitive author surfaced in New York, where he said the 3 years since the hardback's release was long enough space for reconciliation with the Islamists calling for his death. I mean, I remember it as if it was tomorrow. It was splashed all over everything. And what else? Anushka Hempel. The New Zealand-born, self-confessed, rather second-rate actress, officially Lady Weinberg, was a Bond girl in On Her Majesty's Secret Service. She's one of the world's most in-demand interior designers. She's also got, I think Anushka Hempel's got a hotel. Anyway, she celebrates her 80th birthday. She says she always travels with her own grapefruit-scented candle to get rid of the smell of other people's things. People travel with me, I travel with tea bags. I don't travel very often, as you can imagine, just going from here to Twickenham. It's not the most exciting journey, but yeah, tea bags. They never have right tea bags anywhere, so I like my own tea bag. What's the matter with that? Earl Grey, Lady Grey, all sorts of other different bits and pieces. I see no reason why I should take and mock me for something like that. Steve, on your recommendation, I watched It's a Wonderful Life for the first time, says Jackie. How old are you? What do you mean? I can't believe you've just watched it. Good Lord. Now, did you watch colour or black and white? Because I've got the both versions. They did a colourised version where they take the film and they colour it by hand, hence being called colourised, and a little pen, and very slow process. But it came out on the same DVD. On one side it's the black and white, on the other side it's the colour version. And you watch it again, Jackie. You watch it again, because on the second time you'll pick up on lots of other little bits and pieces. And remember that when the film first came out, it bombed. Didn't do at all well. People didn't like it. But I love it. I think it's a great film, especially, and I always cry at the end. I am the world's worst crier, I'm afraid. I cry at just about everything. And it is the 75th anniversary this year for It's a Wonderful Life. If you haven't seen it, do see it. I urge you, because it's a story of hope. And just when everything collapses, 1946 it came out, everything collapses on him. He loses everything, and his angel is guarding him, a guy called Clarence. And it's just so wonderful, because all of a sudden, all the town come back together, and they help him out, and all his problems are solved. All his problems are solved. An angel called Clarence, as opposed to what? Gabriel? No, it was Steve the angel. Doesn't quite sound right, does it? Even by my standards. No, definitely Clarence the angel, who's been sent down there to try and sort him out. And it's brilliant. It is very good. It's very nice. In fact, I might even watch it again today. I can watch it time and time again. But then I went through a phase with The Sound of Music, mainly because I loved Austria and I loved Salzburg and all the other bits, and it just brought back some great memories. And I thought, how wonderful to have been involved with something that everybody knows you for. There's always that danger, isn't there, that you can be remembered for sort of something, and that's the only thing in your life. So I think we've already lost one of the children from The Sound of Music who died. And I had them all. They came in when we were in another building. They all came in. I forget which anniversary it was. It was another anniversary. And all the kids came in. And then I flew to America to go and interview Julie Andrews. And that was another big thrill. Yeah, I mean, just absolutely. You know, you're very lucky in this business because you get to meet all sorts of people. Some people thrive on meeting sort of, politicians or something like that. Me, it's people in the business that you've seen on the screen. Yeah, I'm light end. I tell everybody that. Apparently, it's according to Karina, it's fried pig's blood. Not happening. Not happening at all, I'm afraid. Definitely not. Listen, I've talked about it and I bought it for people before, but I wouldn't want to cook it and eat it. No, thank you. Yeah, people I really hate. I don't hate anybody, actually, unless it's necessary.